From the World Center of Racing at Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida, this is the 5th annual Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Hello, everyone. I'm Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley, Jason Wygant, and Jen Kenyon as we bring to you history here from Daytona International Speedway in this Ricky Carmichael Supercross. Sean, I know you growing up through the amateur ranks know exactly how big of a deal this is to be in front of a crowd like this and a place like this as historical as Daytona.
Yes, it's such a prestigious event. Just racing Supercross as an amateur is a great thing, and not only that, but getting to race the same track as the pros did just a few nights before that. So it's a great experience for these guys, and it's really a big help going in their transition to big bikes or turning pro.
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of times these guys don't get the opportunity to ride a lot of Supercross, so this is kind of a unique event all on its own, and we're going to get a chance to see it all break down before us. Let's check in with Jen Kenyon and see how things are going.
This truly is a unique opportunity for these amateur racers out here today. We saw the Daytona Supercross by Honda held here on Saturday night. The biggest names in our sport were here racing the same exact track that these racers are racing here today. Now the track here today is a little bit more tame than what we saw on Saturday night, but guys, there's still some really big obstacles out there, so can't wait to get these main events underway. We're going to send it back up to you.
In the middle of getting ready to start a big race right now. Actually, a little track maintenance going on right now. Rodney Tomlin, Jason Wygant, Sean Hackley here trackside today. And Jason, I tell you, man, you've been here for the last couple of days, and yesterday's qualifying. I got here this morning for some LCQs. Pretty intense racing from what I've seen so far. These kids really seem to have the red carpet rolled out for them here at Daytona.
Yeah, I've been here for 3 straight days. No, I'm fine. Actually, my voice is all right. We're here, of course, for the Pro Supercross on Saturday. That's tradition here. They've been doing a race like that since, I think, 1971. And then this is the 5th annual of the Ricky Carmichael Monster Energy Amateur Supercross at Daytona. So it's really cool. First time ever had RacerTV.com involved with it to bring you live coverage. And Sean Hackley, you're someone that's certainly familiar with what this racetrack is all about. Heck, I was just announcing. My voice is maybe a little sore. That's nothing. You were actually out riding it on Saturday as part of the pro event.
Yes, and it was a great track. You know, the track crew did a really good job of fixing up the track. Dirt's a little spongy, so you can see it's going to be really rough. Lots of ruts today. It's going to have a lot of challenges for the riders.
Should be interesting. The way this format is, it's designed to be an amateur supercross, just like a pro one. So we had heat races yesterday, then some last chance qualifiers this morning, and now we're into the main events. We've had, I think, 4 champions crowned we're already, and now we got some big classes to bring you here live. 250B will be the next one up. Sean, you know well that the B class in amateur racing, sometimes the very top end of that intermediate group, is just as fast as the A riders. So these could be some of the fastest guys we'll see the entire show coming up next.
Yes, you know, a lot of great riders. They're about to make that step to turn pro. I know in the qualifier, Alexander Fry was a B rider. He got 3rd in his heat race right behind 2 of the pro riders, and there wasn't too big of a gap. So we should have a lot of great races coming up for you guys here shortly.
So we're excited about this. We got track maintenance going on right now. Don't be confused by the track looking smooth. Now what happens is we bring the Racer TV show, all these celebrities want to come out and start hanging with us. They want to be part of the act. I see how it is. People want to come by and rub elbows when we get the Racer TV show started. But it's going to be good. The 250B riders will be the first ones out. Then we'll follow that up with we got a Pro Sport coming up after that, 250A Pro Sport. Then 65, 7 to 11. You see the B riders down on the starting gate right now. And then 450C, 21 plus. The whole idea of this event is to give you that Supercross feel. So as I was saying, we had heat races and LCQs leading into these main events. So you're having riders here who maybe haven't even met. They might have been in 2 different heat races, and this is their one shot to have a showdown.
And it is, and it's one shot, basically a unique opportunity for these riders to race in the American motocross majors in a supercross format. You know, generally it's a motocross format, except when we're going to go to the Winter Olympics down at Gainesville, Florida, during Thanksgiving. You know, we have a little bit of supercross there, but even then it's only a tamed down version of what supercross is really like. This, like we said, is the same layout, the same track that the big boys rode on Saturday night, and this is a very unique event in and of itself. The first of 5 majors here in 2014.
Yeah, and a really interesting thing that's integrated in with this event, as you mentioned, as part of the majors, that yesterday we actually had everyone's in qualifying mode except for the women. It was a kickoff of the kind of reborn women's motocross series.
Right.
Mackenzie Tricker went out and just dominated. They gave her 11 laps, her and the rest of the field, because that's a full points-paying moto. It's a 2-moto format for them. So there is one event that's considered more on the pro side, and that's the new WMX series, which kicked off yesterday. We'll have Moto 2 today, so that should be interesting. Everybody else, I believe, will run 7 laps, is I think what we're shooting for in our main events, and they got the bikes fired up, Sean, so this should be good.
Yes, this is the 250B class coming up, so I think the start's probably going to come from the inside. That's what it was looking like a lot earlier today.
A new year, a lot of new players, I'm sure, coming to play in this one as well. What are we looking at as far as this 250B class is concerned, Jason?
Well, the good thing is it makes our life easy as far as scouting it, because our heat races, we can tell you who won those. It's Alexander Fry got the victory in the heat. Also, Ashton Hayes was second. Michael Moseman was third. Challen Tennant won the other heat race. We're underway. MotorcycleSuperstore.com putting up $100 for every Whole Shot Award winner. A couple riders down in turn number 1, though.
Wow, I tell you, that is an intense first race of the Supercross mains, and I know that the hearts of
Ashton Hayes out with the early lead right now.
And Tennant right there as well. So this is setting up 2 of the guys who are fast in the heat races. This should be fun to watch.
Already, the front 3 are starting to break away. We're starting to see a battle start to shape up already in the first part of this, man. This is, I guess, it's good to see these guys separated in the qualifiers like that.
Yeah, that's Ashton Hayes and Challen Tennant, as well as Alexander Fry. So that's both the division winners, and one of the guys finished second in his division.
I know you had a chance to talk with Alexander Fry, Sean, and he was telling you a little bit about how things were going. What's it looking like from his perspective out there?
He said he's having a good week. He won his division in this. He had a tip over in the schoolboy class, but he came from dead last to third in that, so he had a great ride and had some fun in the Amateur All-Star as well.
Fry just made the move on Tennant, out-jumped him. That's that Supercross style that we're talking about. There was an inside-outside look. He used the outside, tripled up, took over second, and now trying to go for the number 1 spot over Ashton Hayes out of Michigan. Holding strong in the Suzuki, but, man, Fry looks good right now.
Yeah, he's been riding really good. We saw him at the Mini-O's, taking away a couple titles, and he's been down at Ricky Carmichael's actually training, so it looks like he's paying off.
Working their way out of the back again. If you watch the live coverage of the Pro Supercross by Honda on Saturday, very similar to these sections of the track. Now, this is one of the most interesting sections here. They got this wall jump. They're doubling over it. They were tripling that yesterday. They changed the jump today. Fry doesn't care about any of that. He'll use whatever he's got. Try to go for the lead, Rodney. Yeah,
Fry's trying to thread needles out there right now. Look at that. He's going to take him high to the outside. Beautifully executed block pass there by Fry. Man, it looks like he's been riding Supercross for a long time. You know, you think motorcycle racing, and it is pretty much the same from one discipline to another, but there is a little bit of difference in these Supercross-style tracks. Hayes now starting to feel some pressure, it looks like, from Tennant back there in the number 2 spot. Is already Fry is starting to separate himself, man. He's got this place dialed in, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. Fry's starting to get a little gap. I want to give a shout-out to 4th place, Trey Green, and also Marvin Stasser rounding out the top 5. I know when people think giving folks the Supercross experience, the first thing that comes to mind are big peaked jumps and triples and whoop sections, but it's really the 180 corners. And we saw Fry executing there to make the pass. That's a real separator. You're not always getting 180 bowl berms back to back to back on a regular motocross track. So I've actually seen the majority of the passing in sections like that. Fry took advantage, and he's hauling the mail right now.
Yes, and another thing here, also we have the ruts and how rough it is too. So it's just as much of an outdoor after as a Supercross track. Looks like Chase Bell's having a little bit of problems there. He's now getting lapped by Alexander.
Well, looking at lap times right now, Fry putting down some pretty good lap times. A 102.190 as he opens up with the fastest lap in the broadcast so far. The 250B class, Fry also about 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
I think Challen Tennant, our second place, or was going for second place, is battling it out with Hayes. He has now gone down. He was struck with a crash early in the week, I believe, in his heat race. Had to really fight his way forward. He still won the heat race after a fall. He's going to be hard-pressed to do that now, though, that Hayes and Fry have got a good lead on him.
Well, we got Yamaha rider Jacob Zabinski out there from Millington, Michigan. He just popped off a 102.9 himself, and right now Fry a 102.3. The thing that I'm pointing out there is he's in 5th place right now. Trey Green in 3rd and Marvin Staser in the number 4 spot are all looking at 104s or better.
Actually, Green has now made the move, I believe, on Hayes. They're headed into that same bowl turn that they were able to make the pass with Fry. Let's see how they come across if it changes up. There's the 28. The KTM trying to get the jump on everybody. No, there's Hayes still in number 2 spot. Let's see what Trey Green can do. He's made a couple of moves up to the number 3 spot, trying to close the gap.
Well, there's the man on the move, the Yamaha rider we were talking about back there. Grozbinski, that time around a 103.4, only a half second faster than the 240 of Stacer, who's just ahead of him now in that number 4 spot. But the thing is, Stacer's also picking up the pace, and we can see that second gap between those guys in that third place position where Trey Green's at. That that third place position could be a 3-way shootout here pretty soon.
And only 7 laps here. It feels like forever, though. I'm sure how rough this track is, but not a lot of time to make things happen if you don't get the good start. Big moto coming up next, by the way, with 258 Pro Sports, so don't go anywhere. We're 4 laps in. Should be about 2 laps to go when this one is over.
And the pro race coming up, that's going to be 12 laps, so that was going to be even longer. It's going to be really tough for these guys. You know, in Supercross, the lights class on 15 laps, so they're really going to get a good experience for this year.
Wow, Fry just turned a 101.5 right there. He's picking the pace up that much faster, and it seems like with each turn of the laps out there, he just seems to be that much more familiar, much more comfortable with this Daytona Supercross track.
It's backed by KTM, of course, also Fox, Oakley, FMF, Dunlop, and Motorex. And just needs to try to bring this thing home. Pretty cool. Amsoil has come on board as a sponsor of this event, and the top 10 of every class going to get some oil free from Amsoil. And, of course, we were talking about the Whole Shot Awards being given out. A lot more sponsorship involvement and manufacturer involvement as far as the big teams and the big-name riders here this year, so we're glad to be able to bring it to you.
There's that
battle.
Yep, Trey Green right now in that number 3 spot. He had only about a half-second lead over that 4th place position of Marvin Stacer, and Grozbinski was only about 0.6 of a second behind him, so that 3-way shootout is definitely underway right now as we watch them go now. I think we are on lap 6, working on
down hard.
Woo! Man, that was the 33, I think. Was that Green?
Green was the 33, I think so, on that Honda. Man, we had mentioned he was trying to make a push to even get to 2nd, then had pressure for 3rd. And Grubinski has had some terrible starts in a lot of his races. He did get a victory a couple of motos ago because he finally got a good start. And now, he wasn't even on the darn radar earlier. He's up to 4th. Partially due to that crash, but he's on the gas in his own right, too.
2 laps to go. Fry, Ashton Hayes, also Marvin Stacer in 3rd. Jacob Grozbinski up to 4th. Grady Featherstone is 5th. Shalon Tennant drops back to the number 6 spot aboard the 71. Taylor Holt is 7th. Keith Mulvaney in 8th. Timmy Crosby running 9th aboard the number 79. And Josh Bartosh rounds out your top 10 aboard that number 43 machine.
Still watching these guys slugging it out a little bit further back. Hayes got that whole shot. That paid off for him big time. He's got a solid gap. We see him working his way out of that rhythm section. It looks like Trey Green is up, by the way, in the 33. They got the bike up as well. He's okay, but unfortunately threw away what could have been a top 3 finish.
Grozbinski making the pass right there. Pulled the trigger as they make that last turn now before the finish line. I think they'll see the white flag this time, if I'm not mistaken. No, not yet, I don't think.
No, it's out.
It is out? Okay, great.
Yeah, it's out.
All right, so white flag is out, and Grozbinski, man, on that section, man, just got a good drive coming up through there. It's almost as if he's been waiting and biding his time to make that pass right there the last couple of laps.
What I've seen, and you can comment on this, Sean, there's a couple of those wall jumps, especially the one before they cross back over the start. If you're willing to just take the hard hit, you can air that out. And I saw he was doing it earlier, actually, Grozbinski, to make up time.
Yeah, it's a win-win situation. Sometimes you can charge a little bit harder, but then you also have to worry about the height that you get. So it could be slower. It all depends on how you land and if you get back on the gas fast enough.
Time running out of the rest of this field. Alexander Fry's got this tucked in the back pocket. I'm going to have to ask the folks at Fox if they can put a back pocket on these pants because he's got it tucked away. Checkered flag is out. Alexander Fry's got it. We're going to keep an eye on this. Shalon Tennant, remember him? He went down early. He is not done. He's trying to fight his way into the top 5.
Hayes checks into the number 2 spot now.
And he makes the pass, stealing 5th away from Featherstone, a rider out of the UK. On the last lap, Shalon Tennant coming back to get 5th. Ashton Hayes, a good ride there for 2nd.
No doubt. So it's Alexander Fry in 1st, Ashton Hayes in 2nd, Jacob Grozbinski in the number 3 spot. Marvin Stacer holds on for fourth. Grady Featherstone in fifth. Shallon Tennant, a good charge there and late in the race. The 71 finishes up sixth. Taylor Holt in seventh. Keith Mulvaney in eighth. Ninth, Timmy Crosby. Ninth, Josh Bartos rounds out your top 10.
Well, what do you think? We got one under our belts here on Racer TV, and I know Jen Kenyon's going to talk to our winner here in just a moment. And don't forget 258 Pro Sport coming up next. But what do you think of the racing? What do you think of the track?
Great racing. The track's in a good condition. They did a little bit of track prep just now, but just before that, the faces of the jumps were really rutted. So it's going to be challenging for the riders as the races keep going. So I think the track's going to break down a little bit more when these pro guys go out there.
They hit things a little harder, get on the gas a little harder.
Yeah,
all
that's
that.
kind of hard to see because Alexander was riding great out there just now. So
he's pumped up. He just pulled up in front of us here. Hopefully we can get a word in with Jen Kenyon and talk to our 250B winner.
That's right, guys. I'm down here with Alexander Fry, our 250B winner. I know Sean Hackley, your buddy over there, he's been cheering for you all day. How's it going out there?
It's going well. I couldn't be more stoked. We put in so much work preparing for this event, and it just feels great to get out with the win.
Talk about how cool it is to ride this Daytona Supercross track. Not only is it a Supercross style track, but it's a very historic place. The pros were just on here Saturday night. How cool is that to be out there and to win on that track?
Yeah, it's awesome. It really opens your eyes how good the pros really are, and it's nice to be down here in sunny Florida, and couldn't be more happy.
Talk about how rough it's getting. I know these guys in the trailer, they're just bench racing. They don't really know how tough it is. Tell them how grueling it is to be out there.
Yeah, the track's pretty gnarly right now. There's bumps everywhere. The ruts are deep, and luckily they fixed it up a little bit before my moto, but I'm just stoked on how good the dirt is. It's tacky, and I feel right at home.
All right, well, thanks for taking the time to catch up with us. Good luck in the rest of your motos.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jen. 258 Pro Sport underway now. Daniel Baker getting out front early.
One to watch, though, I think, is that guy back there in second right now. Keith Tucker out of North Carolina on the Triangle Cycles Yamaha, backed by GYTR. Man, this kid has been blazing fast. I saw him at the Winter Olympics last year. He really excelled on the motocross, but also excelled, it seemed, in the supercross. This kid just really loves to ride his motorcycle. It's showing right now.
And third is Aaron Plessinger, who at this point I think he's almost reached needs no introduction status. Been on the gas, really has always been a top amateur, but really excelled the B class last year. Now trying to go for the number 2 spot, battling it out with Tucker.
Tucker just made a little mistake coming through that one turn that allowed Plessinger to get by him.
Wow, man. Plessinger, when he sees, smells blood, man, he strikes hard, man. Strikes hard, and it's tough to go back at him. This kid, he's full of determination. As everybody knows, man, his dad, a former off-road national champion with the GNCCs, and this kid grew up through that. As far as physical peak and shape and winning, that's all he knows right now.
He's going to have to deal with Baker, though. It's not going to be easy. The KTM rider's looking strong.
Yeah, he got off to a great start and, rode a good first lap, so he's going to try to hold on as long as he can.
Well, Baker, Plessinger, Keith Tucker in third, Nick Gaines in fourth. Looks like Zachary Bishop Burnett checks in the number 5 spot now. We're looking for Jacob Williamson now moving into the number 6 spot. 7th is Kyler West. Cody Van Buskirk in 8th, 9th. Wilfredo Guzman and Cody McCulloch rounding out your top 10 and looking for some possible changes. That's early. A lot of position jockeying still going on, Jason.
Like right up front. Plessinger in the same section that he was able to take advantage of a mistake from Tucker is now trying to go after Baker. So I get to say this. He's going to tuck inside of Tucker, and Plessinger has taken over the lead. That did not take long. It took him 2 laps to make the 2 passes he needed, and now he is off to the races. And heck, he's got experience of all ways. We talked about the off-road background, but don't forget the damage he did going to Amsoil Arena Cross a couple of months ago as part of Ricky Carmichael's Road to Supercross and winning against the best Arena Cross riders in the world when he is technically still an A-class amateur. So he knows how to handle this type of track, whether it's moto or off-road or Arena Cross or something in between like this. Plessinger can't be stopped right now.
Kid's all about riding motorcycles, man. It doesn't matter what form of motor. I'd almost like to see him go on a flat track down here at Daytona. This Daytona Bike Week, there's so much that goes on here. It wouldn't surprise me if he couldn't go out and excel in any one of the events that take place this week.
I think that battle for second is starting to heat up. Tucker and Baker, I believe that would be.
They're coming right in front of the Race Day studios here for RacerTV.com, and Tucker is right there on the rear wheel. And 3 laps down, I believe. We're going to be looking at lap number 4 coming up right next, and still Plessinger out front. He turned a 1:01.2, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Just a fraction faster than what we saw from that B class, and that's not a surprise so much. But the thing that I wonder is how much faster can we see Plessinger make this thing go?
Eat your heart out, Ryan Villapoto and Blake Baggett. They couldn't do 101s. Okay, track's a little different. Fine. But that's pretty much the fastest lap we've seen anyone have in the entire 3 days of racing.
How about a 1:03 now that Plessinger just turned down there on lap 4?
That was fast.
Wow. It's a long track to do 1 minute laps. What have you seen from Plessinger? Obviously, I know you follow the amateur scene well. He was always good and solid even on mini cycles, but he's really gone to another level here in the last probably 9-10 months.
Yes, getting back up on the big bikes, just trying to make that last step to pro, just that last push, and he's really been pushing really hard. I think he's been working with Matt Walker some, and looks like he's paying off.
And the Star Racing Yamaha folks, backed by Yamaloop, they've got their eyes on him. They already are ready to transition him into the pro ranks. We're not sure when that's going to come. I would probably guess it's going to come after Loretta's, maybe the last couple of pro nationals. Nowadays, a lot of riders want to hit the nationals at the beginning in May instead of the end in August. So we'll have to see. I would think you probably see him in August at his first pro race. But, man, he sure looks like he's ready to go right now.
He does, man. I mean, talk about confidence in his riding abilities right now. And I think, Ricky Carmichael just stepping in here, he could probably attest to that. I mean, he knows and can see these guys. I mean, there's just a button or a switch that flips in these guys, man. And it's confidence, it's talent, and it's the guts and the will, the determination, and the want. It all comes together at one time, man.
I can see some determination right now. Keith Tucker in third, the second rider in your screen. He wants this rider, Daniel Baker, bad for that number 2 spot. If you didn't see Plessinger up front, you'd swear these two are battling for the lead because they're going fast and they're really pushing each other for it. Every time Tucker gets in there, though, Baker is able to respond. He's been able to get close. Now we got the cross flags out, red cross flags, so they got to be careful through this section. Man, a rider down. Behind that, you got Zach Bishop-Burnett and Kyler West rounding out the top 5.
Well, I'll tell you, Plessinger far and away seems to really have this Supercross track dialed in here at Daytona, as he's got nearly a 6-second lead after 6 laps of racing there. Daniel Baker, only a 2-second lead now over Keith Tucker. It was less than that. It was only like 0.6 of a second there for a while. Bishop-Burnett, he is looking at a 1:04 lap time. He has dropped to about 8 seconds back in the 4th place position. Kyler West in 5th. Cody Van Buskirk in 6th. Looks like Cody McCullough may be making up some ground out there, as well as Isaac Teasdale in 7th and 8th. Donnie Brown back in 9th, and Marcus Nielsen rounds out your top 10 here in this 250 Pro Sport.
Keeping our eyes on Baker here. Yeah, he really has opened it back up on Tucker. Still a rider down right in front of where we are in this long section that's going to lead them to the finish line.
Red flag's out.
Yeah, red flag is out.
Yeah, red flag is out. They're going to end this one.
I wonder how that's going to go, because I think we were 1 lap past halfway just now. So,
well, that was they just finished their 7th lap, it looks like. Plessinger turned a 1:02.164 on that one. Baker a 1:02.7. 6 seconds apart, 6.5 seconds apart. But like you say, I would almost have to think that this one might. So we're getting the official word coming in from the guys right now. And from a racing standpoint, Sean, I mean, from an amateur aspect, I know that a lot of these guys would like to finish the race and go out and, do a whole new moto. I mean, what would you think, at this point in the race?
This is a tough track, so already having to do 7 laps out of their 12 laps and having to come back and do another full race, 12 laps, it would be really tough for a lot of these riders. I think that would be awesome to see.
I think it'd be awesome to see for us. It might even even the playing field just a little bit, depending on a few factors, obviously. But, it would be interesting to see them go back out, especially after the intensity that we saw there in that particular moto, man. Those guys were laying it all on the line.
Yeah, it's a lot to do with, too, just knowing that one of your friends is down there, just, potentially or possibly hurt, and you're hoping that he's okay. But at the same time, you want to get back out on the track and do what you want to do this weekend.
For sure. And, of course, Right now we are in a little bit of a break. We've got things coming up here as far as racing is concerned. Ricky Carmichael will be coming in here in just a couple moments to talk with us. We've got some 65cc class racing, some 450C racing still on the way, and still plenty of things around the corner. The WMX also making their way in as the first round of the 2014 championship season as well. And Jason Wygant, a very historical place here in the amateur world of motocross and supercross racing, but just a great opportunity for this sport to be featured at a place like this during a time like this. Bike Week, such a historical thing.
I'm glad we're getting these wide shots, Rodney, to give you an idea of the scope of Daytona International Speedway. You folks might be familiar seeing it on TV with the Supercross or the photos of the racing and things like that. But until you get the chance to see how huge this place is, you really haven't experienced anything like it. Now we are joined by Ricky Carmichael himself. It was his vision to bring this race to fruition with the help of everyone in his crew, everyone at MX Sports, and, of course, people at Daytona. We couldn't do it. And if you folks haven't seen it in person, there's nothing quite like coming to a super speedway. It's crazy.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think we can all speak when you come up underneath that tunnel.
Yeah.
It's like you're in your own little world. I always used to like that feeling when I come here when I was racing pro, and even when I was a little kid as an amateur, I never got a chance to race here as an amateur. So to come here, you just, like I said, you're in your own little planet, if you will, and it's definitely really special. We always talk about it, the history here at Daytona International Speedway, whether you're 2 wheels, 4 wheels, any type of motorsports racing. It's really an honor, I think, to be here and compete here.
And the neat thing is Daytona, they really treat the winners equally. The Daytona 500 is obviously a big deal, the Daytona 200 for the road racing, but the Supercross, the 24-hour Rolex car race that they have, you know, you can go to the victory lane that they have here, and they have plaques and photos of all different winners in all sorts of disciplines. In fact, by the way, Saturday morning I was walking out of the track, and I saw your mom with your kids, and your son looks over and says, "Hey, there's a picture of Dad." Yeah. And it's right now, there's a picture of Harvick and Dale Sr. and Dale Jr. They treat all the racers here. If you win here, you're right there with the greats.
Well, that's what's cool. That's a great point there, because you drive around here and all the pictures and everything. It's not just one specific type of racing.
Yeah.
And that just shows the passion that Daytona has. They're not biased. They love racing, and they show the same amount of respect for all forms.
And I think that just goes to show you the richness of the history of Bike Week as much as anything. You know, I mean, for over 50 years they've been racing down here on 4 wheels, and I think probably pretty close to that in 2 wheels as well. They used to do the same thing down on the beach and on the streets, just like the Daytona 500 started out. And the road racing that they do here throughout the course of the week just phenomenal. I mean, it is. I mean, the history of the racing and just what Bike Week is itself.
Yeah, 100%. It's special. Been going on a long time, and I'm just glad to be a part of it, quite honestly. It's cool.
I've been coming, I don't know, myself only about 15 years or so, but like you said, man, I get goosebumps every time I come, especially when I come through that tunnel. And I know these kids right here probably got goosebumps as the gate go down on this 65cc class right now.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, man, it's unbelievable watching these young kids ride, the amount of talent that is out there these days, and hopefully they can look back someday when they're our age and say, man, that was really cool. I got a chance to race at Daytona International Speedway, and I think they will, looking back.
Oh, I know they will. I know they will. Carter Bias, one of the guys to watch for in this one as we open up. He took a division race win, a qualifying win there. He's riding the number 43. Another one to watch out for, Crockett Myers, the number 411. He took a second-place position in the qualifying.
I just want to make an announcement for that A Pro Sport race. They're still going to try to make the call. That was very close to the line of will it be a full restart or will they just call the race there? So they're actually having a discussion right now. So if you were just in that 250A Pro Sport Moto, or if you're part of the crew of one of those riders, just sit tight. We'll have a decision pretty quick, and we'll announce it to you if we're going to call that race as it was or if we're going to send them back out for more racing. So stay tuned for the information on that. Meanwhile, 65 riders doing their thing.
Crockett Myers, who took second in his qualifier, opening up with the early lead in this one. It looks like I think he might have Nathaniel Thrasher, who took third back there behind him in the number 2 spot. He's out of Livingston, Tennessee. And, wow, 65 cc's. They're as intense as the 85s, the 125s, the 250s, and 450s out here right now. And this track is, it seems to be so much bigger for these guys. Ricky, I mean, from a 65 cc standpoint, you know, you think from an amateur standpoint of a 250B or C or even a 250A rider, how huge it is. Imagine what it's like for those little kids. Right?
Yeah, right. And how small their wheels are and how deep the sand is and the braking bumps and all that good stuff. Without a doubt. And what blows my mind is just how many of these kids are so fast. I mean, you sit right there. I mean, look how far these guys are jumping and how aggressive they are. I don't ever remember the talent being this deep, years ago. I know all these guys are fast, man. It's unbelievable.
You're right. You're absolutely right. The talent field is immensely deep out here. And Nathaniel Thrasher, actually, I guess, the leader. Crockett Myers running in second. Carter Bias in the number 3 spot. Magnus Smith in 5th. Noah Stevens in, or 4th was Magnus Smith. 5th was Noah Stevens. Jackson Kenny was running 6th. Colby Gatlin in 7th. Matthew LeBlanc in 8th. Chase Yenser in 9th. And Jet Reynolds rounding out your top 10.
One thing I think that's changed a lot, and I always wanted to ask you about this, is, now there's all these facilities and kids riding year-round and really getting an early start on things. What was it like when you were coming through? Obviously, you had Team Green sponsorship. People knew you on the radar. But what was it like being an 8 and 10-year-old fast kid then compared to what some of these 65 riders are dealing with now?
Well, it's a lot different. I mean, in my era, growing up, most of us went to school. Maybe there was a handful of kids that had some homeschool. And now, like you said, all of them pretty much ride every single day of the week, and they're at these facilities. And I think possibly that is why so many kids are so fast. Back in the day, not everyone had the luxury of these facilities and riding every single day. And now these kids do. So with that comes more competitiveness and more parity.
The funny thing about it, though, and Ricky, you say you went to school, and I commend you on that, man. I think that is an awesome thing. But I think really you kind of set the standard and laid the groundwork for what these schools and these facilities have. Your mom, man, I mean, she put you through probably one of the best trainers there was as far as amateurs working up through the ranks.
Yeah, I definitely think we set a tone for sure, and then it just kind of kept evolving, and then now you see, like there is today, there's all these camps, facilities that you can go to, and people just kind of took the ball and rolled with it, and it has expanded from what it used to be till now to what it currently is. And I'm just thinking, I can't imagine what it's going to be like 10 years from now.
Yeah, they'll be doing it at age 3. They'll be down at the facility before they even get to school. Nate Thrasher's still leading. Yeah, the farm that you have now, everybody talks about that, but when did that start? I mean, what years was it that you were just going to a local track or riding in a field? Like, how long was it until you had your own private track?
Oh, I didn't have my own practice track until 1999. I bought my first piece of property. I used to ride at other people's place.
In the pros, you didn't even have it when you first started as a pro?
No, not my own place. No,
wow.
I would go. I actually leased some property for my first Supercross track in '97, but I officially bought my own place in '99. But yeah, I would just go to local tracks and ride, or some other people's house to ride.
Wow, cool.
So that's pretty neat, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I know kids that are 6 years old that have massive facilities right now.
That was common back then. Now everybody has their own place.
Yes.
And on their place they have, the pros. They got 2 Supercross tracks on their property. So anyhow,
good battle here. We got first and second. Thrasher's been alone out front, but look at Carter Beeson, the number 2 spot, closing the gap. And we got him on the screen right now. This is going to be a battle for the lead. One mistake, and our second place rider, Beason's going to try to get it.
Well, that's right. These tracks, these guys, with it being shorter, you get a lot more laps, but everything is so much more compact. It's harder to get away, and if you make a mistake, boom, the next guy behind you is right on your tail.
And that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah.
Now, second place rider trying to find running room, maybe make the pass here in this right-hander. He's going to go to the outside, Rodney.
Wow, trying to slingshot around the outside. We see that happen quite often and work. And I think actually the gap was cut quite a bit there. We did see a 1.2-second gap between Thrasher and Bees there. And as we near the finish line for the completion of lap number 5, we'll see how things start to shape up for them now. Thrasher and Bees. And Thrasher still has got the advantage, and the gap only a half second now.
Ricky's got to go back to work. It's his race. They got to make some decisions, so they pulled him back out of our show. Remember, it's not just to stamp your name on it. He's an integral part of track maintenance and how the laps are going to shape up and some other things like that.
They need the guy that drops the gate.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. He's got to go back to the doghouse for the next moto.
Hey, we were talking there a few moments ago as Thrasher and Bees continue to battle it out here. We'll be keeping an eye on that. But I just wanted to point out, we were talking about the history of Bike Week. Here's a note of interest for you. Bike Week has been a tradition since January 24th, 1937, when the inaugural running of the Daytona 200 took place, man. So, well more than 50 years.
1937.
37. I was thinking 50, 60 years, not that many, man. That's like 70 or so.
I think back then Bike Week was just the guy with the huge handlebar mustache and the giant front wheel on a bicycle with the pedals directly connected. What the motorcycle's like in 37. Man.
Wow. Here we go. More of this going on. I see that 79 Jet Reynolds. Looks like he and Crockett Myers may have a battle of their own going on there. At least either that or he's trying to get through some lap traffic. But whatever the case may be, man, Reynolds is starting to really come to life here in the latter part of this main event. He's popping off 117s here later in the moto. I think he was looking closer to 118, 119s there in the beginning of the race.
And our leaders on this last lap are still battling not only each other but traffic. So Bees and Thrasher. So what's more fierce, a Thrasher or an angry set of Bees? We're going to find out here in this last lap.
0.4 of a second is what separated them last time. Bees has been putting the pressure on Thrasher for the last several laps, and it really has gotten intensified. We saw it go from 1.2 seconds to 0.6 of a second to now 0.4 of a second.
Time running out, though, for Bees. This could be his last chance to make the move in this bowl turn. He's going to try to make it around the outside. Here he goes. Can he get the drive? Oh, Thrasher's keeping that thing pinned. Here we go. Bees to the inside.
Whoa, look at this.
They come together in the final corner. Whoa. Thrasher gets it back. To the checkers we go. What a race, and Thrasher's going to hold on by half a bike length.
Woo! Man, I thought Bees might have that. He came in just a little bit too hot. He threaded that needle, Jason, but he couldn't get the bike slowed down enough to make that turn.
That was just a game of suicide. Who was going to get off the brakes last?
Who's going to let off? If you don't let off, both of us going down. So.
That's intense, man. I mean, these kids, 8 years old or so, man, and they're battling it down, to the very last nth of a second there into that turn, man, just trying to keep that throttle on longer than the other guy. Man, it just goes to show you how far advanced these amateurs have come in this program. And the events like this, Ricky Carmichael, Amateur Supercross, the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Champions, Freestyle, all these, this is what makes these riders what they are these days.
Yeah, that's great experience right there. Plus setting each other up in those 180 corners. I love that. You don't get that on the typical motocross track.
No, so they're keeping the Supercross spirit alive today.
Yeah.
450C are coming up next. It was Thrasher Bees. Jet Reynolds moves into the number 3 spot. We told you he was on the move. Crockett Myers moves up to 4th. That was him working up through the pack there. It's Caden Braswell was 5th, then Magnus Smith in 6th. Chase Yenser in 7th. Matthew LeBlanc holds on for 8th. Noah Stevens in 9th. And Daniel Scott rounds out your top 10 there for the 65cc 7 to 11-year-old class. And coming up next, as we said, the 450C. These are 21-plus-year-old class riders out on the track ready to roll next. So looking at this one, guys, I'm assuming 450C, it's always hard to tell in the C classes, but Morgan Edwards out of Salisbury, England, on Evolution Motorsports KTM, the 46, took a win, I think, coming into this one, and he has set himself up to be the man to beat, according to the results I'm looking at. Second spot went to Diego Tavares out of Pompano Beach, Florida, on a Bell Parts MX Mud Cleaner backed machine. Third place to Matt Coruscant out of Park Hill, Ontario, Canada, on a Hogtowns Parts Canada backed Yamaha on the 993. We'll see how it all pans out for them. Consistency is going to be key. Good starts and staying straight and forward.
This section across the start is flat, but it's almost becoming a whoop section at this point.
Diego Tavares is your leader on that one, guys, and he took the second in Moto 1. Looks like we've got some flags coming out, so that could change the face of this race in the middle pack, depending on how everyone got started out there.
this is a pretty cool new class that they have here. It's 450C and 21 plus of age, so it helps a lot of kids. I guess they have a younger division now as well. That would be a lot cooler for kids moving up to big bikes if you're getting 450 class and you're right at the novice before you jump to intermediate.
And I think it kind of evens the playing field for somebody that maybe decided to start racing later in life and had to enter on the novice level. That way somebody that's 25 years old or 24 years old or even 30, as far as that goes, doesn't have to race against a 16 or 17-year-old kid that's in peak physical conditioning at that point in their life. Well, as we look at this one, it is Diego Tavares with the lead. Justin Sanati out of Lutz, Florida. He was second spot with Brandon Malden running in the number 3 spot. Charles Harris in 4th. Zachary Claver was 5th. Daniel Parlier was the 6th place ride. Victor Palmer was running 7th. Eric Brody was 8th. Landon Much in 9th. And Eugene Jentz rounded out your top 10 in this 450C 21 plus class. Coming up next, we got the 85cc's, another class that's fun to watch. 12 to 13-year-old division, I think, is going to be making that run next.
We have a decision on the 250 Pro Sport. We're going to bring him back, or we're going to run the full deal. Sean Hackley, you get your wish.
Okay, so they're going to run all the laps then. And how far is that going to be in front of the 450?
Yeah, you're right. And they try to time it as best we can. Senior BC is race 14, Senior BC 45 plus. After that, Senior BC 45 plus. We will then bring 258 Pro Sport back to the gate, and we'll run their full 12 laps. That would essentially make them race 15. So they will run after Senior BC 45 plus and before Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16, probably about a half an hour. So if you're a 258 Pro Sport rider, we're going to bring you back and run the full kit. We're going to get a good show out of this. So you have about a half hour, would say, so the time of these motos, and we'll bring 258 Pro Sport back for a full race after race 15, or after race 14, which is Senior BC 45 plus.
You know, a big part of training is recovery time, and this right here is going to tell whether or not these guys have been doing the right types of training or not, I think, Sean.
Yes, and I spoke with Plessinger, Hayes, as well as Tucker, and they were all ready to go for the next 12 laps again if they had to run it over. So we're really going to see who's training, who's been working hard, getting ready for this event.
No doubt about that. And right now, Tavares continues to hold on after 3 laps complete as that Honda rider out of Pompano Beach, Florida, now opens up a lead of 7.5 seconds over Justin Sanati out of Lutz, Florida. A 1:11 lap time by Tavares. Now get this, we were looking at a little quicker lap times, I think, by 65cc. Some of the 65cc riders, if I'm not mistaken, are close to the same lap times as some of these guys. But anyway, it's just pretty amazing. Novice class to the 65 riders who have been doing this since they were 4 years old. But 7.5 seconds between first and second right now. Justin Sanati has a 8-second lead over third place ride, the 3:14 of Charles Harris. And then another 3 seconds back to the fourth place rider, Zachary Claver. And Morgan Edwards rounds out your top 5 aboard the number 46. Edwards could be one to watch. He's turning a 1:11 about as fast. Actually, he turned the fastest lap time, I think, that time around, 1:11.199. And he's only a second behind Zachary Claver, so he should be moving up to fourth. But the thing about it is, can or will he be able to catch Diego Tavares? That's going to be tough to do if Tavares can stay consistent on this lap time that he opened up with.
Want to throw congrats officially. They're giving the Whole Shot Award and $100 from MotorcycleSuperstore.com to Zach Claver, the number 70 out of Newark, New York, to make the official call on the whole shot there. Diego Tavares, as you mentioned, Rodney, is out front now in this one. Tavares was pretty strong in his heat race, did finish second, but it's a main event format. It's not a traditional motocross where we average the 2 scores. Nope, you win the main event, you're the champ. Simple as that.
Sanati still back in that number 2 spot. Harris still in third. This is after 4 laps complete now. 10 seconds the gap between first and second. 8.5 now between second and third. But Morgan Edwards, who we told you was going to be moving up into the number 4 spot according to the way lap times are looking. The 46 machine is now fourth. Popped off a 1:12 and only 0.7 of a second behind the third place ride of Charles Harris. So the 46 and 3:14, we should be looking at a battle shaping up or just subsiding at this particular point now as time wears on here.
We're just going to have to keep annoying you with this one. We don't want anyone to miss the gate. We'll just keep hitting it as much as possible for those here at the facility. It is 258 Pro Sport. We're going to race it again. They had a red flag. We're going to race it again, all 12 laps, and it essentially becomes race 75A or race 14A. Senior BC 45 plus will race, and then we'll follow it. We'll reinsert 258 Pro Sport. That's about a half hour away. So senior A 40 plus will race. That's race 13. Then race 14, senior BC 45 plus, and then 258 Pro Sport will go back. So I'd say we're probably about 10 minutes away from the point where you riders should be heading back toward the staging area. So that's interesting. We're going to get the full kit of 12 laps, and it's intensity, and this track is rough. We'll see where the fitness is for some of these guys. And it's actually gotten fairly warm out here today.
7 laps is what they're running in this particular division and class. They have 5 in the history books. Working on lap number 6, should be seeing a white flag come out. Morgan Edwards, the number 46 out of Salisbury, England, is the one we're keeping an eye on. A 1:12.089 last time around. He is now up to a number 3 spot. Was 5.5 seconds behind Justin Sanandi, but very well could be challenging as they go across the finish line here about any second now. And the 139 of 46 will be taking this one down. And nope, it won't, because look at that. There went Morgan Edwards right past the 139 like he was sitting still in that front stretch. Just past. Oh, did he crash?
Trying to figure out who that was there. They go into that back section. I think we're blocked by some of those. I think that's just the leader got held up by a lap rider. They were blocked by some of the hay bales back there. Yeah, here we go. Tavares still out front alone by himself, able to avoid the carnage that could have trapped him there.
16.5 second gap between him and himself in second place right now. But like we said, that's where the battle was. Edwards, though, made the pass. The 46 now is second. And looks like Edwards is going to run out of time. Diego Tavares is obviously fast, and as is Morgan Edwards right now. As we look at the fastest lap was turned in this division and then in this particular race by now third-place rider Morgan Edwards.
That's it.
1:11.199 is what he turned as the fastest lap in this one, and there went Tavares.
Got the victory. Takes a checkered flag. If you're going to take that checkered flag, got to give it back, man. Oh, no, he didn't take it. He just won.
There you go.
Just won. Good little battle back there. Morgan Edwards not giving up.
No. Made a long trip over for this one also. I mean, that's the kind of prestige this particular event holds. I mean, international talent wants to come and be a part of this, and that right there just goes to show you, I think, just exactly how important this race is as part of the 5 majors and the American Motocross Championships.
Let's bring the mini cycles back. 85, 12 to 13 will be the next group. And, when you get to the minis, riders are all different sizes, so you never know. Sometimes in the 11-year-old group, some are on 80s, some are on 65 still. When they get to age 14, 15, some have moved to big bikes, some are on 85 still. But in that 12, 13 sweet spot, almost all the riders are on 85s in that 12-13 division, which means probably the most stacked usually and deepest of the mini-cycle classes.
It is, and it's always been my most favored to watch. I can remember when I first started going down to Loretta's, Ricky was riding 65s and 85s at that time, and at that time I thought it was just because of Ricky Carmichael and how great of a kid he was. But no, man, I mean, after even Ricky graduated out of those ranks were always the more interesting, the most exciting, for me on a personal standpoint, to watch on an amateur level anyway.
You're a bad dude if you win this one. Let's see who gets it. First got some Motorcycle Superstore money on the line. And I'll wait for the official word on the hole shot there from those folks.
A couple riders down going in that second turn.
Cam Mitchell got the heat race win, as well as Jalik Swoll got the other one. So those are the two that have the good gate picks coming in. They're on the back section of the track, about to work their way forward. This was a bunch of tabletops and on-offs and things like that for the pro race. They've obviously scaled it down and tamed it down a little bit.
Here
we go.
Pappy in the lead right now.
Yeah. Now, Pappy had to make some moves. He had a crash in the heat, came back to finish second. This is where he wants to be. Now he's out front.
Jalik Swoll is in second, too, so this could be a good race that we have here.
This guy's going to be ripping. Watch for the 45. Cam Mitchell, another heat race winner. All right, so
Yeah,
we got three of the
he's in
favorites up
third,
front.
so 3 of the favorites right now are out front.
Oh, we're looking forward to this. They're going to cross. There's Pappy to get the green flag, crossing it, complete one lap. Here he is.
Man, Pappy is just really starting to separate himself. He in that second place ride right now, really starting to look like the cream rising to the top. There's Jalek Swole out of Silver Springs, Florida. And then we got Cameron Mitchell back in the number 3 spot, 1.8 seconds back. Justin Rodbell is 4th. Grant Harlan in 5th. Tommy Rios is 6th. We got Elliott Queen in 7th. Colin Park in 8th. Gabe Guitars in 9th. And Jackson Turpin rounding out the top 10 in that one. And, man, I mean, we're looking all the way back. We're seeing names in there like Charles Tollison. We could see him run top 10 easily out there. He's right now running back in an 11th place position. We got Jordan Jarvis, could easily be a top 10 rider. Jack Rogers back in 15th place. Ty Masterpool back in 16th place. I think there's a long road to hoe as far as this particular division is concerned, Jason Wygant.
I guess that's that depth we're talking about. We're talking 3 riders that are really faster up front. Yet there's a whole bunch of other guys who are really good that have to come from behind. That's how many big names there are. Here we go. Battle for the lead. Swole, not messing around.
He made a pass earlier, but Brock Pappy was outside and able to hit the big roller and double into the rhythm section. So this is only the second lap. It's a great race, a great battle shaping up for us.
This is full intensity here. How much are they going to have left in the tank? They keep battling like this on lap 2. Swole going to try an inside. No, Pappy's got that one covered.
The thing about the 12-13 class is a lot like the B class where when you're talking about the big bikes. The 12-13 riders are about to turn into 14-15 or just now getting on the big bike, so they're getting a lot stronger, growth spurts are happening, and they're going fast.
Yeah, you mean business if you're able to win in this division. There's no hiding in the 12-13 85 class. Totally different lines here, left and right side of the track.
Got to stay out of that roost.
Yeah. It's going to get us in the truck here. Cameron Mitchell is 4th, but these two have really matched each other. This battle for the lead.
Right here is where Swole made the pass, but then Pappy was able to hit this big double coming out the turn.
Pappy's keeping a lot of momentum by riding the outsides of some of these turns out there, but, you know, got to give it up for that second place, man. You got to start looking for those alternative lines out there. And the one thing you can say, he hasn't lost any time in his hunt for that first place position.
Not able to get that big double. What happened there?
Yellow flag was out.
Okay. Have to imagine. I was looking at the race order. I have to imagine, like, I know they know how to do this. Hey, once again, 258 Pro Sport riders, remember you're going to be right after race 14. We're bringing you back. We don't have any of you in staging. We'd like to see our 258 Pro Sport riders start to work their way down. We're going to race this 12-13 division. Senior A will be next, and then after that, it's 258 Pro Sport. So if you're 258 Pro Sport, head down to staging now.
Wow, Pappy is not getting any break whatsoever from Swole. Swole is not let up. Every time that it looks like that Pappy might start to pull out just a little bit, Swole is right back there in position to challenge. And I think Cameron Mitchell might be trying to roll up a little bit. Actually, Mitchell and Rodbell are rolling up on one another and should be seeing a good battle shape up for the number 3 spot. But that's lap traffic we're seeing these leaders in amongst now. And that might be a saving grace there for Jalek Swolk and put Brock Pappy in a position to maybe make a little bit of a mistake. And that's what it takes, like you said, Jason Wygant. These speeds so evenly matched right now. It's just a matter of microseconds and microsecond decisions right now, millisecond decisions on whether or not you should twist the throttle or keep it held on or put the brakes on just a fraction longer or quicker. And that's going to be the tell of this tape, especially when you're looking at gaps a second, less than a second, 9/10, 6/10, 4/10, and that's what we're looking at with these guys.
I think line choice is key, too. I was impressed that they both had completely different parts of the track here as they come in front of us.
Their lap times last couple of times around, Jason, have been nearly identical. They're 110.5, 110.6. But Cameron Mitchell turning 109.2, Justin Rodbell 109.5. They're starting to close that gap up on those guys as they continue to battle. Now, the fastest lap was Brock Pappy. He turned that at a 108. But since he and Swole have been battling, they've dropped down into that 110 range, and now Mitchell and Rodbell might take advantage of the situation. 5 laps down of 7 right now, so we're about 2 more to go. Cameron Mitchell checks in 3 seconds back. That's closed up the gap a little bit. Justin Rodbell is another 1.5 seconds back behind him in 4th. There's Grant Harlan in the number 5 ride. Tommy Rios is 6th. Colin Park is running 7th. Gabe Guitar is 8th. Actually, we see a change there. Devin Stoddart moves up to 8th. Jackson Turbin in 9th, the number 70, and something happening there to Guitarez as Elliott Queen now rounds out your top 10 aboard the number 66.
It is still wheel to wheel out front as you get an eye on our leaders. You see Swole in 2nd, giving a look, trying to figure out where he can find a different line. Will he go inside here again? He loves that inside, Sean.
Yeah, but as long as Pappy gets the double, he's not going to be able to make the pass. It makes up time, but Pappy, loses a little bit of time going outside. But making that double clean gets him a little bit of a break. But Swole's trying to be aggressive right now, and they're coming up to this jump with a red cross out, so they have to slow down.
And it's last lap. Cool your jets right here.
They pulled the medic flag out just in time for them so they could jump the double. So that was great.
Didn't slow it down any. I wondered what that might do to the face with them having to slow that momentum down just a little bit on this final lap like this. But, man.
Also a lot of lappers right now, too.
Yes.
So a lot of things will come into play.
A lot of variables. Last time around, guys, they were only 0.3 of a second apart. Pappy.
Maybe opening up a little tiny bit compared to where he was a lap ago, but not much.
That's what I'm thinking right now. It's just a fraction more, and I think that lap traffic is probably what's making J-Luck Swole second-guess some of his line choices out there. Maybe why we're not seeing him pushing as hard, or at least seemingly as much on the rear wheel of your leader of Brock Pappy.
And Pappy played it smart by going inside right there and just securing this win.
Wow. Well, he just proved that he can ride with pressure. It was applied by Swole the whole way. There was that brief moment where he got in front of him in the right-hander, brief moment where he got in front of the left, but in the end, Pappy holds on. And look at that.
Yeah, that's good to see. Just friends right there. Just can battle it out and just get ready for their next moto.
So your champion of 12 to 13, 85. It's a main event format, so that's it. You just saw it happen. Brock Pappy is your champ for 2014 in that class, coming out of Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania area, and we're ready to roll. Going to bring in some of the age divisions now. Senior A, 40 plus.
By the way, the fastest lap of the that main in the 60 or 85 12 to 13, a 108.003. So Pappy had, I think, a pretty good time dialed in there. And again, we talked about the depth of the field and how competitive of a field it was. Lap times, some of the guys as fast as lap times were all ranging right around, and consistent lap times, right around that 109, 109 and a half for Pappy and Swole and Mitchell, Rodbell and those guys.
And speaking of competition, we're going to bring the Senior A class to the gate. And in the heat race we had, I think believe it or not, a new rivalry beginning to brew. And these are with riders that are near the age of 50 years old. It's like the hot new rivalry on the block. You got Earl the Pearl May and Barry Karsten. The last 2 years here, they've spent more time side by side than in any other order, and it's going to happen again, I bet you, in this Senior A moto. All right, next race after this will be BC 45 Plus, and then we're going to that Pro Sport moto. So you guys got to get down and staging now if you're 258 Pro Sport. We're going to drop the gate on Senior A. Going to drop the gate on Senior A 40 Plus. Then Senior BC 45 Plus is your next race after this. And after that, we bring our 258 Pro Sport riders back. So if you're a 258 Pro Sport rider, you have to head to staging now. You're 2 motos away from racing your full 12 laps again due to the red flag. Yeah, Barry Karsten and All May, these guys are... they've got a lot of laps logged, but since they've met in these amateur ranks, man, it's been fun to watch. These guys know their way around a motocross track.
This is going to be a really good race. You got a lot of good guys in here. Earl May won. Barry Karsten was second. Galen Dixon, he was third, as well as Pedro Gonzalez. You know, he's one of the Mexican national champions and everything. So a lot of really fast guys out here, so a good race.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. I think a little nips and tucks on the track here, and we'll be ready to go at 40 plus. Hey, we're looking for the parents of Jasmine Canfield. Jasmine Canfield, we have a rider down on the track. We're looking for the parents of Jasmine Canfield out of that 85 12 to 13 division. Thanks. That's the rider number 46. Was just out there in 12 to 13.
A lot of precautions taken out there for these riders, and we got to say a hats off to an excellently prepared Daytona staff here, the EMS fire crew here with us again. And, you know, it's good to know that we are in the best hands possible as far as amateur motocross is concerned. And, you know, here in Daytona, like we were talking earlier, you know, we talked about Bike Week being a tradition since January 24th. I don't know if you heard this or not, Sean. January 24th, 1937 is whenever they had the inaugural running of the Daytona 200, which took place down on the beach and on the main street down there. And the first race took place on a 3.2-mile beach and road course, and it was located just south of Daytona Beach, I guess, according to this. And Ed Kretz of Monterey Park, California, was the first winner riding an American-made Indian motorcycle, and he averaged about 73.34 miles an hour on that sand and road course.
I would love to see that. Just street bikes on sand and road, just kind of like super motard.
You know, I got to say, and I'm one of those throwback kind of guys. You know how you got the throwback soft drinks and things like that, and you always see the retro this and the retro that. I would like for one time to see them take like a speed week and a bike week and move it back down there and put it on the streets like that. I think that would be pretty neat. It'd be tough to do today the way things are today, but I mean, it still would be neat to see something like that happen.
Not a bad idea. You might have stumbled on something there.
I'm sure I'm not the only one that's thought that. But I'm sure when you look at the logistics of it, it's probably not as easy as it is to come up with that idea.
Giving you folks a look at what it's like to come here to Daytona. That's right outside the speedway that you saw. Bill France Boulevard then leads you right here in to the World Center of Racing. And I've said it over and over. You know, you can go to a Supercross race at an NFL stadium or a Major League Baseball stadium. Those things are postage stamps compared to this.
Yes, the size of this area, this motocross track takes up nothing of this property at all. It's just, you look at it, you're like, okay, wow, and it's about a 4 or 5 mile drive just to get, after you get in here, to get to the track that we use. So we usually fill up stadiums, and this does nothing.
Yeah, we can barely make a dent. It's always funny to me, the first time I came here, I looked and I was like, what are the other grandstands for? What track is that? And they're like, that's the same track. It's just a mile away, but it's the same track.
It is huge. It's got a huge lake. I mean, in the mid, you could probably go water skiing in that lake, jet skiing and all that stuff. And again, it looks so small because you think whenever you think of a race facility, I'm always thinking a half mile or a mile at the most. But man, I mean, it's huge. And the amount of time and the work that goes into this place 365 days a year, and the amount of events that goes off at this place, just utterly amazing.
And what that gives us access to, you get to pit right in the NASCAR pit garages if you participate in this event. We have Gatorade Victory Lane. That's right where Dale Earnhardt Jr. was a couple weeks ago at the Daytona 500. You get to hang out there. There's so much history here, and you really get to participate. They don't rope it off and say, no, you're the motocross group. Just stay over here. You get to check out the whole place while you're here. You treat it just like a NASCAR driver.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just to see how big the banks and the turns are. You don't realize it on TV, but for those guys to turn going 200 mile an hour, you can barely walk up some of these turns right now.
And not only that, you know what impresses me most, and I always wondered about it, the announcers always getting excited. They're 3 wide down the front stretch. And I thought, well, so what? They're 3 wide. Go walk and stand on the front stretch here at Daytona's International
That's not very wide.
It's about as wide as, and probably not as wide as some state highways out there. It's crazy, man. It is definitely crazy. Folks, it looks like we're about ready to resume racing. Just want to remind folks that all week long we got all kinds of racing going on down here. Got the 64th Alligator Enduro coming up, the Daytona Dirt Riders event. One of the oldest enduros in the country, will feature a long-time list of pros and semi-pros. They've got flat track coming up on March 13th and 14th, and road racing the 14th and 15th right back here at Daytona International Speedways. The gate's down on the senior 40-plus riders.
And it's Barry Costin grabbing the whole shot here on the 31. Another reminder, we want 258 Pro Sport riders down toward the starting area. We have one more class that will start after this, and then it's 258 Pro Sport. We'll race them again after the red flag situation. So here we go. Time to do battle in 40A.
All right, Karsten, not too far removed probably from even racing these professionally. I know that we talked about, and he was so well noted for so many years for being a professional rider for so long and, racing so many different events. But to come back here and be competitive like he is and having the fun that he is in the amateur ranks is pretty amazing for Karsten as well as everyone who's racing against him.
You got Gonzalez there in second.
Then Earl May in third.
Yeah.
So they're already getting aggressive right now, too. We haven't even finished the first lap yet.
40 plus, you're not supposed to be aggressive anymore.
Kevin Kozad just back there looking like, all right, maybe slow up a little bit and get around on the outside.
There you go.
How old is Earl May anyway?
He's 50 this year.
Wow.
He's 50 this year. You wouldn't know it by watching him ride. He makes the move. He's up to second. So here we have the scenario. Karsten and May. You cannot get more evenly matched in speed, these two. They just have battle and battle and battle, and I think we got the setup for it again here in the main event.
So Earl May can ride Masters plus 50 as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. He should ride a vintage bike in that one. That would be cool.
He might have to make it fair.
Yeah.
I mean, he goes out there and whoops on those guys. He's a relatively young 50. He's 50 on the dot. Here we go. Carson's going to have to try to hold him off.
I can just imagine some of those other 50-plus guys going, sandbagger.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Wow. So, man, look at that. May is not letting Karsten get away any whatsoever. I think he's starting to put the pressure on him, if you want to know the truth.
Jumping out. Here's a double. Now it's a set of rollers.
Wow, May.
Carson's checking his lines right now.
I think May is in full attack mode right now, and he's not.
He's got the pass. He's going to the inside on Karsten. It's going to be side by side.
It's a drag race.
They basically just have very similar to what we'd see at downtown here at Bike Week. It's basically just a sidecar. Two of them are just next to each other every time they're on the track. And here we go again. Karsten doing a good job finding the lines, holding him off. May's going to tuck it down the inside. Karsten's got that covered.
One thing this race right here won't be able to afford in the early part of it, and they won't be seeing, obviously, is lap traffic. That's one good thing about this class. It takes them a while to catch up to those guys, but when they do, you can really throw some monkeys in the rinse, that's for sure.
May, of course, hangs out. He's a Florida guy, good friends with the Carmichael family, does some of his riding and training at the Carmichael farm when he does have time to do it. Oh! May is down! Oh, you don't like to see some of these riders in the age classes go down. They don't just bounce up like the kids, but good to see Earl's okay. No problem.
I was getting ready to say, watch him bounce up like an 8-year-old or
He
something.
did, yeah. The gear didn't even get dirty.
Crazy, man.
Earl May was a little bit faster that last lap, but looks like after making that mistake, Barry Karsten has a pretty big lead now.
Well, that's the determination there. Karsten didn't want to give it up, and because they kept battling it, it led to the opportunity maybe for someone to make a mistake, and it was May that made it. So Karsten might get himself a 40A championship, but this track can come get you. You know, Karsten got that whole shot. 2 years ago was the first time he raced this thing. He got the whole shot, got the motorcycle superstore money, and we asked him what was the key to getting those good starts. And he said, you know, they got a pretty girl down there holding the 30-second card. I try to get to her before all the other guys do.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, right?
Karsten is out front, and now Pedro Gonzalez is 4.7 seconds back in the number 2 spot. That moves Kevin Kozad up to a number 3 spot out of Alachua, Florida, it looks like, on his KTM. 3.2 seconds back in the number 3 position. May lost fell back about 5 seconds behind Kozad, and now rounds out 4th place with James Nagy Jr. in 5th, Alan Alford 6th. Looks like James Pryor 7th, Dean Sarver in 8th, Daniel Trico in 9th, and Ray Schlegel rounds out your top 10 in this senior plus 40.
I just want to keep reminding 250A Pro Sport riders to get down to staging. We're going to have a 45-plus moto, and then 250A Pro Sport will be back, so we'll get the full coverage. You folks here at Daytona will see them do full 12 laps. We'll get it on RacerTV.com. So there's not much time left if you're a 250A Pro Sport rider to get back and go racing. Here's Karsten.
Wow, Gonzalez seems to be holding steadily back there, and I don't know whether that would be the case that Oh, that was a lapped rider. Okay, I was going to say, man, he seems to be actually opening up the gap. And look at that. Kozad under pressure from May. I think May just actually made the pass on Kevin Kozad back for the number 3 spot. Man on a mission. Watch him go. He does, and he looks like a 65cc rider that just got back and trying to make up for lost ground right now.
He has the fastest lap times going right now, too.
Unbelievable.
2 seconds faster than Barry Carson after that crash. So
that is crazy.
He's still going for the win right now.
That's wild. That shows you, it just goes to show you how much and how deep the love for motocross runs in Earl May. You know, they call him Earl the Pearl for a reason. Obviously, it rhymes, but I think he is a true pearl when it comes to motocross racing, because there's not many out there like Earl May for sure.
I just think there's like some sort of magnet on the two bikes, and if they get too far away from each other, Karsten and May, it just starts pulling them back toward each other. They just have to race close no matter what happens.
Well, Barry's fighting it right now because he doesn't want to be back there. He has the lead, so he's trying to take away this championship today.
But can Barry fight the forces of the universe is the question.
I'm telling you, man, the whole place might disintegrate if he gets too far ahead.
Gonzalez still holding on to second. Kozad, May. Actually, it's May up to third now. Then Kozad, Nagy in the number 5 spot as we'll recheck things. I think we are, what now, 5 laps down.
4 laps down. We're coming from the 5th lap now.
So May is about 10 seconds behind Karsten. And they're turning nearly identical lap times about right now. So I don't expect May to catch up to Karsten at this point. And 5 seconds, almost 6 seconds behind Gonzalez. Or no, almost 5 seconds behind Gonzalez. Gonzalez turning nearly identical lap times also. I don't know that May's even going to be able to get around Gonzalez. He's just probably going to have to settle in for third after that mistake.
Well, the track's also break down again right now, too, so rider errors can happen. Like we see right there, a rider going down. Hopefully he's all right.
I hope he's all right. Here comes Karsten back across the start stretch. Watch how choppy it is here.
That is starting to get pretty choppy across that start. Oh, look at this, man.
Gonzalez.
Oh, is that?
Gonzalez.
Yeah, that is
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Up a little bit.
Yeah. And here comes May in third. We're watching it right in front of us. Some of the long shots, you might get all 3 of them in the picture. Karsten, though, he's cagey one. I think he knows what he needs to do to try to manage it down the stretch. Karsten, a long-time pro. I think he had a national number for, I think it was 87 through about 2006, 2004, I believe it was.
2004, 2005.
Yeah, and I even put an asterisk on that. First year he didn't get one. He was still a Suzuki guy. They didn't have a 450. He was racing the Nationals. Didn't get enough points that year. Then Suzuki did come out with a 450 the next year, and he earned another national number. So he had a big streak going, lost it once, got it back. At that point, I think it might have been the longest running ever. I think John Dowd obliterated that along with other records. But Karsten was around from the 1980s all the way through the mid-2000s, earning a 2-digit number every year.
That's crazy. That's wild. That is good. And again, sometimes, man, it's just hard to get away from it. That shows you how much of an addiction it is.
Watching Gonzalez here in second. He's digging. He's really pushing.
Yes.
Trying to get Karsten. The gap is, I'd say, about 4 seconds by now.
I don't know if there's so much he's trying to. I know he's trying to get Karsten, but I think he's trying to keep May at bay as much as anything right now from back in third.
They have another 4 laps to go, so not sure if Barry's getting tired or these guys just keep pushing right now. He just can't get comfortable.
And there's big contingency posted here. What happened?
The white flag's out.
All right.
I thought they were
flag
going to
is
run
out.
9 laps, though.
Yeah. Earl May's got the best lap time in this one. It might not come together for him, though, unless there's a problem for Karsten late in this one. Karsten doing a good job. He's getting around a lot of the bumps. So Karsten's probably about 3/4 of a lap away from getting this thing done with the white flag now out.
Senior 840 plus class on the track right now. We are going to go back to that 258 Pro Sport moto right after that. Start it over and rerun it, and then we'll go. Actually, we got the Senior BC 45 plus coming up also. I think that's coming up next. Then the 258 Pro Sport. Then we got Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16, and 250C coming up. And after the 250C 17 plus is our WMX. And 250 All-Star. Man, there's a lot of great classes of racing here.
Well, we got it for about 2 laps. The battle we wanted to see between Karsten and May. This one's going to go to Bear Dog. Barry Karsten. May had a crash. Who knows how it would have ended if they had battled, but that's racing, man. That's how it turns out. And, this is cool. Barry's going to pull it on in and chat with Jen Kenyon once he comes off the track. Got to work his way around, give him a little taste of the car track that they pull off.
There's the next class coming up right there.
That will be 45 plus, and then we're going to expect to see the Pro Sport boys do battle again. Pro Sport riders are running out of time. There's 45 plus BC, and we'll follow it with Pro Sport 250.
It's going to be good to see the pros back out there because the moto before that, they did a little bit of track prep, smoothed it out. And now that the few races that have gone by, the track looks like it's a lot rougher, a lot of ruts in front of the jump, so that may play a part of the overall result as well.
Well, there we see ourselves, the race day studio.
I was ready to wave to myself.
Hi.
How am I doing? Doing good.
Great to be inside and say shout out to Shan Moore there as he makes his way through the facility. Also another fixture in the sport of motocross, I think.
Yeah, covering it for Cycle News. A lot more media attention. You know, that's what's great about this event. You run the Supercross on Saturday where everyone is, and then they just stay. And then they get to cover the amateur side, too. Jen, you ready to go? We'll send it down to Jen Kenyon with Barry Karsten.
All right, we're down here with Barry Karsten, Senior A, 40-plus winner. You and Earl were going at it there, and then you kind of lost him. Do you ever get tired of battling with that guy out there?
Yeah, yes I do. No, Earl's a great competitor. We battled all the way from being pro all the way up to being vet riders, and yeah, I get tired of battling with him.
Speaking of tired, you look a little bit tired. How's the track out there?
The track is really rough. It's hot. I mean, I'm from New Jersey. We had the worst snow and ice, so I haven't ridden much. My son got hurt, so I didn't get to come down to Florida, but I'm panting. Yes, I am.
All right, well, you got that first main event win there. Congratulations on that, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys out there a little bit later.
Thank you very much, and thanks everybody for putting on this event.
All right, we appreciate it. Barry Karsten, everybody.
Wow. History right there. That guy is awesome. And, yeah, he gets tired of racing, May. That's for sure. I don't blame him, man. That guy gives him fits. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, if either one of them didn't show up, the other one would just completely dominate.
And then it would be boring for us, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy that they're both here. Keep this going. How about 45 plus? I saw the 202 getting out front early in this one. 202 is Daniel Zulo, 6th in his heat race. Waxahachie, Florida. That's the early lead. What's happening now?
You know, that's good, too. A lot of times we judge what's going to happen in the main events by what takes place in the qualifiers and things like that. But, sometimes for guys like our leader there, it might not be as much the case. He might not have came out and had as much, as good a luck. He might have been a lot more nervous then and had a chance to get the nerves knocked off. And now he's got a whole shot and might see if he can hang on to that one.
Yeah, could have had a fall in the first turn or just not a good start, wasn't able to get through the pack. But seems like he's getting things situated now. It looks like he have someone else taking over the lead, but he's still in second.
For sure. I think 337 Lee Fleshman has taken over the lead there, and Daniel Zulo, the 202. Richard looks like Krzyman in the number 3 spot. Eric Fortin was 4th. James Adams in 5th. Craig Allen running in the number 6 spot. Harold Neighbors in 7th. Henry Camijo was 8th. Stephen Thompson was 9th. And Darrell Teal rounded out your top 10. That was after that first lap. I'm expecting to see some changes. We had a lot of close battles as they were still jockeying for position, trying to get sorted out and settled in on that first lap.
Zulo has the $100 from motorcyclesuperstore.com. They're texting me the info down there from turn 1. So well done for the 202. But now Fleischman to grab the lead.
Fleshman, that number 337 machine is...
Now it's Adams in 3rd trying to put pressure on Zulo. Here goes down to the inside. This is the battle for 2nd.
Yeah, he's had some pressure on him about a lap now, so he's just trying to close up, find a good passing spot for him. Oh, and I think he might have found it just now. Yes, he did.
Wow. Even airing out that single just a little bit. Zulo going to try to get him back now.
James Adams out of Loxley, Alabama on a team Sakai Racing Motorsports, alias Race Tech. Micah Metals, Novik Gloves, back Suzuki, 47-year-old gentleman in the senior BC 45-plus class.
pretty cool to see him out there. I just has him coming by. He's on a 250F. And I believe the KTM rider behind him is on a 350 or a 450. So that's cool to ride the lesser bike in there. He's still up there in second place.
You know, sometimes power has its advantages, but oftentimes just being able to control and use all the power that is available there to its advantage is more advantageous than actually having the power in the first place.
Got the red cross flags out in this section here. Riders able to get through that, negotiated smoothly. And we go back to our leader, Fleischmann. He's on a 337. He's starting to get away, but this battle for second, not over. Zulo not letting Adams off the hook. Then you got Craig Allen in fourth and Fortin in fifth.
So with the red crosses and the battles winding down here. There goes Adams, your second place ride. There is still Zulo back in the number 3 spot right in front of the Race Day Studios here. Fleischmann turning a lap time of just under 1:16 at 1:15.9. His fastest was a 1:15.8, so he's staying very consistent lap after lap on board the number 337. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he hails from out of Memphis, Michigan. 47 years old, as Jason Wygant said, qualified third coming into this one. James Adams, the 34 machine, qualified fourth and is running second out of Loxley, Alabama. Zulo, the 202, was a sixth-place qualifier, and as we said, running third right now in a Cycle Sports Orlando, Scott USA, P3 Racing, Ames Asphalt Paving, and WPB back Yamaha.
Should have our 250A Pro Sport, I believe, after this. I'm going to get a little update here and make sure that's the case.
My question is, where is our winner of this one, Steve DeMond out of Middleburg, Florida? I haven't seen him check in on the 211 thus far, at least in the top 15 ride. $250A Pro Sport, the rerunning of that will be taking place next, and then we'll get back into the schedule. So that was the Senior B 45 plus class. We have next the Pro Sport, the rerunning of the 250A Pro Sport. Then we'll go into the Schoolboy 213 to 16, 250C 17 plus. Then we've got the WMX and the 250 All-Star ABs coming up after that. All-Stars, that seems to be a pretty cool class. I think when you get your top A and B riders together, it's kind of an advanced schoolboy class in a sense, I guess.
Well, the idea is, I think the idea came from what they were doing at the Monster Energy Cup. They wanted to get the best amateur riders out there. They don't have time to run race after race after race, so they just said, we're taking the best A riders, the best B riders. That'll give us the biggest names in amateur racing, put it out there in front of a crowd. And I think a lot of the manufacturers actually like that because they're trying to judge where are their riders, how good are they, how fast are they. And Sean, you probably experienced it. You've come through the ranks. A lot of times riders will pick and choose their classes based on who they want to race. With the All-Star format, you can't run and hide. We're going to know where they stand.
Right, and that's really cool, too, for the B riders coming up, having to move up to A class to see where they're sitting, and just also to boost their confidence if they come out and win. That would be really cool.
And Alexander Fry was third. Beat, I believe, all but 2 A riders out of the B class.
So that's that gives him confidence in the B class. He took the 250B moto win earlier, so, I mean, that could have helped there.
Senior 40 plus BC 5th through 10th. Please go back to the Sprint Cup garage, the trophy location. Once again, Senior 40 plus BC 5 through 10. Please go back to the Sprint Cup garage, the trophy location. If you know the whereabouts or are one of the Senior 40 plus BC 5 through 10 riders, go back to the garage and tell them they need to. 5 laps down in this one, guys, and Fleischmann continues to lead. It's now a 7.2 second gap. He's settled into a pretty comfortable pace now after 6 laps just went complete for this rider.
White flag now out, I believe, for Fleischmann. Fleischmann smooth as butter out there.
Yeah. He is, and 10 seconds smooth almost over James Adams, who just checked in the number 2 spot. Looks like Craig Allen now moves up into the number 3 spot aboard the number 49. He was some 13 and a half seconds back out of Land O'Lakes, Florida. I guess he's
smooth as butter as well. I was hoping they were going to battle. I wanted it bad. I wanted Fleischmann, the man from Land O'Lakes, to battle it out. Here's Fleischmann right now. Well, only as smooth as he can be on a track that's gotten this rough. And I think for a lot of riders in these kind of grassroots classes, these BC age divisions, it's really almost a riding vacation for them. This guy is out of Michigan. I'm sure he's not riding year-round.
No.
So this is like, hey, I finally get to get the dirt bike out of the garage and log some laps.
Well, some of those guys, there are a lot of local arena cross style races up in that area, so they might get a run. But no, I mean, technically, probably not.
Nothing like this.
No, not at all.
And we've seen a lot of riders from Canada compete in this race, I'm sure for the same reason.
In reality, a lot of those tracks, Jason, if you look at the start stretch on this particular track, maybe double the width of it or one more half of the width, and maybe the length all the way out to the racetrack might be the size of some of those tracks.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So you do get a ride, but do you really get a ride,
I saw the white flag again.
The white flag is out now.
Yeah, white flag is out. I think I saw it in the flagger stand the last time, and now it's actually being held. So, or else I'm seeing double, which happens far too often, to be honest.
You said you have been here a couple days, so you're seeing things now.
Maybe
Daytona will get you.
You're envisioning things to come, man. You saw it coming a lap ahead. That's what it was.
I'm envisioning myself downtown last night. I think it's leading to the double vision. That's the problem.
Fleischman, Adams, Allen, Carmichael, and Fortin, your top five now. Azulo is all the way back to 6. Actually, he might be making up some time for some lost ground there. Randy Phillips, the 46, is 7th. Rick Schugel is running in the number 8 spot. Darrell Teal up to 9th now, as he was running 10th in the early part of the race. And Harold Neighbors rounds out your top 10. That's 7 laps down. They're all under the white flag now. Coming up next, once again, is going to be that 258 Pro Sport class.
Yeah, the one-hander, the fist pump from Fleischman, taking it. And another fist pump on the landing, but he did it in midair. That was awesome.
He has the skills. Hey, he got a championship. You got to show off a little bit.
That's right. All right. That's part of Supercross as well.
He's on TV. This is really cool. This is really the Supercross experience.
It's a good point. We got live television, just like they have in the professional side. There's our Pro Sport riders, Rodney. They're ready to go.
Yes, they are. Just saw the 57 of Plessinger down there, who is obviously the one to beat. Now, we were talking about conditioning and having to do those 7 laps. I think, again, these guys, the top-tier athletes have trained themselves. They've got that recovery opportunity. They had the recovery time, and if they bounce back well, then, of course, they're going to do well. And I know that Aaron Plessinger is probably one of the more physically fit riders out there, as he can not only race here, go out to a motocross race, but he could show up at a GNCC Off-Road AMA National Championship race next week and be a contender in it as well.
All right, this could be the fastest group of all, this 258 Pro Sport, and they're going to run a full 12 laps, but it'll go by quick because of the type of lap times they're going to put in. Just to review the heat race, Plessinger was leading when we got to the red flag the last time around. Doesn't matter, they're re-racking it. He did win the heat race yesterday. Another rider to watch here who did not get the start is Nick Gaines out of Ringgold, Georgia, the Team Green rider out of Georgia. He actually was able to put it to Plessinger straight up in a different heat race in a different class yesterday. So if Gaines can get off the gate, he's one to watch.
Gates down for the second time on this 258 Pro Sport class, and wow, Yamaha out front. It looks like, was that?
I think that was Carlos Battialdi out of Where Else Cairo, Georgia, on the number 22.
Yamaha backed Yamaha rider on that 22 machine. Also backed by Benemoto's, Factory Connections, FMF, Thor, Scott, and Mindport.
Looks like Pletchinger's back there in about 5th place. So this is cool to see. For him, it may not be the best thing because he had the win. But, coming through these guys right now, it's going to be a good race.
Now, for us, from a spectator standpoint, this is probably one of the coolest things that could have happened.
We wanted to see.
Yeah, he's got to do some work. Jacob Williamson is 2nd. Plessinger already up to 3rd. Not messing around.
And he has Keith Tucker right behind him, but Keith Tucker just lost the front end and went down.
Man, did you see Plessinger just jump past that guy? I think he had to have tripled that. It looked like it.
He's going to the lead right now.
Oh, yeah.
Plessinger said he was ready, and he wasn't lying. Look at him. Started out about 5th or 6th place, and he's already leading at the end of the first lap.
He was just getting warmed up when the red flag came out.
Oh! See, that's what I said.
Man.
Oh, okay, there's a kicker. We have another guy that just went down there.
Big panic. heard a big panic rev, a couple big panic revs coming over that, just like you said.
That's what I was saying about that. Just, Aaron had if they would have called it right there, he would have had that in the bags. But now you have a lot of different elements. The track's getting rougher. It's breaking down something. They can't go as fast as they were going earlier. He ran a 1-minute lap time, so we're going to find out what his lap time is this time around.
And I got to wonder what kind of a momentum buster that might have been for Plessinger right there to have that happen. You see the 22 had gotten back around, and Carlo Badali is back out into the front position, or was for the moment, but I guess whatever it did to him, he's shaking it now. Plessinger back out front now as they near the completion of a second lap of racing. I'm sure Plessinger is going to find a different line over the face of that Jex jump past the finish line.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, let's see how he negotiates it this time.
Little more timidly, I think.
That had to be a scary moment. He was way over the front.
Way over the front. And, man, the way that bike washed out, he was very fortunate not to have gone down there for sure.
And that was still a fast lap that he had going there, a 1:03, with the mistake. So that lap time would have been even better if that wouldn't have happened.
Could be down toward that 1 minute again, even on this rough track. Just will not be denied right now. Plessinger out of Ohio. And folks might have saw him on Racer TV last year, not only on the coverage of Loretta Lynn's. I know next weekend coming up, you guys are going to be with the AMSOIL GNCC series in Georgia. He raced that thing last year.
Yeah.
And did quite well.
I know I talked to his dad, Scott, there last week, and he said that they were really bumming a little bit because they knew they weren't going to be able to race the GNCC opener there yesterday because they were going to be here. So hopefully, yeah, like I say, I never even thought to ask him about Georgia. So hopefully they'll be there, and I'm sure they will. I know.
He's got a full plate, though, right now, too. Nolly Reed-Cross is doing this. And he's nursing some injuries along the way, too, but you wouldn't know it the way he's riding.
No, Lord, no. You'd never know it the way he's riding right now. Plessinger, Badali, Jacob Williamson now in third. That restart might have done something there for Donnie Brown. The 161 is fourth and moving up right now. Cody McCullough in fifth. Kyler West running sixth. Keith Tucker, now he had that restart might have done things awry for him as he's back in seventh right now trying to work his way up. Cody Van Buskirk, 722 and 8th. Daniel Baker, another rider that's probably not faring from the restart. Remember, he was up there, got the whole shot, I think, the first time out. He's all the way back in ninth place right now, while Marshall Welton is back in 10th.
Tucker, pardon the pun, tucked the front end on the first lap. He was right behind Plessinger when Plessinger was jumping that triple, and he tucked the front end and went down. So, yeah. You'll never remember, and you'll never know what happened before the restart. Unfortunately, they had good rides going, but they couldn't capitalize and make it happen again the second time around.
Where's Daniel Baker at? He was our, for that first one. He had the whole shot. He was running second place.
Yeah, he's ninth. That's what we were looking at there a second ago. Plessinger's lap times, 102.5. He was 103 the lap before, I think, Sean, you'd made mention of. Only shaving off about a full second at a 102.5 now.
Yeah, so as you can tell, the track is rougher. Maybe he still hasn't found his flow yet, but we'll find out here. Only time can tell. I think we're only 3 laps in of this 12-lap race, so there's plenty of time left.
Lots of time left. Looks like, I think, officially now 4 laps down, if I'm reading this right. Plessinger, Badali, Williamson still 1, 2, and 3. A rider we're going to keep an eye on is Donnie Brown, the 161. How'd Donnie do in qualifying out there? Seeming like that.
It was 11th actually there, so that was a struggle, almost a surprise, I'd say, to see him that far back. They only take 13 out of the heat, so he was a bit lucky to even get in.
Yeah, Donnie's one of those riders, man. I mean, it depends on the day. He can be a flash in the pan, or he can be an 11th place rider, and even in that case, he was probably being a flash in the pan, working his way back from something really horrible, maybe early in the race. So
he was really strong at this race last year. I remember Donnie Brown trying to make something out of this, trying to salvage top 5. Still close, though, second and third.
Wow, I think he and McCullough battling back there right now. 5th and 6th. Daniel Baker
got around Brown.
That's going to bump Brown, I believe, out of the top 5. So we finally see Baker on the radar. Don't know if he had a crash earlier, just didn't get the start. Looks like your second place rider, Badali, has pulled away a bit from Williamson, who's third. Then you want to watch Tucker and Baker.
Plessinger almost 9.5 seconds out now. We talk about those fast lap times. Will he be able to burn in? He doesn't have to at this point. I think he's only going to have to, we say, something slowing him down, speed, the roughness of the track, slowing the speed or whatever. I think it's just the competition right now that he knows that he doesn't have to push that hard.
That competition right here. How about got Baker going for it, isn't he?
Yes, Baker just made another pass.
Wow, Tucker is up to 4th place now. Baker into the number 5 spot. So it now goes Plessinger, Badali, Williamson, Tucker, and Baker. And lap times indicating right now that Tucker might be a man on the move himself. If Baker can latch on to Tucker, Williamson's going to be in trouble. Is in trouble right now, as a matter of fact, for 3rd as we watch.
Yeah, he just actually got the pass made on him. Tucker got by him. I'm sorry.
So Tucker now takes over 3rd. Saw that one coming. I looked up about that time, Sean. We saw it all unfold as we were talking about it. Now here comes Daniel Baker trying to latch on and take the trailer ride up to the front of the pack, it looks like. We are 7 laps deep now as Aaron Plessinger checks in on that Yamaha. 7 laps, a 1:01.9. He just picked it up there. He's still running with 12 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
We got a battle on our hands right now, Rodney, with 22. Badali trying to hold on to 2nd, but Tucker, man, what a comeback. He was down on the first lap, and it looks like he sealed him off, moved up the spot.
Almost got to wonder if that isn't probably the best scenario for Tucker. If he can go down like that or get knocked around a little bit and not get hurt, if that isn't the kind of thing that drives him, all he can think of, that adrenaline gets flowing, and all he can think of is get to the front of the pack as fast as you can. Don't have a lot of time to think about things other than just trying to make up time, I guess.
Yeah, it changes things a lot. Rather than you get the whole shot, you're just out front, just thinking a lot. But you get a bad start or running problems early on, you know where you should be, so you try really hard to get back there.
Sometimes it can work to an advantage, and it might be working to the advantage of Tucker right now.
We're going to follow this race, which is the restart of 250A Pro Sport with Schoolboy 2. That'd be the Schoolboy on the 250Fs, 4 strokes. We have a Schoolboy 1 for 125s also, but the next race is going to be Schoolboy 2 and then 250C 17 plus, and then our second moto of WMX. And they'll run 12 laps.
So Tucker up to 2nd place now. He's 17.4 seconds behind Plessinger, and like I say, going down in that first turn lap times. He's been running the 102s, 103s in that range. Tucker has coming up through the traffic right now. And, I got to wonder, man, with this being the first of the 5 majors of the American Motocross Championships, we might be getting a chance to see a glimpse of what we're going to see in rounds 2, 3, and 4 when we go to the next American Motocross Majors. I think this class is going to be Plessinger and Tucker are going to be, at least right now, starting the show to be the 2 top tier riders in this division for this year.
Maybe the next showdown event could be in Freestone with the James Stewart Classic in Texas. That's part of that championship you were talking about. It's not a series of points, but they basically consider it major. There's so many big amateur events now. A lot of the manufacturers wanted to get together and say, all right, which ones do we all want to circle on the calendars? We're going to send our big names to do battle to see. The riders try to chase each other. You want to race the fastest competition you can find. So that James Stewart Classic there in Freestone, that could be another one where you see a lot of these big names.
I think so, and quite possibly even more. I haven't heard the injury report or anything like that from this 250A Pro Sport, but to me, I was kind of expecting to see a little deeper field of some of the bigger names. But again, a lot of those guys might be making those moves on up to the Supercross and professional ranks. Tucker still holding steadily back there in the number 2 spot as we watch him on our RacerTV.com screen here. Tucker was now almost 19 seconds that time around from Plessinger, but both these riders, Tucker's gone about as far as he can go because it's going to be next to impossible to catch Plessinger with only a couple of laps left to go. Carlos Badali was holding on to 3rd a lap ago. He had company coming out of Daniel Baker. Baker not able to get around just yet. They're about a second apart right now, and I think this might be the final battle we're going to get to watch, guys, in this top 5. Keeping an eye out for the 431 and the 22 as the battle for 3rd place is now underway. Heading into the final laps. About 2 of them left to go, I think. Zachary Bishop Burnett, he moves up to 7th. We saw him outside the top 10 in the early part of this restart here. Cody McCulloch is running 6th. Jacob Williamson is 5th. Donnie Brown, man, all the way back in 9th now, so something happening there for him. Marshall Weston rounding out 10th place.
Yeah, white flag coming out right now for our leader.
One more rider to watch. Baker is not done. He's 4th, but he has caught Badali. That's a battle for 3rd. As you're watching Plessinger here on your screen, trying to put the finishing touches on this main event victory in a championship in 258 Pro Sport. So Plessinger's got this unless he has a problem here on the final lap. Tucker has got it tucked away in 2nd. Bobby Regan and all the folks at Star Racing, they're known for signing a lot of the kids out of the amateur ranks. Aaron is now one of those riders. Going to have a spot in the pro semi, I'm sure. Just not sure when exactly that's going to happen yet. The leg off.
Yeah, a little bit of leg swag right there, just coming in for the victory. Looks like he's feeling good. He wasn't mad about this restart at all, so it's good to see that it played out in his favor.
Wow. Checkered flag is out, and the AP 57 makes it happen. Yeah, he's pumped.
Man, this kid is truly going to be a force to be reckoned with. You know, you'd mentioned during that race, Jason, that he's coming into this race with a little bit of injury. We see him there. It looks
laboring
like,
maybe a little bit.
Yeah, like something might have he might have strained something or aggravated something, or maybe the adrenaline just kind of wore out after the checkers come out and the pain hit.
Tucker and Badali end up 2nd and 3rd. Badali was able to hold off Baker by about a 2nd. Baker ends up 4th. Williamson 5th. McCullough, Bishop Burnett 6-7. Waiting on the rest of the riders to come through. We'll give you the top 10. And remember, it's Schoolboy 2 coming up next. Marshall Welton was 8th. Cody Van Buskirk 9th. And Donnie Brown makes it back to the number 10 position in that one. All right, so big thanks to the families and the crews of those 258 Pro Sport riders for bringing them to us, getting them back out there and re-racking them on the gate. I don't think we missed anybody there, and we certainly didn't miss Aaron Plessinger. We had the cameras on him the whole way. And the most impressive part to me was, 5th on the first lap, and then was in the lead by the end of it.
Yes, and then overcoming that Indo that he almost had there, too, so that was a scary moment.
Jen, I think you got some questions to ask. Let's send it to you.
That's right. Aaron Plessinger, Racer TV, all of our fans, we've seen you conquer so many different arenas. We've got the motocross, the off-road racing, supercross, arena cross. You can do it all.
Coming from my dad, I expect to do it all, and he's a 4-time national champion, and I want to follow in his steps and make him proud, and it looks like I'm doing just that.
Yeah, I think you're well on your way. Now talk about, you guys went out there for a few laps before it got red flagged. Then you went out for an additional 12 laps. You look a little bit tired.
Oh, yeah. We went 7 laps, and I guess Nick Gaines went down. I want to send a prayer out to him. I hope he's okay. And, we did 7 laps and then come out here and do another 12. It's in this heat. I haven't been training in this heat, but it's been pretty good, and I ended up with the win, so it's all good.
It's a nice way to get you back into the swing of things, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. Aaron Plessinger, congratulations on the 250 Pro Sport main event win.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a bummer to hear that. I did not realize that it was Gaines was the rider that was down with that crash in the first one. Hopefully we can get an update on him. He's one of the fastest riders in this group. I hope he's going to end up being okay.
For sure, no doubt about that, Jason. And as the history of Daytona Bike Week rolls on here on RacerTV.com, a lot of great racing still to come and more to go as far as Amateur Supercross and Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross is concerned here from Daytona. We'll be back with more on RacerTV.com right after this.
Twins have notoriously been very hard on crankshafts because that big, long stroke of those 2 cylinders just flexes the crankshaft around. So we were seeing bearing issues. Research development people at AMSOIL could show us that it was likely an oil problem. And they were correct. That was the issue. Instead of having to redesign the engine, I just had to do a better quality oil.
machine that combines precision-engineered handling, industry-leading power, and a rider-focused design. We call it a Can-Am. From the essentials to fully loaded, you'll find that same combination in every ATV and side-by-side we build. And right now, get your own for as low as $149 a month. Can-Am, the ride says it all.
You know, here at the Ampro Yamaha factory team, you know, we've been using the Evans products probably 5+ years, no issues. I mean, that's one thing we know we can count on for as cooling. And this year we had a radiator to get a hole knocked in. We lost probably 2/3 of our coolant, our Evans, and the bike, we still didn't have a bike failure. We feel like we have an advantage on our competitors, especially when races get really tough, technical, and the bikes overheat.
Scott's Performance, the only steering dampener with 21 Baja 1000 overall victories, introduces the new Scott's rubber submount. Easy to install at less than an hour in most cases, it features adjustable on-the-fly dampening to help reduce arm pump and fatigue. Come see what 25 years of experience building the best stabilizer can do at scottsonline.com. The top racers choose the Sunstar Work Z stainless steel rear sprocket. Featuring an offset tooth designed for self-cleaning, it's up to 40% lighter and 3 times more durable than standard steel. Teamed with the Power Drive powder shaft sprocket and Works triple guard seal ring chain, you've got unbeatable performance and durability. Sunstar drives Ryan Sykes, Thad Duvall, Adam McGill, Jared McClure, and many others. Watch for them on the podium all year long.
And welcome back to Daytona International Speedway and this 5th running of the Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Rodney Tomlin, Jason Wygant, Sean Hackley, Jen Kenyon out running around, and, of course, the best stars in amateur motocross right here at Daytona this week.
One of the biggest. Aaron Plessinger really making a name for himself over the last half a year, maybe 9-10 months, especially really going to the next level. And we got him here, and he showed what he's all about.
Yeah, he definitely showed he had the fitness and everything. He showed us in that first moto before the restart. Came out there, didn't have a great start in that second one, made some quick passes, and got right back to the lead and then checked out.
Almost ended up being a 20-lap race when you put it yeah. together. We had a red flag after, what, I think 7 laps?
Yeah. Yes, and then a water break, pretty much. They went back, got a little bit of water, and then came out and did it again. So I think that's gonna have a little bit to play for the 450 one coming up too. I'm not sure how far that down is in the race order.
I gotta say that race probably left as many questions as it answered for me in that one. Obviously it answered the fact that Aaron Plessinger is the man that we expected him to be and wanted him to be, I'm sure. And it also makes me wonder, what about some of the other guys? Daniel Fry for Baker in particular. Baker, he was really making some moves out there in the first start of the 258 Pro Sport, and he and Plessinger were having some pretty good battles, but I think he showed some true grit there in the second restart because he was way back there, and he battled his way all the way back up into the top 3 there pretty easily, it looked like. Not easily, but at the last couple of laps, it's starting to look easy, that's for sure.
Yeah, endurance definitely is going to play a big part of this race. It's really rough. The Supercross is a lot different than the outdoors, so it's a lot jumpier. It's a lot more intensity. So heart rate's up there. These guys are getting tired, and they have another race coming up soon.
Schoolboy 2 will be our next race after the track maintenance. Blake Nieheiser making a name for himself, getting a heat race win yesterday, and was traditionally one of the fastest classes out here. You do it in Schoolboy 2, which is the 250F Schoolboy division. You obviously have some skills. Alexander Fry, I think that's one of the ones where he had a crash. Came back. He did finish second in the heat. In the other heat, Chase Bell, he needs no introduction. He's a fast kid out of Cairo, Georgia, of course. Bell is riding a Kawasaki. He won the other heat race. And Ashton Hayes, who we saw not that long ago in a different division running up front, was second in his heat race yesterday. So those are just a few of the names that we're going to watch when we get started with this Schoolboy 2 moto after track maintenance is complete, Rodney.
You know, these Schoolboy classes have always been exciting for me as well. I made mention about the 85s there a few moments ago and about the intensity of what we got going on with those particular classes. But I think it's neat because these Schoolboy classes are usually the transition for these guys from the 80s up to the bigger bikes and the bigger classes and so forth. So this one, to me, has become as exciting to watch, I think, as some of the 85 classes.
I think it's just as fast, honestly, yes. When you look at just as fast as the B or the age division. We'll get a real good read on that since we just finished a Pro Sport Moto we have that all-star race coming up here. But, I mean, you know what schoolboy is all about. Sometimes there's riders at the very, very top of the game that are still young enough to race this, and they're as fast as anybody.
Yeah, and it's really cool just to be young. And then like Alexander Fry, he's in schoolboy here as well as in B class. So I think this will be his last year in schoolboy. But just coming out of schoolboy and then B class, you can turn pro and then get right the older riders. But it looked like Blake Niehiser, our Division I heat race winner. He's right in between Chase Bell and Alexander Fry. So he should be able to get off to a good start with those two heavy hitters.
Wow, man, those names that you just keep throwing out there, I just keep thinking the relative who's who of this particular division, and they are. I mean, that's what I like about these major events and this Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. I mean, the best of the best, they come out, and the best of the best are they rise to the top of and rise to the occasion, and that's what we're seeing happening here today. And right now, we look down onto the starting line. These guys are soaking in some beautiful sunshine here in the great state of Florida. Again, as a big part of this historical Bike Week celebration that we have going on here. You know, we talked about the Daytona 200 and all the cool things going on here at Daytona, the hub of Bike Week, so to speak. Don't forget, you know, we talk about today's racing. We mentioned that coming up today also running is the 64th Alligator Enduro. The Daytona Dirt Riders puts on this event. It's one of the country's oldest enduros, and it features a long list of pros, semi-pros, sportsmen, and amateur competition. I think about anybody that's ever thrown their leg over a motorcycle and goes racing, races the Alligator. That's one thing that I'm going to race the Alligator, going to race the Alligator. That's what so many folks have said. Also, the 13th through the 14th this week, AMA Pro Flat Track Grand National Championship. It launches the 2014 season at the Daytona Flat Track. And the 14th and 15th, the week's competition will culminate in AMA Pro Road Racing events here at Daytona International Speedway, featuring action in the AMA Pro Vance and Heinz Harley-Davidson Series, as well as AMA Pro Super Sport, AMA Pro Superbike, and, of course, the 74th running of the Daytona 200, featuring the AMA Pro GoPro Daytona Sport Bike class. And that'll all be coming up on March 15th to wrap up Bike Week. So, wow, what another historical venue of events we've got on tap for us here for 2014.
Yeah, they got us slotted in here. This is as far as we can go, the two-day format. They need tomorrow to start clearing the decks and get it ready for the road racing side. And in between all that, they even had, I think, some amateur flat track stuff even going on yesterday, and then the professional races that you're talking about, the bigger classes Thursday and Friday. So they got a lot of activity going on here for Bike Week. And the other cool thing, if you've never had a chance to come down to Bike Week, is the demo rides, the manufacturer's display. If you have a street bike license, you can pretty much try any new motorcycle from all the manufacturers, and obviously there's great weather and great places to ride them, so there's a lot of things to do. Even if you're not planning on coming down here with your motocross bike, although I think you're crazy not to in this weather, if you weren't, there's still plenty of things to do if you just want to watch or even participate. Check out the Midway.
Check out the Midway, man. It's happening down there, that's for sure. You know, we got some big names in the house. We talk about amateur motocross, and, you know, a big part of amateur motocross are the teams, the manufacturer teams that the manufacturer puts together to try to not only showcase the bike, but also help groom some of the talent that comes up through the field of motocross and supercross racing. And one of the companies that does that, of course, is Kawasaki, and Monster Energy Kawasaki Team Green is a huge part of amateur motocross, and the Team Green has always been, it seems, a part of amateur motocross since amateur motocross has become nationally renowned as what it is. And joining us in studio right now is Ryan Holliday from over at Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki. Welcome in, Ryan.
Thanks a lot. It's good. There you go. Thanks a lot. Really good to be here. It's pretty exciting that we have this live broadcast for amateur races now. And I remember coming in and checking out the production booth at Mini O's and saying amateur racing isn't so amateur anymore. So really cool. And I think I actually got a text just now from one of our sales guys back in Tennessee who's watching, saying it's really hard to focus on his order period at work with all the races going on live. So.
And they've all been good, too. That's the great thing about it.
Yeah, exactly. The racing's been awesome. They've got a killer track. It's brutal out there as the day goes on, and I think these guys are kind of getting a pretty good experience of what Daytona's really like.
Now,
what's cool is I was going to say the event is growing. We were talking about the sheer entry numbers a few minutes ago. They're up to a little over 1,200 now, which is amazing. But the big thing is that in amateur racing at this level, everyone wants to go where the fast guys are. You've now started to identify this as a race you want to get some of your top talent from Team Green to participate in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, with my position, I've been kind of fortunate enough to be involved in some of the decision-making and the meetings that have kind of gone on to make some of these events a little more prominent and recognized. And I think this is an important event. It's unique. It's different. It's quick. They get to come in, be a part of the regular Supercross race, hang out for that, and then obviously race the next 2 days. And, some of these other ones are so long that I think it's maybe turning people away. So this race is unique in that aspect, not only because it's Daytona and everything that goes along with it, but the timing of it, too. It's quick for the people to come in and out. And, maybe kids are on spring break right now. So it's got a lot of factors that work.
And I think another factor is just the sheer part that it's Supercross and not motocross. It's a one-moto format. Supercross is a pretty popular form and style of racing now. So, these kids really look up and want to achieve that someday. And this is a golden opportunity for them to really get a good taste of it, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, again, it makes this event unique as a part of, the American Motocross Championship, all the events that are a part of it. And these kids are gearing up to go to Supercross, whether they race professional motocross before they go into Supercross like we've seen some guys do. But, the ultimate goal pretty much for most of these guys is they want to go race Supercross. And whether it's getting the experience to do this now, and you have the Monster Energy Cup that has the amateur aspect of it too, kids are getting, their feet wet a little bit more. And now with Arena Cross and that whole program, they're getting a little bit more prepared for the future.
And what I like is, I know when people think Supercross, Daytona is its own unique animal anyway when it comes to Supercross. And you're not going to see the peak jumps or the whoop sections that you would see blitzing across like you would in a stadium environment. But we've seen a lot of it in the corners, I feel, the 180-degree corners back-to-back with bowl turns, and you got to set guys up in block pass. You don't see that a lot of motocross tracks. So for you, I know your ultimate goal is to figure out who do we want to slot in at the pro level. Who's going up to the pro circuit team? Who could eventually be on Monster Factory Kawasaki on a 450? Can you use the knowledge that you see here on this type of track, unlike what you'd see in a motocross track?
Well, I think for sure, and especially for how this track is broken down and gotten so rough and rutted. I mean, it's a separator. A lot of the other events that go on that, whether they're smaller regional events or some of the other, quote, national races, maybe the tracks don't get as rough and they're a little more simple, and it brings the racing a little bit closer, but you're not really getting a true gauge of what the riders are maybe capable of. And, I think that's why Loretta Lynn's is such a big deal, because the track gets rough. I mean, that's maybe the closest that those people would experience to riding something like a pro national track, as far as the way it breaks down, the way it ruts up, and how it has so many lines, and obviously the heat, the length of the motos, all those factors, you see the separation there. And, I think that last 250 Pro Sport moto was a great example. 12 laps. Plessinger's, Aaron Plessinger, the kid's a great rider, and you really see that separation. Like, okay, that kid went out. There's a lot of other talent out there, but 12 laps, he put it on him, walked away, rough track. Like, all right, that kid's onto something.
He is, no doubt.
Give us an update. Unfortunately, you have one of your fastest riders in there have a problem. We have any idea what the situation with Nick Gaines is yet?
Yeah, they got him over to the hospital. Everything's checked out all right. He's conscious, fully awake, alert. Everything's working fine. They did full body scans on him, and so far everything's checked out okay. So they're just keeping him there as a precaution at the moment. But obviously would have loved to see him out there. I think, if anyone was going to give Plessinger a run, it would have been Nick, and we were excited about that. So obviously a bummer that it happened and he crashed out, but he's fine, and that's the most important thing.
Talk about some of the other big hitters you have here with Team Green. I was really impressed with that Super Mini group that you have. You got guys in both heat races, so it should be exciting in the main events for them.
Yeah, I'm really pumped on our Super Mini guys this year. We got 4 great kids, 3 of them that happen to be here, and Sean Cantrell's out west, so pretty tough haul for him to make it here. But between Austin Faulkner, Joey Crown, and Tanner Stack, pretty solid kids, and hopefully they'll have a good moto this afternoon. I got to fly out and go to the next race, and I might miss it, but I think we're looking good there.
Yeah, absolutely. The Kawasaki Super Minis are good. We know what Faulkner can do on a Supercross track based on what he did at the Monster Cup, so that's cool that you're bringing in that kind of talent here. And then Schoolboy, too, that's kind of one of those first opportunities for these guys to ride the 250S. That's what we'll see next. So that's really a make-or-break point for some of these riders, that transition.
Yeah, it's really tough, and especially us as a manufacturer. Obviously, a lot of people know we don't have a 125 two-stroke, so there's a little bit of that void there. So it's tough for our kids to make that transition sometimes, but I think we've got a good program of how we do it, and I think it's worked. You know, you saw Cincerillo do it, Justin Hill, kids like that, and, you know, we've got a plan and we try to stick to it.
Yeah, but we're about to get racing, but I do want to talk about that. Right now, the plan is working. You mentioned Cincerillo and Hill. They both got main event wins over the last couple of weeks at the very top level of Supercross, so the plan is working.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we may not have this high publicized deal of signing these kids to these super, obviously Adam had a big long-term deal, but other guys don't have these big major signings that other teams do. But, you know, we have a plan, we think it works, we believe in it, and we stick to it.
All right, so they're seeing dividends right now on the pro side of what happens here as an amateur. Ryan, we'll let you go watch the racing in Schoolboy 2. We'll bring Sean back out here to call the moto with us, but you have a good time. Thanks for coming, and thanks for bringing some of your best riders, man.
Absolutely, anytime.
All right, that's Ryan Holiday.
That's one thing you can always say about the folks at Kawasaki and Team Green, man. They have been bringing and molding and shaping the face of motocross for many, many years, and we really appreciate what they do for us, that's for sure. As we're back off and rolling, this is our schoolboy class, I believe, Jason, the two 13 to 16-year-old riders.
Yeah, and that's the key that Ryan Holiday from Kawasaki was talking about. This is the 250F division. Schoolboy used to have a stock and mod 125 class. Now the two classes are one for the 125 two-strokes and then another one for the four-strokes. I think some guys might run a two-stroke out here, but for the most part, you're going to see 250Fs in this one. And that's really where the riders want to be going forward because they know those are the bikes they're going to race as they move up in the B and the A ranks. Alexander Fry on the 28 trying to make some moves here on our leader, Trey Green. They're side by side.
Oh, somebody's got some banners wrapped up in their machine right there. They're taking half the decorations with them around the course.
Hey, give us our track back.
That's Chase Bell.
Wow.
That's Chase Bell, so that's going to affect him right now. And Alexander Fry got out to the lead past Trey Green, so.
You know, unfortunately for him right now, if you take a look at that banner's about halfway around, so I don't think it's going to come off.
Wow, that is incredible. MotorcycleSuperstore.com
Streamers.
getting the best ad they could possibly get in. Well, other riders have gotten caught up in it. He's got to stop and get that thing out
He's
of him.
done with it, man. He says, I can't do this.
No, just get back on. Wow. Okay, there
Oh,
we
it
go.
got flagged off. Okay, I see what's going on. The AMA is here. You know, he's seen Kip Bigelow and the guys over there, so they looked at that as a safety factor. Get off the track so nobody is bothered there, and hopefully he'll be able to get back into it and be able. He'll be pulling back up through the pack there, and right now trying to chase down. Was that the 28 of Fry coming by? It is the number.
Yes, it is.
The Green is now in the number 2 spot. Boy, Fry didn't take long to get to the front of the pack, did he?
No, he made the move on Green right before we got to the green flag at the end of lap 1. So he's taking control of this thing. That's too bad because Chase Bell had a heat race win yesterday. We knew that it could be a real good battle maybe between him and Fry, but might not see it now.
No, we still have some other good races going on right now. I think for the battle for third, I see Shelby Peterson in there.
Yeah, working on Taylor Barnett, who is in third, and Nieheiser, who had that heat race win yesterday, the other heat race. They're all in contention right now, fighting for top 3. It's a good race. The 99 is Peterson.
So Fry, Green, Barnett, Peterson, Nizer in 5th, Meadows, that's A.J. Meadows in 6th, Nicholas Jones in 7th, T.J. Albright in 8th, Timmy Crosby was back in 9th, and the 83 of Lorenzo Lacurcio rounding out the top 10 there. Some more key players. See Ashton Hayes all the way back in the number 16 spot aboard that 299 machine.
And a nice move by Peterson on the 99, making the move. I think that might be enough for third. No, it's still going to get to 12 of Barnett. So Nieheiser, Peterson, Meadows battling it out.
Nieheiser's coming right back right now, though. Yeah. So, and he got him back. So these guys are riding good, riding strong, but they have a few more laps to go, so they need to play it smart.
Wow. Hayes took a second in the qualifier in this one. Chase Bell, as I think you'd mentioned, took a win in the qualifier. Blake Nieheiser took a win in the qualifier. So there's definitely some big changes going on there. And a second for Alexander Fry as he is making hay while the sun shines, so to speak, out here. And everybody else's misfortunes has become his fortunes. And Trey Green about 5 seconds back now. watching the greatness of Fry unfold.
Look at this race between the 12. He's the one dealing with all the pressure. Taylor Barnett out of South Carolina trying to hang in there with the number 3 spot, but the riders are all over him. Peterson in the 99 and Nieheiser on the 168. That is a great race.
Where's Ashton Hayes at right now?
It must have been a bad start for the Suzuki man, who was second in a heat race earlier, and it was up front in one of our previous main events.
Yeah, I'm looking back here. I'm seeing him and Challen Tennant. Just Challen Tennant, he's right in front of him, and they're both back. So looks like they didn't get off to a very good start.
Well, combine that with the problems for Chase Bell. Just never know, and that's the problem in the main event format. You got to perform when it's all on the line. Now, they say that, I believe the 299 of Hayes, they're saying, did get the whole shot in this one, so he must have had a problem in the first couple of corners that we didn't catch. That's a MotorcycleSuperstore.com money for him, but the bad start, unfortunately, not going to lead to the result he wants.
Chase Bell, guys, by the way, up from 15th on that last lap, now up to a 12th place position. Other riders outside the top 10 there. Jake Masterpool has moved up into a 15th place position. We saw him just a little further back than that a few moments ago.
I don't want to interrupt, Rodney, but this battle is unbelievable right now.
Oh, yeah. Nieheiser just got past right now, and Shelby Peterson's also, so they're 3 wide right now coming into this turn.
Yeah, nicely done. 3 wide in Daytona as we're about to hit the high banks. You got the 99 of Peterson, the 168 of Nieheiser, and the 12 of Barnett, and they have swapped it several times, and the rider behind them, don't count him out as well. It's a 4-rider duel.
Peterson and Nieheiser came over that jump just like that a lap ago, but now they're up 1 position.
Hey, keep an eye out for the 83 coming up on this battle. Also, Lecurcio out of K-Road, Georgia, Yamaha rider turning a 102.9, just under the 103 in 6th. He was only a second behind. Shelby Peterson, Blake Nieheiser, and Taylor Barnett are all looking at 105 and 106 lap times.
He came up so quick, I got caught by surprise. I was looking for the 641 of Meadows to be the 4th rider in this group. Instead, it's that 83 you were talking about, and now he's already caught the 12 of Barnett, and he's looking to make the pass. He could just blow past all 3 of these guys.
There he goes, making the pass on one, it looks like. Draw
yes, he
back.
just got past 1, so next is Shelby Peterson.
So Lecurcio on a mission right now.
And we're coming in the white flag lap, so this is going to get really interesting.
When you got this kind of action, the races seem to go a lot more quickly. Fry's got this one if he can hang in there. The real battle we're watching is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. They're all in the same section of the racetrack.
And Trey Green's riding really good, holding strong in that 2nd place right there after that great start.
He's got Nieheiser closing in on him, though. They're only about 1.2 seconds back, and he turned a full second and a half faster lap time on green. So this 4-way battle for 3rd could quickly become a 5-way battle for 2nd, I think.
We're into these jumps. Now it's going to be this big single leads him across the start stretch. Who's going to hang it out the most? I think it might be the 83 of Lecurcio, like you were talking about. Still making passes. He wants to now get the 168 of Nieheiser. Not quite able to make it happen. We're waiting for our winner to come across, and I think it's going to happen right here. Alexander Fry.
Well, Chase Bell moved up to 9th just for you Bell fans. Timmy Crosby was 11th. A couple of riders I expected to see in a top 10 there, but you're right. Fry takes the win convincingly, 10.2 seconds ahead. Green holds on to 2nd. Nieheiser in 3rd, about 3/4 of a second behind. Lecurcio moves up into the number 4 position. Shelby Peterson was 5th. Taylor Barnett in 6th. We got A.J. Meadows in 7th. Chase Bell takes over the number 8 spot at the end of that one, believe it or not.
Wow.
Yeah. Nicholas Jones in 9th, and Timmy Crosby back in the 10th place position. Also, just letting you know, Jake Masterpool, who was way back there, finally did make his way up into an 11th place position. Ashton Hayes, I see, checking in at 20th place.
We have Schoolboy 2 now complete. We're going to go to 250C, 17+, and then our women's motocross WMX Moto number 2. 250C off and rolling. Oh, a couple of riders down in that tight first turn. We'll wait on the call from the folks at MotorcycleSuperstore.com to figure out who got the whole shot of the $100 there in this 250C division. The heat race went to Austin Binner, and the other heat race went to Brian Guerrero. So this should be interesting to see these two hook it up. That's what's cool, these kind of showdown situation. The riders don't necessarily know who they're going to have challenging them because the field is split into 2 heat races, and then we do it together in the main event. 28, Chase Kretsch is out front.
Out of Jacksonville, Florida, he's sponsored by Fly Racing, Garnet Boots, Brab, also Cycra, Moto Hose, Renthal, Wiseco, RK, and Excel.
And he did get the whole shot, too. So he's got $100 from MotorcycleSuperstore.com. Does Kretsch.
The second place ride, number 821, he had just messed up in this turn, hit a hay bale and fell down, so he just fell way back now. So second place is someone new here. Let's see who it is.
You know, looking down through the roster of names in this 250C 17-plus class, there's a lot of names from right here out of the Sunshine State of Florida if you take a look at that.
I think you got Michael Malamatenos in the second place spot, 529, dealing with some heat from Zach Lee on the 97.
By the way, he's from Granite Bay, California, that Michael Malamatenos.
That is a long
That's
drive.
a far drive.
A long drive. By the time the drive is over, you'll have plenty of time to practice the name
Well,
and
you
figure
see,
out how to say it.
You see who he's sponsored by, don't you? Fuel Energy Beverage.
Got him all the way here. All right, so the key here, they're trying to keep the number 28 honest, and they're doing that. Chase Kretsch out of Jacksonville, Florida, backed by Fly Racing. No, he's not able to shrug these guys off yet.
But then you have Zach Lee right there coming out of Alaska, and he's going strong. He's liking this warmer weather.
He's going to win the longest distance award. He went from point to
Wow.
point. Here he is trying to make the move for second. Zach Lee in the 97. Little scrub there. Will the outside line work as they hit this little kink after this pro double? He's got a hump on the inside. He's got a handle. Nicely done by Malamatenos to hold him off. Wait a minute, go for the lead now.
Did they both get around the leader right
They
there?
both did, yes.
Wow.
And now Zach Lee just went to the lead.
Wow, third to first in the course of 3 corners.
And now he makes a mistake. He's passed back. They're making this race interesting. Look at that. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Novice class, guys. Novice class. Remember
We
that?
appreciate it. Yeah, they got the adrenaline flowing. You talk about that. Look at the air time over that big single. So for the moment, at least, Michael Malamatenos is your leader. Will it change again? Who knows?
We see Zach Lee and those boys back there still going at it. We see Mason Middlebrook in 4th, Wade Milligan in 5th, Colin Berrien in his 6th, Brian Geraro in the 7th, Dylan Kratzer, that is, in 8th, George or Jorge Diaz in 9th, and Blake Yazbek rounds out your top 10.
I think you got it, Rodney. I think you got it.
Malamatenos.
Malamatenos, yes, we're going to go with.
Your leader out of Granite Bay, California, Fairbanks, Alaska, is 2nd place. The guys that drove the farthest are getting the most out of this, it looks like.
Well, Malamatenos are listed in one of the sponsors, SOBMX, that's south of the border. So
as in Mexico?
Yeah, maybe further than we thought. Or perhaps in the North of South Carolina border, where they have a training facility there. Or maybe he's just past the fence, had to get the motorcycle over the big fence down there in Texas or something.
He's doing the world tour right now.
He's making it work. He's actually opening up a little bit over Zach Lee now. What's the lead there? About 2 seconds?
I'm looking at 1.5 seconds at the end of lap number 3, and they turned the best lap on that lap 3, 109.358. But now that riders
a little bit
settled,
closer. Here we go. Now they're over the finish line. What's the lead at now?
All right, as they scores come in, 109.899 lap time for Malamatenos, and as we wait for the update, there it is, 109.348. 9/10 of a second is what it's telling. A little less than a second for Zach Lee behind the 529 for the lead right now.
And the sunshine is starting to wreak havoc on some of our staff members here who have been snowed in throughout the winter months. It happened to me one time. I remember hanging out. Oh, poor Rodney.
My top of my head is burnt to a crisp.
It's a tradition. We're for those of us who come from the cold, snowy climates when we come to Florida for the week. One year, By the time the GNCC was over, 4 straight days outside, when I smiled, literally blisters were popping. I know that's probably TMI.
I remember that
maybe,
year.
But yes, I was having to towel my face off. From, so you have to be careful when you come down here in Florida. I know that's something to be jealous of. Most people watching this would probably love to have the opportunity to get sunburned right now at this time of year. So I'll be coming to Florida.
That's funny. I remember that year.
That was bad.
That was a bad year.
So Malamatinios is still maintaining the lead over Lee. That was quite exciting there for about 3 laps. He had 4 riders really duking it out.
They're closing up still, though, right now. I think we have about 2 laps left, so I think that Zach Lee's going to try to make another charge before they finish for the checkered flag.
Brian Guerrero moving up through the pack right now on the number 65 in the third, a 108.239. I think that might be the fastest lap of the race. Right now, I'd say Taminos is got the fastest lap with a 109, but I think whenever it updates itself here in a moment, a 108.239 is much faster than a 109.139 or 239. Oh, that is, they just got it in there. So Guerrero gets credit. But he's still in the number 3 spot. He's got 3-second gap between himself and second.
They're coming in the lappers right now, too. So closing laps of this race, I saw that the leader barely got around him, but Zach Lee had to go outside of the lapper.
Malatinos, Lee, Guerrero, Kretsch, Milligan, your top 5. Mason Middlebrook in 6th. Jorge Diaz 7th. Colin Berrien in 8th. Blake Yazbek is 9th. And now Jack Valdez rounds out your top 10. Diego Tavares, there's the 740 once again. Did we see him in that 450 class a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Running up there around the top 3. It's been pretty strong every time he's been on the track so far this weekend.
He's down in 12th place here in this particular moto. Still putting in some of the faster lap times.
Wait a minute. It's not over yet. Sean, you saw this coming. He was kept digging.
Yes, they're coming down this long straightaway, coming to this turn. Let's see if he can go inside or outside. Maybe a potential block pass coming up. Because here are the 180 turns. That gives that Supercross. Oh, Lapper's getting involved now.
Oh, trying to make moves.
Doesn't realize that's the leader coming there. And
no, Lee's not able to make it happen yet. It's going to come down to basically a drag race on this long section.
We're about to get 3 wide again, but this time it's going to be a Lapper involved with it. So
that happened to NASCAR
Zach Lee, is he going to go inside?
He's going to try it side by side. They're going to battle right to the end. Checkered flag is out. Way to hold up under pressure. I think that was it for who are they going to give it to?
Brian Guerrero.
That was Guerrero. He was on the lead lap. He came all the way back. Back. Now, he won the heat race earlier. He had made those moves.
So that was not a lapper?
No, that was actually
Excuse
third.
me. Wow, I'm sorry about that.
That's what I was thinking. I kept looking back and forth.
Because he was going fast. I was like, all right, but...
Yeah, so Guerrero really moving. We caught on me on the radar there a couple of laps before that all went underway.
But I'm talking, about 8th or something like that?
Yeah. So, and then, bam, there he is. Amazing. There's the way Guerrero takes it. Malataminios will take second. Then we've got third, Zach Lee. Wade Milligan in the number 4 spot. Chase Kretsch, who I think got the whole shot there, the 28 in 5th. Mason Middlebrook in 6th. Jorge Diaz 7th. Austin Benner in 8th, Colin Berrien in 9th, and Diego Tavares rounds out your top 10 in that one.
Look at the lap time, that last lap time. This is why we didn't see Guerrero coming. Look at how much faster he went, Rodney.
108.321. Well, I pointed
Everybody
out,
else ran 111.
And
So he was
told
3 seconds faster in the last lap. So first half of the lap, he wasn't even in the picture.
Well, the last 2 laps he rode, at least the last 2 laps, he was in the 108.3 range there. So,
wow.
Yeah, so, I mean, he made up 6 seconds in the last 2 laps of racing alone. Came on fast and strong. Way to go, man.
And this is our second moto of the women's motocross. This is the point system for them, so they're going to be running 12 laps as well. Mackenzie Trickler dominated the first moto. I think that's all we can say about that.
Yeah, she was just gone, man.
Yeah, Mackenzie was over on, I believe, Saturday, came over and was checking out some of the GNCC racing action with a former top WMX rider, Jessica Patterson, JP Money, who got third at the GNCC in the WXC, by the way. But, I was asking Mackenzie, I said, what do you think about this? And she says, if it wasn't for Daytona, she'd probably been over there racing this weekend, man, for the Supercross,
Oh, that would have been awesome.
It would have been. Maybe, and then if I'm not mistaken, I think she might have said something about coming to Georgia and trying it up there. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. Maybe we'll see Mackenzie do that.
She's got a mission that she's got to accomplish right here. Now, she wants to try to win this championship. It's totally revamped. We were talking about it now for the last couple of years. WMX has run alongside the Pro Nationals. It's a revamped format this year. There'll be 8 races. A lot of them fit in with these majors, these amateurs, and then a couple other events as well. So they get more motos and more time. And they're hoping they can kind of rebuild the thing at the grassroots level. And it's cool they do get coverage here on RacerTV.com. So this is the revamped WMX format. It kicks off for the 2014 season right here at Daytona.
Who do you guys have for the whole shot?
I'm going to go with Tricker. I saw what she was able to do
Yes,
yesterday.
I saw that jump coming out of there. So I think she got the whole shot, but then went wide, or someone else. Nope.
Well, I can tell you, just the few times that I've talked with Mackenzie, she's going to be tough to beat anytime she lines up on the track. I've watched her ride. She's got the style. She's got the heart. There's no doubt about it. But she's got the attitude off the track as much as she does on the track. I think she's going to be one of the future big names in WMX. You know, she's not going to be the flash in the pan and say, well, remember that year or 2 years
right.
that Mackenzie. She's going to be here for the long haul, I think.
And there she is on the 28 getting out front. The number 95, Brinsley Diaz, Florida native. That's a family that's got a lot of history in the motocross world. She is second right now. So Tricker is an Australian. Got to talk to her last night, and she basically went home. Had to get knee surgery at the end of the year last year, and then once she was healed up from that, she needed to save up some money to make it back to the U.S., so she worked at a Wet n Wild. You know Wet n Wild, the water park?
I was going to say, is that a water park?
Yeah, they have them in Australia, too. She worked there. What is their summer is our winter. Saved up all her money to get back here to the United States and spend her money to get here so she can try to win this WMX championship.
Wow.
Looks like Taylor Higgins, she's in the back right now, having a little bit of problems, as well as Sade Allender and Amanda Brown. I think they all got together in that first lap and fell over.
That first turn was tight. I thought everybody made it through there clean, though, so it might have been another section where they got into each other. But right now, that 33 of Kylie Fosnock trying to move to the front. Now, she's been getting pretty good starts in most of her races and proving she could deal with the pressure, but now she's going to have to make some moves. There's Diaz on the 95.
Allender may have just turned one of the faster laps aside from Mackenzie Tricker back there in 9th place aboard the number 9. I watched her going down across the back stretch on the Supercross track, but it'd be the front stretch here at Daytona International Speedway. She was hauling the mail back there aboard that number 9 Honda for sure. She was only half a second behind Eden Natelikos. And Rebecca Wright back there in the number 11 spots looked like she was trying to breathe down the back of Heather Bowman for that number 10 spot. So we got good battles all the way through, I think, this field in the WMX right now. Coming up, we've got 250 All-Star A and B. That's coming up next. We'll have a little track maintenance. Then we're going to go into some 51cc action, the 7/8, the 4-6. 65, 7, and 9 still to come. Also, mini senior 12 to 14. We got some two-stroke action, some vet, women amateur, and 450B and 458 Pro Sport. All still to come as part of the broadcast here on RacerTV.com of the Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross here at Daytona International Speedway. Tricker in for 2 now, 109.759 lap time for her, Marissa Marcolon. The number 10 running in second out of Connecticut. She's 8 seconds now in the number 2 spot. Brinsley Diaz, one of the Florida natives, about 8 seconds back in the number 3 spot. She's riding the number 95. 129, Chelsea Newbold in 4th place out of Glen Burnie, Maryland. We got 5th place, the 33, Kylie Fosnot out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. Sade Allender, the number 9, now up to the number 6 spot. Remember, she was 9th a lap ago. We were talking, she's a young lady on a mission out of Sanford, Maine. Then we've got Denver, Colorado, Alyssa Fitch in 7th, Shayla Stevens in 8th, Amanda Brown in 9th aboard the number 8, and Eden Natelikos rounds out the top 10. Rebecca Wright still back in that number 11 spot. So I'm still expecting that thing to tighten up some. Tricker, Marcolon, Diaz, still 1, 2, and 3, Jason Wygant, and we are working on lap number 4 of this WMX class.
We've got an awesome battle here between the 2 Florida natives who both have families at deep motocross roots. You got Fosnock and Diaz side by side at 33 and the 95. They go right in front of us here, and they both want this spot. bad. Fighting over that should be third place. Whoa, crossing the lines up,
getting
Sean.
aggressive.
Yeah.
This is good. These girls have a long race coming up ahead, too, so I'm pretty sure they're all going to be, I'm sure they're all going to be pretty tired out there.
And because it's a 2-moto format, we're going to have an overall, so the heat races, they only count for gate pick for all the other classes out here. But for WMX, it's motocross, it's a 2-moto format. Total it together. They're still side by side, Diaz and Fosnop. But looks like 33 finally got the pass made. Can't say she didn't earn that one. You saw Markelon on the number 10 earlier. She's setting a good pace, and it's Tricker still on the number 28, starting to march away just like she did in Moto number 1.
Well, look at that. Markelon just turned to 108.731, and that's actually the best lap time of this particular race. The best lap time Tricker's turn's been in the 109.7 range, so we can see that Markelon is on a mission, but man, I tell you, 6 seconds to make up, a little more than 6 seconds is tough to make up against Mackenzie Tricker.
We see the gap with our own 2 eyes as they come across in front of where we're working out of. It's still a pretty sizable gap for Tricker, but you're right. Markelon is showing she's got the speed, and since it's a series, just confidence, and just knowing you have it, there's plenty of other races to try to go out there and get the win.
Yeah, so we have another battle coming up right now. It's Sade Allender, Amanda Brown, as well as Taylor Higgins, who had that bad fall over, and she's coming up right now going really fast. And she passes both of them in the turn. Just goes a little bit inside.
Wow. Oh, and then Higgins almost over the bars on the 84. And be careful of that section. Higgins has had some great success at the Amateur National at Riddleton Ranch and was strong in the first moto, second place earlier today. Now trying to salvage points in the 2-moto format for WMX and doing a good job with it.
5 laps down, it's Tricker, Markelon, Fosnot, Diaz, and Newbold, your top 5. It's Taylor Higgins in 6th. She's moving up right now. Amanda Brown in 7th as Sade Allender actually drops back to a number 8 spot. She was moving up. She was up at 6th at one point there, guys. And now back in the 8th place position. Alyssa Fitch is 9th, and Shelby rolling now into a top 10 position.
Is she rolling?
Shelby's rolling.
All right, Shelby's rolling. So things have settled down for the moment. It looks like Fosnacht has solidified her position there in 3rd after that big battle with Brinsley Diaz 4th. Chelsea Newbold might be the next that Higgins is going to try to challenge. Sorry, just watching Diaz there on the screen. The track is brutal right now, and they've got a lot of laps to do, so there's plenty of track time for the WMX.
And it looks like actually Taylor Higgins is closing up to Diaz right now, too. So Diaz needs to just keep moving forward and riding strong.
It's championship points on the line with the 2-moto format, so Higgins knows after that second in Moto 1, she's got to get something out of it.
I believe the halfway flag's out right now. Yes, the halfway flag is out. So these girls know how much time they have left over.
So Higgins did get Newbold. She was closing in, putting pressure on, makes the move. Now you might be able to see her in some of the long shots. See the 95 here of Diaz, who is 4th. The next rider through.
She's just out of the shot right now.
Yeah, trust us.
Only about
She's
3
right
seconds is what she was a moment ago, but that might be tightening up. Actually, it is. If you look at lap times right here, guys, Diaz turned to 1:16.6. Now, she was turning a lot faster in the early part of it. I think she settled into pace, but Taylor Higgins turned to 1:11.9, basically a 4 to 5 second faster lap time than what we saw there for Diaz.
Impressed with what you're seeing here from Higgins.
Yes, really good ride. And it was kind of funny how she was just out the shot. She was right there. I'm like, oh, she comes, and then the camera keeps panning. But great ride going for all these girls right now.
All right, so there is Diaz on the 95. We'll see if she can hang in there and take potentially a 4th in this moto, or will Higgins be able to get her on the number 84?
Man, the way that Higgins is rolling right now, and I hate to take anything away from Brinsley Diaz right now, but man, Higgins is just looking like she's got so much momentum on her side right now. She's going to be tough to stop, I think.
Someone who's unstoppable right now is McKinley Tricker. She's just riding great out there. Her pace hasn't changed at all. Looking good and still charging forward.
109.327, staying very consistent on her lap times. We see Marissa Markelon, a 109.419. And look at this, Fosnot's back down in the 108 range again. That time around was a 108.973. Now I think her fastest lap was a 108. 7:31 actually. So she's right there in the neighborhood of her particular fastest lap time, and you got to wonder if Fosnot's not going to be able to make up some time on
Markelon.
Yeah. I just watched lap 8 go down in the history books. That's what kind of threw me off there. She's actually slowed down that time. So Tricker, Markelon, Fosnot 1, 2, and 3, and 7 seconds separating the gap between first and second and second, third. Unless something happens, I don't think we're really going to see any more competition or competitive riding for those top 3 spots. But
Higgins made it happen, though, right behind. Higgins did make the pass on Diaz. She just took over 4th. I saw it right before they got to the finish. She had taken over that spot, so Higgins is in 4th.
And 23 seconds separating she and 3rd place, so that's probably about as far as Higgins is going to be able to make it. But, man, you still got to take your hats off to her, and you got to commend her on the job well done, man, turning some of the faster laps, also making some major waves and up some major ground out there.
We got to look at the trophy. We had a little glimpse of it. Jen Ken was showing Sean Hackley and I trophy for taking the overall today. It's got the big monster claw. This is a monster title sponsored event here at Daytona. So the first ever overall, this revamped WMX format, could go to Mackenzie Tricker if she could just keep it smooth here in the final. I'd say, what, we got 2.5 laps to go here. Yep. There she is on the 28. That's the Rock River CycleTrader.com. Folks, help her out. She is also backed by Yamaha, of course, and Fly, Von Zipper, Bell, the Motorcycle Superstore, Factory Connection, and Rue. Just says Rue. She's from Australia. I'm sure that actually all makes sense.
Kangaroo, maybe?
Maybe.
Or maybe that's her boyfriend. Maybe she calls her boyfriend Rue.
Rue. They name people Rue even in Australia, too. I didn't realize that.
I don't know, man. Sure, why not?
Yeah. Another lap down, as you see the 28 of Tricker. She also told me that she decided to try even working at a McDonald's.
Really?
Put some extra money in the racing funds.
How'd that work out for
Wasn't for her.
I was going to say, she just doesn't seem like the McDonald's type.
Yeah. But she did say she feels that Australian McDonald's is better than American McDonald's.
And
them's fighting words, okay?
Them is fighting words.
That can't be that hard, though, either, if you think about it. McDonald's.
To be better?
Then be better at McDonald's.
Yeah. Said everything seems fresher and better.
Yeah.
Like you said, there's tougher competition than that. So no longer working at the McDonald's, no longer working at a Wet and Wild. She is now working on the motorcycle and putting it to the rest of these riders. I mean, this is a pretty good gap.
And working on a championship.
Markelon, don't count her out yet if there was a mistake.
She's got a couple seconds off. We saw that about 7.5, close to 8 seconds at one point as far as the gap. Here at the end of lap 10, it was only 5.5 seconds, and she was turning about a second faster lap with only 2 laps to go. It shouldn't really make much of a difference. But like you said, any little bit of a mistake, a lap rider getting crossed up in front of Tricker, this could turn this race completely around on a dime.
And I think you just got to think of the mental side. Again, this is a series. Unlike these other amateur races, they're just a one-off event. We'll see you next year. This is an 8-round championship. So if you're Markelon and you're able to at least make up some ground on Tricker, you'll feel a little bit better the next time they race, which I believe is at Freestone in a week and a half or 2 weeks, whatever you want to call it.
So Tricker taking the white flag now, 11 laps down. Markelon now 7.6 seconds back. She's actually kind of slowed down there a little bit, it looks like. Kylie Fosnot in 3rd, Taylor Higgins in 4th, 32 seconds back now. It looks like she realizes she's not going to make up that gap. Brinsley Diaz is running in 5th, Amanda Brown in 6th, Sade Allender is 7th, Chelsea Newbold 8th spot. Oh, wait a minute. Allender hasn't checked in yet. Let's see if she's still holding on to that number 7 spot or not.
She's still there. Just Mackenzie came around and just lapped her right now. So the race is over, yes.
Okay, well, all right. There you go. Allender taking 7th, then Newbold in 8th, Rowland in 9th, and Alyssa Fitch rounding out the top 10.
Dominant performance by Tricker, and I think she's going to stop in and talk to Jen Kenyon and also we can show her the hardware that she's won for taking the overall here at this event.
I want that trophy.
WMX. Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'd maybe get a wig and start battling Mackenzie out there and see if I can take it away from her.
I don't know. She's going fast.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said maybe. I said maybe. You know, she rode a great race just now, so.
I could put on a wig and it wouldn't matter, man.
And she doesn't even look tired right now. She's like, oh, this is easy.
Yeah, she's tough. How you doing, mate? Well, you know, you heard Plessinger say that he's not used to riding the heat this time of year. It's summer in Australia. Yeah. She only came back a couple weeks ago, so the heat's not a problem.
She's probably going to say, I'm not so used to riding in all this cold weather.
Yeah, she's going to have a cool accent, too, so I'm ready for this.
That's right. Jen Kenyon standing by with our winner here in the WMX, Mackenzie Tricker.
That's right, Rodney. Not only is Mackenzie Tricker our Moto2 winner, you are our first WMX in the new format. You're our first champion in 2014 here at the Daytona RCSX. So I want to have Tim Cotter come over and present you with your Monster Energy Championship trophy here. Mackenzie, how does it feel? I know that track looks pretty rough out there. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, no, the track's it's gnarly actually. They did a little track work, but it's still sketchy, and I didn't feel that good out there. I rode tight, and I pumped up towards the end and made a few mistakes. But other than that, it's good to get the first round out of the way. It's a long series, and there's no better way to start the year.
Yeah, for sure. 12 laps you guys did out there. The only other riders out there doing 12 laps were the Pro Sport. So tell us about the little longer lap times out here.
Yeah, you know, it was tough, but it's good. You know, if you don't get a good start, it's good to have enough laps to try and make it up. But luckily enough, I got a good start. I got the Motorcycle Superstore whole shot, so that's going to come in handy definitely.
Yeah, for sure. I know you have a lot of great sponsors behind you. Why don't you go ahead and thank those guys?
Big thanks to Yamaha, Rock River, FMF, Alpine Star, Fly, Motorcycle Superstore, Bell, Pirelli, Factory Connection. My mum and dad, they're watching back home, so hello to them. Thank you so much for everything you guys do for me. Jessica and Eddie, Lindsay, and everyone else that helps me over here when my parents can't be here. Thank you so much.
All right, Mackenzie, well, congratulations again. We're looking forward to seeing you compete in this 2014 series.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, there you have it, our first WMX champion of the 2014 season.
250 All-Star A and B on the track right now. Zach Commons taking over the early lead in this one with Alexander Fry, Jason Wygant right there. The heavy hitters are right there.
It's going to be awesome, Sean, to have this All-Star class, and the A's and B's are mixed up.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that. You know, we have Zach Commons. I believe he's one of the A riders, and you have Alexander Fry right behind him in B. So a little bit of pressure. I think he just made a few mistakes, and the gap got back up, but we have a few more laps to go here for a battle shaping up later in this moto.
Commons, Fry, McCulloch, Taft. Bradley Taft is fourth now. Josh Osby running in the number 5 spot aboard the 787. Ashton Hayes gets off to a 6th place start in this one. Marcus Nielsen is 7th. 8th spot is our good buddy Keith Tucker back there. We're going to keep an eye on him, see what happens here. Will Markoff, the 312, is 9th, and Taylor Holt rounds out the top 10. Again, the field is stacked here. You got riders like Wilfredo Guzman back in 11th place position. I see Jason Ostadillo back there in about 16th place position. And there's some of the riders that you normally expect to see doing battle in at least a top 10 position there.
Fry is really digging to try to get after Zach Commons, who had that MotorcycleSuperstore.com whole shot on the 103.
Craig Fruit, come to the MXS garage with your trophy. I would imagine to the awards where you picked up your trophy, go back and take it back, I guess.
Yeah, it's the MX Sports Garage, the yellow garage, which if you're here, if you're at home, you're not going to be able to walk over to it. You're too far away. But if you're here at Daytona, it's the yellow Sprint Cup garage, which is just behind Pit Road. That's where MX Sports is working out on for this event. So Craig Fruit, go visit them over there and bring your trophy.
101.288 lap time on the third time around there for Zach Commons, Jason Wygant. That's actually the fastest lap we've seen turns so far in this 250 All-Star AB class lineup.
And that's still a really fast lap time, remembering that the results earlier today from Plessinger.
Exactly. I mean, he was, a 1 minute and point something, but it wasn't much faster than that by reality if you break it down. And Fry also putting down a pretty good lap time, a 101.5, so he was only 0.3 off the pace of Zach Commons the third time around. The gap between those two, 1.3 seconds, but we could see things start to change quite a bit here as Bradley Taft is battling with Cody McCullough back for the number 3 spot. Those guys running nearly identical back there. Commons and Fry back through again. And look at that lap time they just ran. Nearly identical. 101.931, 101.941 for Commons and Fry.
Racing's close
Tough
right
luck
here.
for 2 of our faster riders.
Yeah, they came over here in front of us right now. Hayes as well as Tucker, so hopefully it doesn't affect either one of those motos. I know Tucker has a 450 Pro moto coming up here shortly.
Yeah, we're looking at the order. This is your 250 All-Stars. Then we'll have the 250cc motos, 7 to 8, and then 4 to 6. We'll follow it with 65, 7 to 9, Mini Senior, 2-stroke. Then Vet BC and Women Amateur together, 450B and 450A Pro Sport. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 motos before they have to go again. I hope these guys are going to be all right for it.
You know, a question that comes to my mind right here, I think, whenever we watch these guys ride, how important and how much weight does this particular all-star class going to carry, man? I mean, it's an AB class. This is more of a bragging rights class than it is anything, I think.
I think it's more for getting discovered, so to speak, where the manufacturers really know who they have. I think that's really the goal here. So it depends on who signs up. But if you can take down one of the so-called big names, the established players, whatever you want to call it, in this all-star division, you might get a lot more attention from the sponsors.
I can see that happening as Zach Commons, 102.965 was the lap time of last time around. He's still holding steadily at about a 1.5 second gap between he and Fry. Bradley Taft still in third. He's now 6 seconds back. Cody McCullough, wow, there's one to keep an eye on. McCullough is right there with Taft. They're going back and forth, it looks like. And Josh Osby, the 787, rounding out the top 5. Now, Taft's looking a little faster than McCullough, but I thought McCullough was starting to put the pressure on, but it looks like he rose to the occasion now, and that gap is still only about a second or so, but or no, 3/10 of a second, I guess, between McCullough and Taft. But McCullough had problems there. That's what I was looking for him, couldn't find him. Josh Osby actually got around him. Zachary Bishop Burnett got around him. I was like, where's that battle? I just saw that. Now it's gone.
Osby, remember, was up front at Loretta's when we had the live television motos there on NBC. He was one of the riders battling with Plessinger in B division. Bad start for him, but he has now climbed up to 4th behind Taft. Fry's been making a run. He's definitely working hard, but Commons has been able to answer every one of those attacks.
Yes, it's something. I know definitely Fry would like to sweep this entire weekend. He won his other 2 classes, but, you know, this right here, if he gets the 2nd place behind Zachary Commons riding a great ride, it's still a win for him. You know, he's the first intermediate rider. He's beaten a couple of the pro riders, so this has to make him feel good either way.
Hey, guys, just an FYI, Hayes has checked in 21st place aboard the 299. I know he had those problems. He does have 5 laps. Keith Tucker, the 641, only showing 3 laps complete, but still at 22nd place in the class.
Man, just at least good to see them still riding. Sean, like you said, hopefully they'll be back for their other class.
Yeah, healthy and get ready for their next moto.
What I'm hoping is that Tucker maybe just said the heck with it and just pushed his bike off the track and said, I got to fix this before the next race or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, because I'm sure the pro race is a lot more important than this for him.
And I guess that goes back to the question that I asked there how important is this particular class?
Right. Looks like Commons right now opened up a little bit of lead over Fry. I'm not sure if Fry made a mistake or what happened there, but they both are sitting comfortable right now. You know, Commons has probably a 3-second lead over Fry, and Fry has a little bit bigger than that over the 3rd place rider.
7 laps down, working on lap number 8 right now as we speak. It's a 12-lap race according to the information I'm dealt here. Commons, 102.373. He seems to be getting a little faster as the race goes on, actually, guys.
Getting comfortable. That's a good thing, just getting comfortable with this. You know, he's from California. You know, they have a lot of rough tracks and sandy tracks out there, so maybe he's used to this or likes this, and getting in with the lappers, just making him more comfortable getting through.
Zachary Bishop Burnett now up to the number 5 ride. Here's the way the breakdown looks after 8 laps complete. Commons, Fry, Taft, 1, 2, and 3. Josh Osby is now in 4th place, only a second behind Bradley Taft, turning about 3/4 of a second faster lap, so we should see a battle shaping up between the 961 and 787 pretty quickly. And about 7 seconds behind them, coming with a head full of steam, is Zachary Bishop Burnett in 5th aboard the 47, and the 803 of Marcus Nielsen. And he's in 6th place. Cody McCulloch has dropped off to 7th. Will Markoff is now 8th. Jacob Williamson is 9th. And Marshall Welton rounds out your top 10.
At 103, you're seeing that is Commons, backed by Monster Energy, Pro Circuit, Kawasaki, DC Shoes, Def Family, Scott Motorsports, and Glenn, 17 years old, second in his heat race earlier. I believe there's only one heat race for this, so we saw all the riders face off in that one, but this is the one that counts. And when it counts, he got the Superstore hole shot and has kept the hammer down since then. And Nick Gaines, yeah, good point, Sean, pointing out here that Nick Gaines was the winner of that first All-Star Moto, and Nick Gaines not going to be able to race here because of that big crash in 250 Pro Sport. Now, we did hear from Ryan Holiday that Gaines is going to be okay long-term, no broken bones, but he's out for the afternoon.
Good to see he's healthy.
Yep.
I'm kind of surprised. I mean, is there well, I guess with being pro sport and stuff like that, is that the reason we don't see somebody like Plessinger in this one possibly?
Yeah, you don't have to race it, obviously. Again, when they have it at Monster Cup, it's the only class they have. Here it's going to be an opportunity, again, I think, for a B rider to really see where they're at. Plessinger doesn't need to prove himself to anyone. He's just going to ride his standard pro classes, I guess.
Yeah, just Plessinger, this is also not his main focus for a class. This isn't the money paying. This isn't what the team signed him for. He signed him to win the A classes. So I think it's kind of smart for him focusing on what he needs to rather than come out here and having a misfortune or something like that.
Exactly.
Like as well as Tucker, ran into a little problem earlier.
Very good point, Sean Hackley.
But it is nice to get an extra title.
Yeah, that is true, too. That is true. 10 laps down now, guys, and the top 10 not looking really a whole lot different other than looks like Osby has taken over the number 3 spot from Taft. So it's Commons Fry now Osby, Taft, and Zachary Bishop Burnett is still back in the number 5 spot, still about 9 to 10 seconds off pace. Cody McCulloch 6th, Will Markoff 7th, Marcus Nielsen 8th, Jacob Williamson 9th, and Kyler West is 10th. Well, so we did see a little bit of change there, and I see that Wilfredo Guzman is back in 12th right now. Ashton Hayes still only up the 20th place position aboard the 299 right now.
Look, Commons has a really good lead right now. I just looked at Fry over there. He just relaxed, just settling in. He's beat. He already had 2 motos today earlier, got 2 titles there, so I think he's going to settle for a second place in here. Commons having a great ride, getting the whole shot and then just keeping his head down and charging this entire moto.
So as we look at fast lap times, a 101.061 was turned by Zachary Commons, and that was his fastest lap. And it was turned on lap number 6 in his 250 All-Star A and B class. We are on, we just wrapped up lap number 11, lap 12. I believe is what we may be on right now. We're looking up there. It's over. Checkers are out. It's a done deal. Zachary Commons takes the win all the way from Camarillo, California.
Going to have a pair of 50cc motos, shall I say, main events after this, but we'll run down the rest of the field here in the All-Star division, and then we'll have 50cc's 7 to 8 and then 4 to 6. And we got some other riders coming across. Alexander Fry, that was a good solid run. He gave Commons some heat for 3 or 4 laps there. Ends up in second. Josh Osby just kept picking him off. He ends up in the top 3. Bradley Taft was 4th. Cody McCulloch 5th. Zachary Bishop Burnett rounds out the top 6. Will Markoff 7th. Jake Williamson 8th. Marshall Welton was 9th. And Kyler West, that was your top 10. Wilfredo Guzman, Scott Clark, Jason Estudio. 13th, 14th was Brandon Slane. And Matt Clan rounded out the top 15. We are into our 50cc class. Heat race, Ryder D Francesco got a big win in that one. No surprise, he's definitely on the radar as one of the fastest 50 riders in the country right now.
Yes, you guys coming off these start shows now. They had some big ruts to go through coming off the gate. We saw one of the riders get stuck in there, but like you said, Ryder, he's such a fast guy.
It's crazy.
It really is.
There's that whole group out of the desert in Bakersfield, California. He's one of the lead dogs of that pack. Some of them have now moved up to the bigger bikes, like Styles Robertson has left the 50s behind, but it's crazy how many great riders have come out of there.
Yeah, before I got to see Ryder actually ride, I could see a lot of photos of him scrubbing jumps, whipping and stuff. And I'm like, okay, wow. I'm like, we didn't do this when I was on 50s.
Johnny Weber is in the number 2 spot of the number 25. He's the one that's going to try to challenge Ryder D up front. Weber has been riding pretty solid throughout most of the weekend here out of Wisconsin.
They had some pretty big ruts out here for these guys. Hopefully none of those riders get stuck in them. They got to be smart about their lines right now and just watch out for the bumps, because these bumps are probably half the size of some of these bikes.
Let me get you the lap count for these 50cc classes. It's going to be a 6-lapper, 30 riders entered. Yeah, that's plenty of rides.
That's a long time.
Yeah, they're giving plenty of laps. That's the goal.
Yes, but it's really cool to see that they're all jumping. Ryder out here, he's jumping all the big doubles and everything that all the bigger bikes are jumping, so that's really cool to see.
We're going to bring Dave Lewandowski up here from Lazy Days RV, but when I talk to you in opening ceremony, you say, I didn't talk about that. It's all about the family. It's all about riding and just enjoying it. So this is really the heart of it right here with the 50cc classes, Dave.
Oh, exactly. I remember looking in my dining room and having a 50 and a 65 when Ethan was racing those. This is an awesome...
In the dining room?
We kept the bikes in the house, man. Absolutely.
What? Really?
Oh, yeah.
Is that for display purposes or easy access to work on them?
Air conditioning to work on them, yes.
Oh, brilliant.
Absolutely.
Okay, that makes sense.
But no, man, it's been an awesome weekend. What awesome weather, awesome racing.
It's really fun to watch it here, and Lazy Days coming on and helping the families make it a little bit easier on themselves.
Exactly. I mean, we have the same customers. This stuff all goes together, so it makes sense for me to bring a display and show off some new toys. And even if you're just, going to go check them out and see what it looks like to go inside of a $500,000 one, or go check out a new toy hauler. It's I've tried to bring one of each. And people have been going through the display all weekend, man. It's been really cool. We actually did sell a couple of here. Sell a couple of coaches while here.
No kidding, really?
I did bring technicians to do complimentary service work. We helped some people fix their water heaters and stuff like that. But mainly we grilled out. We hung out with our kids. We had an awesome weekend. My son competes in schoolboy. We had a great time.
That's really what it's all about, to be able to hang out in the infield of Daytona, which is probably better set up for motorhomes and RVs than probably any other place in the world. I mean, that's what the NASCAR guys live in, essentially.
Not as much mud.
Yeah, it's perfect for that. And come on down here, grill out. Like you said, it's not freezing cold at night, so you can hang out outside.
Awesome.
And that's interesting. We were talking about the riders. This is your chance to, visit Pro Circuit, get the bike tuned up, visit the folks from Kinetic, get your bike tuned up, and things like that. But you get to do it with the RV as well, and that's super critical, getting that maintenance done.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've really enjoyed being able to bring technicians, man. When people walk up and they're like, can you help me?
Yeah.
And I can say yes.
Right.
It's awesome, yes.
Cool. So you guys are enjoying it, and we're glad that the Lazy Days is on board. And maybe I'll come over there and just raid the cooler or something like that when we're done, all right?
Thank you so
Or maybe we can just take a motorhome home.
Yeah, I'll just raid the
let us
motorhome.
borrow one.
We only have one rule.
Yeah?
What's that?
To sleep in it, you got to buy it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Can I take it for just a lap of the track then, maybe? We'll get it on the high banks?
I am definitely down for that.
You're definitely
Okay.
We're going to take one out of the high banks. Show Top Gear, I think they did that.
Thank
All right,
you
thanks,
so
Dave.
much, man. Thank
And
you.
there's a trophy, a token of our
That is really
appreciation
cool.
for everything you guys are doing for the families. Here, hold up your trophy.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Very,
Yeah, you're on the podium right now, so here you go. You're on the podium, so you're good to go now.
Awesome, exactly. Exactly.
So thanks to Dave and everyone at Lazy Days RVs for helping out and making life a little bit easier and more fun for the families here. Enjoy it. Hope to see you back here again.
Oh, no, absolutely. We'll be at all the MX Sports events.
Cool.
Awesome.
Good to hear it.
Thank you.
We continue to roll here on RacerTV.com, as does Ryder D. Francesco. That's a long haul. I think they had some transportation figured out to get all those kids down and their bikes and such.
Is that for Ryder?
For Ryder and all those kids from Bakersfield. That's a long way.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ryder right now had a private jet bringing him in.
No, at this point, he's already at that level.
He's getting up there, so I can't wait to see him on 60s and that, as he just keeps moving up through the ranks on the bigger bikes. When he gets on the big bikes, let alone just 85. So I'm excited to see his future.
Johnny Weber is second. Mason Naker is third. Daxton Bennick fourth. Kyle Barfield fifth as they flash across the line. I think it's going to be 2 laps to go right now, so the white flag should be coming out soon. That's one of the trickiest parts when you're developing these amateur courses. You see the 199. That's Di Francesco right there. That's one of the trickiest parts, to have a track that works for these bikes.
Yes.
And the bikes we just saw.
As well as the big bikes for the all-stars and the pros. And they did a really great job here. They kept it just like the race was, with no just technical for the pros, but also with the rain and the weather they've got here, the dirt's really soft and kind of spongy-like. So it makes it rough. All the jumps are getting ruts in there, so it just kind of elevates. And for the pros as well as for the 50s, it still makes it challenging, but the jumps are nice and safe.
How badly do you wish you had the chance to race this as an amateur? I know they had it way back in the day, but did you ever get a chance to do it?
I never got a chance to do this. It's been a lot of fun because I always really favored the Supercross events, such as like the Winter Olympics. I really enjoyed the Supercross there, and as well as the TT. I don't think I ever did good at the TT, but woods riding's really fun.
So you were hoping, in your day, you wish they had the Arena Cross deal. You probably wish they had this.
Yes.
That would have lent itself to your style.
Yes, it's really good for just all the up-and-coming riders, just to help them get used to what they're about to prepare for, just help to elevate their game, make sure everybody's skilled, and so when they do move up, everything's nice and safe, and we just eliminate all the injuries, hopefully.
Yep. There's a Di Francesco making that familiar number 199. Yeah, they do fly the Nitro Circus colors every once in a while there in that machine. They listed as one of their sponsors, and he's got 1 lap to go and a whole lot of lap traffic to deal with as well.
It's pretty cool to see him running the 199 and being on a Cobra, which is yellow, just like Travis Pastrana and Suzuki. So it's cool to see.
Hey, that's pretty cool, just the way the moto order works out. The reason we're running the 7 to 8 class before the 4 to 6 is because some of these riders are actually in a 65 division, a handful of them, that'll be coming up with just 1 moto break. But the kids, they got limitless energy, right? They can handle it.
Yes, this will be no big deal. And after they finish, they're going to go to the beach, and hang out, build sandcastles, or build toy dirt bike tracks. That's the best thing to do at the beach.
Yeah, they're not interested in the water. They want the toy bike tracks.
There's sharks in there.
Yeah, that's for safety's sake. The 4 to 6 51cc is our next, and then it's that 65 7 to 9 that you'll see some of these riders up front in the 7 to 850 class competing in. It's Di Francesco continuing to lead the way. Weber has done a great job in second, trying to keep him honest.
Big one-hander over the finish line for a rider. So look, already doing tricks just like Pastrana.
Yeah. Next
year, he's going to be backflips and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Did they ever get you down there, or are you out of Maryland by then?
No. I still go to Maryland every now and then.
Okay.
And I'll be down there, and they're like, hey, you should go to Travis's. And I would love to go. Don't get me wrong. But if Travis is there and he's like, hey, Sean, you should do a backflip, I don't think I can say no.
Oh, he doesn't let you, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think I can say no, and I really don't. I have no desire to flip a motorcycle. Okay. I really don't. I mean, the foam pit looks like fun, but I don't have to come to Supercross. Oh, I could flip that triple if I really wanted to.
So you strategically aren't available.
Yes. I would love to go and hang out, ride a bicycle there. Mm-hmm. But I'll flip a 110. That's about it. No 450s.
We're going to see footage of Ryder D getting a shot at it at some point.
Yeah, he's probably going to do a triple backflip there.
Yeah, he's going to be the first to do that.
Him and Travis on it at the same time.
Di Francesco takes it. Weber finishes second. Mason Necker is third. Daxton Bennick fourth. Kyle Barfield fifth. We're going to wait for the rest of the riders to come across in a 7 to 8 division, and then we'll go to 4 to 6. Will be our next race, followed by 65 7 to 9. A big thanks to the folks at Kinetic Gaskets for coming on board. They're a sponsor of a lot of different things that Ricky Carmichael does, and pretty cool in your rider merchandise packets here. They were handing out some certificates for free gaskets. I'm going to give you the rest of the top 10 in the 7 to 8 50 class. Xander Bryan 6th, Tanner Scott 7th, Nathan Delaney was 8th, Chase Mateau was 9th, and Tyler Moore rounded out the top 10 of 57 to 8.
And now these 4 to 6 guys, just look at those ruts they have to deal with right when they come off. It's already challenging.
Wow, the bikes just sink.
Oh, see, look, a couple of the riders going down. The track is tough here.
It's tough on the 50s.
It's tough for everybody.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I want no part of it myself.
Yeah.
No matter what kind of bike I'm on. I might actually prefer a 50, more of a play bike.
That way you don't have to jump everything. You go a little bit slower.
Excuse. I can't jump it. It's the motorcycle. So we'll see how the 4 to 6s stack up. They did have a heat race earlier. It was Mason Tucker tucking away a moto victory there in the heat race. And let's see what happens here as they come out of the back section on the 50s. I think they're calling the 101 of Kyler Rome as your motorcyclesuperstore.com whole shot winner, getting in and out of the first turn, and he is leading the way wherever he may roam. Today it's Daytona, and he's out front.
Really cool to see with these guys, just to come over and hit the wall. That's a big thing for them, It's like 4 or 5 times taller than they come over it, roll down, and roost off, and then pin it down the straightaway. So it looks like hopefully they're having a lot of fun out there. Because I would be.
Yeah, got to be hanging out in Daytona. The battle's shaping up. Whole shot winner Tyler Rome out of Charlotte, North Carolina, but Mason Tucker from York, Pennsylvania is in second.
I used to be from the town right beside that in Hanover, Pennsylvania, so that's cool to see. Hopefully,
no kidding.
Yeah, hopefully Happy Ramblers is a track right there. Hope they're still racing that one.
Okay, might be getting some laps in there. Let's see what happens. I think he's actually closing in a little bit, Tucker, to try to make a battle of it with the 101 of Rome, and they were 1 and 2 in the heat race. So these two were kind of penciled in as the guys that could potentially battle, and here they are battling.
They're coming. So look at that. We've had battles in every single class today. The racing's just been great. The track really gives it separates everybody. For some people may like the Supercross stuff better, some people like the rougher stuff better. So this is just a happy medium for a lot of riders.
They're not jumping that big giant pro double right there, but they got some air off of it.
Yeah, I don't know if their bikes can handle that.
That would be crazy. Still the 101 of Rome in the lead. Tucker's all over him.
Yeah, they were close there for a second. I think Tucker made a little bit of mistake, but we have a few more laps here to go, so I'm excited for what this race can bring us.
Yeah, they have really brought it. Right, it's pretty cool to go all the way down, like you're saying. Every class is battling, and even do it in the youngest class we have here.
Maybe we'll see like a last lap battle, and one of them wants to air one of the big jumps out to go for the win. That would be awesome.
Yeah, let's triple this wall jump right here.
Yeah.
I want to see them jump.
Yeah, we saw Stewart do it, and Malcolm and all of them. They did it yesterday, so we can do this.
They land right about here.
Yeah. Yeah, Malcolm was jumping that thing really far this weekend, especially in his heat race. I think he ran into a few problems during the main event, but he rode really great on the 450.
Yeah, that was a bummer the way it turned out. We didn't get to see how long it would have lasted. Oh, we got a rider down in front of us. It's off camera, but he looks to be A-okay. Yeah, no problem.
That's good to see that.
They're still dueling up front, all over each other. I don't know if these riders have raced each other much before, if they even know each other. Here we go, the 277 of Tucker, tucking his way to the inside.
Oh, look at that. This could be like a future Earl May and Barry Karsten right here. Just a track like magnets together. Look at them. They're still together.
Yeah, and Rome, I think, got it back on the 101.
Yeah, see, look at that.
They jumped the finish line.
They must have been watching that senior A, that 40-plus A class.
So the oldest and the youngest doing battle almost exact same way.
Oh, little mistake right there, but he saves it.
So I believe that's going to put Tucker into the lead. Rome running the outside now, going to have to try to get him back.
Oh, he's going in. Look at this.
Wait a minute, a block pass.
Hey, you said the 180 turns. A lot of block passes are happening right now.
That was textbook. This kid watches Supercross on television for sure.
He was probably here Saturday. Yeah, he was probably here Saturday looking at all the passes.
They let him stay up a little bit later. We'll let you stay up till 10:30 when the Supercross is over. Man, they were almost banging bars in that corner.
Yeah, it's spring break, it's bike week, and we're here for the Ricky Carmichael Supercross. So this is really awesome.
Yeah, this is an experience of a lifetime for them. Like you said, they can go build some sandcastles at the beach when it's over. Maybe go to Disney World. That's not too far away.
No, Orlando's not a far drive, so that would be really cool.
This is spectacular. I don't think Rome on the 101 is done. He lost the lead. He wants to get it back. Bouncing hard through those bumps.
Yeah, they look like little bobbleheads. They're just so small with the big helmets. We probably wear the same size helmet.
They're just trying to figure out the lines. Look at Rome shading into the inside.
Yeah, he could have gone a little bit further inside, but there's a big rut there. Like I said, he probably would have got stuck in it, so that was a really smart move for him.
Yes, these bikes can actually get stuck. That's how deep the ruts are. They can actually happen.
Yeah, it's not a mud bog or anything like that either. This is just everybody gets to race on it. It's great conditions.
Guess what, Sean? They're side by side again.
They still are. What lap are we on right now? I think we're on the 4th lap coming, or this is the 3rd lap? 3rd lap right now. So we still have.
They just wrapped up lap 3, I believe, Sean. We're going on to lap 4 now.
And Are they going to do 6 as well? I believe, just like
Yes.
the 4 to 6 laps.
That's good to see that they get the full experience of the longer motos, the rougher tracks, and just all the elements that you have to go through when you turn
The block pass
professional.
again.
Same turn.
Made it happen. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. These guys are going for it.
Yeah, going to work. Taking over the lead with that block pass. And in this corner, they really got close the last time around. Oh. And it was a Tucker trying to square him up and get back underneath. Couldn't make it happen on the 277. This might be the best battle we've seen.
Yeah.
Because even the Earl May and Karsten battle didn't last all the way to the
You're
end.
right.
Side
See,
by
these
side
guys have
again.
the energy. These guys have the energy to do that.
How many times have they passed back and forth so far?
6 or 7.
Yeah, I think so.
This lap. Oh, that was a good save right there. Hit a pretty big brake bump and kicked him. But, oh, look.
Corner exit little bobble there. Opens the door.
A lapper getting away. But I think these guys are listening to us right now and just like, you know what, let's just battle. Give them a good show. Yeah. Everybody on TV right now, all the fans.
They're the only bikes quiet enough to actually hear us. We better be nice. Side by side again. This is a Karsten Earl May type battle. The only difference about 45 years of age. Literally. This is spectacular. They're going to be side by side going across the finish line like they have been every single lap.
So we have 2 more laps to go for these guys, and I don't think they're done yet.
Back and forth. Each lap, Rome leads the lap, Tucker leads the lap. It's crazy, man. Just keep switching back and forth. I guess we are now 4 laps down on this one. We're heading into lap number 5, looks like, guys.
Now the lines are going to change. Will we see a block pass attempt again? This time it was Rome leading them in.
Rut.
No.
There we go. Look at that. Throwing up roost right now. He really got stuck in the rut. It's great. That's how deep the ruts are out here, guys.
You said it could happen, and it indeed did.
Yeah, he was trying to make a pass, switch up his lines a little bit, but that rut was just a little bit too deep for him.
That probably reminds you of something you saw on Racer TV yesterday.
Yeah, a few of those.
And for folks watching on Racer TV, guys, we'll be back in just a few days. Going to Georgia, right?
That's right. We'll be up at Georgia this coming Saturday. We'll have ATV racing GNCC style Saturday at 1 o'clock. And then on Sunday, the 3-hour racing extravaganza as the Amsoil Grand National Cross Country Championship presented by Maxxis and AMA National Championship rolls with the two-wheelers for 3 hours, man. And that'll be a good one, man. We've got like probably 7 championship contenders right now after heading into this season. It's pretty exciting stuff over there for sure.
Yeah, that was a great race yesterday, proving once again that in the 3-hour format, starts are meaningless.
They are.
Apparently they mean nothing.
I know Charlie Mullins and Caleb Russell down in the first turn, and wow, man. Well, Caleb ended up having some mechanical issues, but was able to finish race. But Charlie was right up to the front of the pack. Just an amazing ride that those guys had over there. Not far from here either. Mudmuckers located only about 30 minutes from where we're at right now.
Yeah, hope to see you folks out there next year. Meanwhile, Kyler Rome in the lead. Tucker, after getting stuck, is second. Tyler Cole third. Austin Schaefer fourth, and Owen Barfield rounding out the top 5 of this 4 to 6 limited class.
And now Rome just gets to play it smart. He has the last lap. I'm not sure if they have pit boards right now in the 4 to 6 class or not, but he has
Can
a
they
good
read
lead.
them? That's always our question.
Can they read them? You're right. So he just needs to play it smart, ride his lines, and finish off this race strong.
They
theorized what they would put on there. Thumbs up, happy faces, sad faces.
What they might do is put things like cat, dog, mom, dad, and those are
code
code words.
For them, yeah,
code words. Mom is like slow down, dad is like speed up, Cat is like, tear him up, take him in the turn or something like that. Dog is like pass him in the straight.
I think they put that on Rome's pit board because he was the one making the block passes, Supercross style.
Cat was what they were writing for him.
Cat,
right?
okay, that was used cats like football plays. He's got this one tucked away now after Tucker got stuck.
Well, now he has to worry about not getting stuck because there's ruts that deep everywhere. Look at the face of that jump across there. So he's coming to the last turn now, so I think he'll be good to go.
All right, well done for the 101. Kyler Rome got the MotorcycleSuperstore.com whole shot, had a huge battle on his hands. One of the best races of the day. He comes out on top and throws the one-legger.
See, look at that. Freestyle's coming in motocross.
How about
that?
Well,
it already is, but look at that. It's coming here at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross.
A little leg swag there.
There you go. Yes, leg swag in 4 to 6 class.
Shortest leg swag ever. 6 inches of leg swag. Now it ends up being a big lead over Tucker, who definitely had the speed, but that getting stuck in the rut cost him, and he's going to finish up in second. Yeah, 65 class now with, we would assume, we believe some of the riders we saw 1 moto ago in 57-8 will be in this 65 division.
I love that 65cc class. That 7 to 9 class is a lot of fun to watch because, like we say, it is that that transition class from the 50s to the bigger bikes and the clutches and so forth. And this is really, I mean, you get to see those 50 riders shine a lot. And you get to see these great battles and stuff. But right here is where you get to see if they're really going to be capable of making themselves shine. You know, yeah, maybe they can ride a 50 real well, but we got to put a clutch on them, figure out how to clutch, how to gas, how to brake, all that good stuff like that. And this is where they really start to, I think, show their worth as far as what they're going to be doing and how easily and quickly they are able to adapt anyway.
My old buddy Steve Carnegie from the AMA, I remember him calling it out. Dude, there's a kid on a 65, a Blake Baggett. His riding style are unbelievable. Looks so good on a 65. You watch it. And where is Blake Baggett today?
Yes.
Did he win the other night?
Yes. Yeah, he rode awesome last night, or 2 nights ago. I'm sorry.
I remember watching him a couple of years ago whenever he was wrapping up the amateur stuff. Not only, I think we saw him ride well at Loretta's, but whenever we went to the Mini O's just before he made that step up into the pro ranks, man, that kid just literally hit a level that I don't think a lot of people were able to find at that age as quickly as what he did.
And it's still hard to find that level that he's on right now, and he showed that last night, or Saturday night.
Yeah, no one in the 250 class was at that level. That's the cool thing about Racer TV. Loretta's is obviously the ultimate proving ground on the amateur side due to the qualifiers and all the work that goes in to make sure that no one ever gets to ride that track at any other time of year and things like that. But there are other amateur events where other riders excel, and with Racer TV, they're able to bring you a lot of that coverage, and you get to see it, like with the Mini-O's, the variety of races that they have there with the different tracks. Not every track is for every rider. Baggett was one of those riders who struggled to ever even win a title there at the ranch, but was fast everywhere else. This, I'm sure, is going to be the type of event with this kind of unique circuit where different riders are going to excel that maybe wouldn't be so strong on other tracks, really going to find this to fit their game.
And, you know, I think that whenever the manufacturers and everybody got together to kind of pick and form the American Motocross Championships and the 5 majors, so to speak, that a lot of folks call it, you know, I think they look for that variety in that respect, you know, different times of the year, obviously, and different styles of tracks that they were going to be able to go to. And I think they did a great job in choosing it. I mean, obviously, here at Daytona with the Supercross, that's the most unique of them all. And I think, really, they all have something unique in their own way.
Yes, it's just testing all the elements. You know, each rider, just like here in Florida, you also have the humidity and the heat you have to deal with. Loretta's is also humid again, and then it's the full week long. I think that's another thing that changes Loretta's. You're surrounded by motocross the entire week. Some people get tired. It makes some people better because you can go ride your pit bike in some corners, work on a lot of things, the blowout area and stuff like that. Just there's always something to do at Loretta's, which makes it a great event.
And it seems like every one of the tracks, the dirt, the soil composition is different everywhere you go. You know,
Yes.
Texas has got different than Loretta's, and obviously here. And
yeah, Texas, we have dry dirt there, but Tony Miller and them down there at Freestone, they do a great job. I raced there not too long ago. They put a lot of sand in the track, but mixed it in for weeks now, so it should get good. Coming up for the majors here, coming in, I think, a week and a half.
yeah, and I think another unique track on the circuit is obviously the Gatorback Cycle Park, where they have Supercross and Motocross mixed together like that, and that's and the Gatorback motocross track itself is pretty unique. I mean, it seems like it goes from one extreme to another in the length of its own self. You know, I mean, it'll go from hard pack to sandy and loamy. It seems like in some places to slick and wet in others, and I mean, it's just crazy how it works throughout the course of the week.
Yeah, it was. I got to do that race with you guys, and that was a great thing. And Supercross was going good. It got, you know, it was pretty basic at first, but then we had the weather. Practice went well, so then it was a muddy Supercross, then it became to a rough Supercross, getting them ready for the outdoors. So that was really cool to get them ready for what they were about to experience when they stepped outside.
I think so, and it made for a great motocross there. But wow, look at that shot right there, man. I mean, amateur supercross, Daytona. It doesn't get any better than this, man. I mean, the sport has definitely reaching its limelight, I think, at this point.
I got a little announcement to make a little bit further down in the running order. Race 24, which is... hang on one second. I got announcement. We were going to just flip-flop one of the races. Race 27, 65, 10 to 11, and girls 9 to 13. 65, 10 to 11, and girls 9 to 13. We're going to flip. They're going to be double-gated, but we're going to flip-flop, but we're actually going to drop the gate first for girls 9 to 13, and then for 65, 10 to 11. So if you're in race 27, girls 10 to 11, or girls 9 to 13, or 65, 10 to 11, we're going to drop the gate for girls 9 to 13 first, and then the 65, 10 to 11 riders will go. That's a reverse of the original running order. So just keep that in mind. If you're in the girls division, you will be the first gate drop. We need the riders in the two-stroke class down to the line. 65, 7 to 9 is racing now. Then mini senior 12 to 14 will be the very next gate drop after this. We only have about half the field of the two-stroke class down in staging, so get down there. Riders in staging. We're looking for two-stroke 16+. Two-stroke 16+ riders. That's race 23. You should be in the staging area right now. I've been joined by, we had Ryan Holiday here from Kawasaki. And you got it, part of the Orange Brigade, the KTM amateur program. Do us a favor. You pronounce your last name so everyone that sees your name on the press releases or is trying to email you can, when they approach you in person, can say it properly. Because seeing it, just like mine, seeing it and saying it are two different things.
Well, how about my first name?
Well, you're Christy, we know that.
Christy LaCurl, like a curl in your hair.
Okay.
Simple.
Because here's something I'm going to teach you kids. You want to be professional, right? You want to be professional, so make sure when you don't be shy. You introduce yourself to the people who will be helping you in the racing world. And you're helping run the KTM amateur program. So you're going to introduce yourself. It's LaCurl, like a curl in the hair.
Correct. Yeah,
Yes.
Christy LaCurl. And I've actually been involved in amateur racing for a number of years at KTM, but just came back into a bigger role this year, starting January 1st, so kind of overseeing the whole Orange Brigade program. And it's been great to be back at the races and get more familiar with these faces again.
Yeah, Christy, you were there at the very beginning, including when the KTM Junior Supercross Challenge, its first run. Now it's back. I used to tease you about being just part-time. Oh, they brought her back another weekend to run that program. But you were a big part of it then. You're a big part of it now. KTM's got a lot of different things for amateur riders to get involved with.
Right, we do. We're really big on youth racing, and it was great to bring back the KTM Junior Supercross Challenge a year ago now, and a lot of the kids that I see out here racing the 50 and 65 classes have been through the program since we brought it back, and even more have been through since I've been at KTM. I just ran into Josh Cartwright, who I guess had to get off yesterday and was pretty hurt over there, but his dad and him stopped me and said, hey, we remember the challenge in 2004, and it's cool to see people remember that experience because it's such a great thing that KTM does for the kids and such a memory.
Ryan Dungey even participated in the KTM Junior Supercross Challenge one time, and he always tells a story about he was all pumped that he got to high-five Kevin Windham during opening ceremonies, and then like 10 years later, he was racing Kevin Windham, probably not high-fiving him at that point. I don't even know on speaking terms, because then they're rivals, they're racing against each other. But it's a lot different when they're younger. Talk about what you guys have going at this amateur level here and some of the other major events throughout the year.
Well, we have our trackside support at all of the major national events. Today, we're just kind of right outside where they can pull off the track. We have trackside support everywhere, though. It's free for people to come up, and we look at their bike if they have any issues, and then we give a discount on any parts that they need for their race bike, so we're here. We also have a new contingency program. It's ktmcash.com. We work together with Hook It to get that going this year, and we're really proud of that program. It's a lot simpler. There's no charges for anybody. So no fees to sign up, nothing like that, and it's been pretty flawless since we started with them. So ktmcash.com. Make sure you go sign up to collect your bucks.
One of the cool things about KTM is no matter what class we basically can throw out here, you guys have a bike to fit it. Everybody else is, we're in this, we're not in that, but you guys have the full kit.
We do. We have any bike you want for whatever class, and whether it's motocross like we're out here today, or off-road like we were at the GNCC yesterday, we have something that will work for everybody no matter what their age is.
Yeah, and that includes 50s and even 125s and things like that as well. Now, that's interesting because you've been involved in it so long. You have to see the background stories as well, the families and all that. I know that's actually a big part of it's not. It appears that you're just sponsoring the rider, but you're really taking in the entire thing, and at a very young age too.
For sure. At KTM, we've always believed it's a family sport, and that's why we do so many things like the KTM Junior Supercross Challenge, and we've had a strong commitment with all of our amateur riders. And actually, Alex Fry, who's won a couple championships here today, he was with us when he was on 50s, and they used to have a team called Dog Pound that was on his graphics, and they used to come up, and his family, they're great people, and it's been awesome to work with him again now that he's at this level, and to see him win these championships today is pretty amazing to know where he was and where he's at and where he's going to be.
So talk about this event now, which is really starting to grow in just 5 years. I mean, if we get Christy down here, obviously it's pretty important. That's what I would think. That's like a true litmus test, I believe. Talk about where this one now ranks. This is one of the ones that you're trying to pick up your riders and say, hey, this might be one you want to check out.
It is. It's definitely one that we recommend to all of our elite riders, and I think I put a big smile on Tim Cotter's face earlier today because I went up to him and said, hey, we want to bring our semi-truck next year because this event's getting bigger, so we're looking for a space that we're going to park that for next year.
They don't have room at Daytona, sorry. There's just no parking room for big rigs and stuff. We're out of space. Sorry.
We're going to make some room because we got about 95% of the class here, and the 65 is about to start, and we need to be here to support them.
That's right. Yeah, the 65s especially, KTM doing really well. We're talking with Christy LeCurl from KTM and their amateur program, and a lot of other different things that you do. That's the cool thing about KTM. It's a small company. You guys are all so passionate. You're all such enthusiasts. I mean, all the way to the top. Top people of the company are racers, ex-pros, champions. I know you ride. You're into this first because you like it, and second because it's work.
Right. It's pretty much a requirement to love riding and to race to some level if you work at KTM.
We got our 65 7-9. We'll probably have some tired or warmed-up riders who were out there earlier racing in the 57-8 division, and some of them are back here in 65 7-9. We'll follow this up with Mini Senior 12 to 14. That's going to be a good one. And then the two-stroke class, we're looking for the two-stroke riders to be into staging now because we have the gates loaded with Mini Senior 12 to 14 riders now that this race has begun. Oh, yeah. Catching some air off of the single. Give you the names to watch in this one. Jet Reynolds, that's no surprise. He's been on the map since his days on 50s and won his heat race yesterday. Of course, he is from Bakersfield, California. Jet Reynolds on the Kawasaki is leading again on that number 79. He was a heat race winner. Nick Romano from Bayside, New York was the other heat race winner on the 411. So potentially a showdown here. I see Romano on the 411 trying to move forward. Let's keep tabs on Reynolds, who is going to head to complete this first lap. There he is on the 79. Rodney, this 65-79 class, you were talking about it before, this real transition. This is maybe the biggest change of all. I know that changing from, mini cycles to big bikes is a huge one, but this is where you first get gears and a clutch, and things can really change in a hurry when that happens.
It can, man, because before all they had to worry about was twisting the throttle and applying the brake. Now they got to think about not only twisting the throttle, applying the brake, but they've also got to use the clutch to slow down, to stop, to go faster, and to switch gears.
Absolutely. We're going to let Christy go and watch this. He's going to scout some talent. But would you rather go by Miss LeCurl, Ms. Christy?
Just call me Christy.
All right. Miss L? No? Okay. I'm just trying to teach the kids to be polite, be true professionals about it. All right, it's just Christy.
I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
This is a class that's heavily populated with KTMs.
You never even asked Miss Christy if she wanted to be called Miss Christy.
Just Miss Christy? Miss Christy? You want Miss Christy? Miss Christy, do you like that? She's fine. Okay.
Somehow or another, that always seems to sound nice whenever you call someone.
I'm telling you, it's very critical. There's a lot of riders that want support. You have to prove that you can take the bull by the horns, introduce yourself to the right people, shake the right hands, meet the right people, and go about it the right way. Jet Reynolds has obviously done that.
Yeah, he has. Look at this. A 1:14.376 lap time after the second lap. He's taken that little Kawasaki out of Bakersfield, California, and turned it into a 4.4-second lead over Nick Romano, the number 411 out of Bayside, New York. We got basically East Coast, West Coast going at it right now for the number 1 and 2 spots in the 65, 7, and 9-year-old class. Caden Braswell running in the number 3 spot aboard the 222. We got Matthew LeBlanc in 4th. Ryder DiFrancesco in the number 5 spot aboard the number 199. Kyle Smith, the number 12, is 6th. Nicholas Capps, the number 38, is 7th. Braden Kennan is 8th aboard the 424. Tommy Welch, the 98, in 9th. And Kyle Barfield rounds out your top 10 in that one, Jason.
Dude, we got some battling going on here. Romano on the 411, Braswell on the 222, and a couple other riders got LeBlanc in this mix as well. This is the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and pretty much all the way back. And Ryder DiFrancesco's back in this one as well in the 65s. This is a tight race. Welcome Sean Hackley back into the announcer's tower here. Your eyebrows were raised. They were going at it.
Yeah, he came in there making aggressive pass. We've seen a lot of those in the younger kids these days, and that's cool to see. They're still keeping it clean, but also you got to try to get the spot when it's available.
Braswell still holding on to that spot by the fingernails as LeBlanc and Romano try to put the heat on, and Reynolds tries to get away.
Yes, Reynolds is riding great, but it's also good to see Ryder DiFrancesco out there, still on the 50s and everything, and still hanging with these guys when he hops on the big bike at the 60s.
Very true.
Jet Reynolds is your leader right here, just in case folks are wondering, just helping update some key people who had questions asked. Jet Reynolds. And, I got a nickname for him. I don't know if you're aware of this, Rodney. Jet, I think, would be an awesome...
Because he's so fast, right?
Yeah, that's why, yeah.
Wow, that's
Jet the Jet Reynolds.
Jet the Jet.
Yeah. If he ever gets Jet on the back of his pants, that's actually the nickname. It's not his first name on the back of his pants. That's the nickname.
Well, I guess if he's Jet the Jet, could we call him JJ?
JJ. Jet is 2 T's in the name, so maybe that's how we'll know the difference. The nickname is 1 T.
Okay.
Look at this battle here with Romano on the 411 and 329. Matthew LeBlanc. Hey, how you doing? He's going down the inside, trying to make the pass. Romano's got it covered.
1:12.730 for Jet Reynolds that time around. 1:13 and a half lap time. Actually, Braswell's been turning consistently in that 1:13 range for the first 4 laps. Reynolds, though, seems to be picking it up a little bit as he's gone now about almost a full second faster than his fastest lap before. Romano back in the number 3 spot, the 411. LeBlanc, as you said, still in 4th. DiFrancesco still back in the number 5 spot. A gap starting to open up between the 5th and 6th place positions, it looks like, Jason. Kyle Smith is 6th, Nick Capps in 7th, Thomas Welch, he runs in the number 8 spot. 9th is Braden Keenan, and Kyle Barfield rounds out the top 10.
Hey, pretty cool. We got just got an advanced copy of the spread. We got an article coming up in RacerX Illustrated. You probably see it in your mailboxes in 2 to 3 weeks. Called the Bakersfield Boys. We went up to Bakersfield, got to hang out with the parents and these riders and saw what it was all about with them, including Jet Reynolds, Ryder DiFrancesco, and a whole bunch of these fast kids, Styles Robertson as well. I don't know what's going on up there, but they're churning out a ridiculous amount of fast riders.
You mean to tell me these amateur riders actually making the cover of RacerX Illustrated? That's pretty cool.
On the cover. They're on the inside.
But a big story anyway, though, right?
Yeah.
A multi-page story?
Yeah, absolutely. A full feature. I think it's like 10 or 12 pages. Or something
wow.
Like that. Yeah,
that's pretty
cool.
impressive, yeah.
Yep. Here we go. This is crazy. Nick Romano just doing everything he can to make passes on this 411.
Yeah, they're coming to the lappers right now. It's playing a little bit apart for their line choices, but we have a few laps to go. Should be a good finish.
Here is Romano trying to make it happen. And what's cool about the Supercross thing is how you set these passes up, especially now that they have the ruts. They can't just cut from one side of the track or the other. Braswell's still second on the 222. LeBlanc and DiFrancesco are now there trying to get the heat on Romano. He's trying to go up to Braswell for second. So second, third, fourth, fifth are pretty close. Also, Johnny Weber, who is up front in the 7 to 850 division, is running 11th here. So seeing that transition, there's some of the younger kids in this class, but they're going pretty fast.
Yeah, that's really good to see. This is a race that helps you transition, just getting to learn all the new aspects of Supercross, motocross, as well as racing, not necessarily inside of a stadium, but inside of a closed course.
Final lap here in 65, 7 to 9.
Ryder just made a block pass on
Really?
411, yes.
Wow, all
that
right.
one was aggressive. They made contact right there.
So that's third for DiFrancesco. And remember, Braswell in the 222, got about 2 seconds to make up on him, but with the lap traffic, they might have a shot at it. Jet Reynolds has jetted off with this. It'll be a Reynolds wrap. He wraps it up. He's pumped. Hope he makes it to the pro level. I got a lot of nicknames I can run for this one. DiFrancesco on the 199 and Romano on the 411. They're still fighting for it.
Yeah, I think Romano's going a little bit of payback after that one because he did get a bump.
They're like in fast forward right now over these big bumps.
It looks like a whole new rhythm section. Ryder almost making a little mistake, but he captures himself or catches himself.
Yeah, you're right there. It's almost a rhythm lane just getting those bumps.
It was a straightaway, but now it's like a double for him.
Checkered flag is out.
Looks like Ryder's going to be able to hold on to that third spot.
That was a great fight right to the end.
Yes.
Props to Braswell out of Green Sea, South Carolina. He finished second. And, of course, Jet Reynolds taking the win. DiFrancesco up to third, making that move late. They got the aggression part figured out pretty young.
Yeah, so when they move up to big bikes, we're not going to know what we see now. Just barbing, like this UFC and motocross collaboration.
That's pretty funny. I think we're going to bring in Reynolds. Possibly we'll get a shot of him.
Jet Reynolds.
And now that 65-79 is complete, it'll be mini senior and then two-stroke. So a couple of classes of two strokes. There's Jet has pulled in, part of the Bakersfield crew. And we'll let him get his helmet off, and he'll have a word with Jen Kenyon here on RacerTV.com. This mini senior is about to take off, and then we'll run our two-stroke class. Card is up for mini senior. I'll just tell you who to watch in this one. Heat race victory for Brock Pappy, who's had a great weekend going so far.
All right, guys, I'm actually going to chime in. I'm down here trackside with Jet Reynolds, our 65-7-9 champion here at the Daytona Amateur Supercross. Jet, what was the track like out there?
Oh, the track, they groomed it for us, so it was good. I didn't get the start that I wanted, worked my way up front, started pulling away, had a good race.
Man, you were on rails out there on that Supercross track. I know you do a lot of the amateur motocross races around the country. Talk about how cool it is to be on the Daytona Supercross track.
Oh, it's awesome. You know, just to get on the Daytona Supercross track is amazing for me.
Do you think this is a little bit of a preview of what it's going to be like one day when you make it to the pro ranks?
Yeah.
All right, who would you like to thank for getting you the win today?
Thank you.
All right, good job. Jet Reynolds, everybody.
We had him parked right next to the track. It was too loud.
Yeah, he thanked Jen Kenyon for his win. That was pretty
okay,
good.
well, I'm sure she had played a big hand in it.
Yes.
It's a 352. I think it's Swole. Is that who I saw out front?
Yeah, J-Luke Swole came away with the whole shot, I think, and as well as the first lap lead. He's checking out right now, too. He has a pretty big lead opened up already.
They're saying Jack Rogers got the whole shot, and then it was the Swole got right underneath him, 351 and 352. So Swole's going to try to take off.
It looks like he's doing that right now. He's opened up a pretty big gap. I'm saying 3 to 4 seconds already. I'm not sure about the official timing yet, but we'll let you know as soon as we get it.
And then a ridiculous pack behind him. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 11 riders all close to each other in that third turn.
And I see Pappy back there. He's at the very tail end of that camera shot, so he's obviously not coming off to a good start. He has some work to do.
Wow, 352 seeming to have this one in control as he made his way by there, guys. And the field's starting to stretch out a little bit, at least for first and second place. The battle, I think, is starting to shape up in the number 2 spot. Maybe not. Might be heating right back up front. We'll have to watch and see how it unfolds, I guess.
That's Brock Pappy right there on number 144 KTM, making some passes, trying to make his way through the pack. I think he's actually up into the top 5 now, so that was good. Quick work of a couple guys. And let's see. I think he's going to try to catch J-Luke Swole. I know he wants to win in this, and Brock Pappy had, like they said, great weekend going on so far, as well as other nationals and majors. So we know he's a great rider. Let's see what he can do.
Tommy Rios, solid there in the number 2 spot. Good ride for him. And Jack Rogers battling it out right now in the top 3. Tristan Lewis next. Pappy doesn't have too much time to work with.
No, but he's in 3rd right now, catching on Rio. So I don't know about catching Dalek Swole. He has a big lead, but Brock Pappy's been riding great all weekend, and he has some good lap times going right now.
Pappy on that 144, the orange KTM. Rios is number 24. We're watching that battle right here for that pro double. Then around the first turn. Let's see him down the inside. All right, Pappy's caught him. Let's see if he can figure out a place to make the pass. This is a fantastic race for the number 2 spot. Rios on the 24. Pappy on 144. Pappy's going to try. Going to stay to the outside here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Pappy caught him pretty quickly, but, Rios is holding his own. Pappy can't get by, so this is turning into a good race. I know Pappy goes outside and does this big double. I'm not going to shoot. And he's going to make it, and that's the pass.
Oh, you saw that coming. Nicely done by Pappy. Get to that number 2 spot, just trying to go where Rios wasn't. Rios is going to try to stick with him. See what Pappy's doing. Hitch a ride, as they say. Because Pappy, isn't happy with second. He wants even more than that. Not going to be easy, though. Catch the leader.
Yeah, Jalen Swole, got a great start. I think second, got into the lead, and he's been riding really smart. Got out there, put his lines together, and he's coming away with the lead right now. And I think, as long as no problems, or if he has any mechanical problems or any crashes or tip overs, that he's going to come away with the win for this one.
Yeah, they're saying it's 10 seconds is the lead for Swole, so he controls his own destiny now, as they would say.
And Rios is staying strong right there on Pappy right now. Pappy really can't break away from him. Maybe Pappy's having a problem. He keeps looking over.
Yeah, interesting. Rios is right there. These are basically the same lines they were in the last time around. Don't count Rios out of this.
Jack Rogers also putting some pressure on Tristan Lewis, it looks like right now, guys, for the number 4 position as we see them coming by, and Grant Harlan right there with them out of that 6th place position. And I think probably all the way through the top 10, those guys are pretty nose to tail, aren't they? This is probably one of the more consistently competitive I've seen through the top 10 like this. I mean, there's the biggest gap that we see on the course right now is 5 seconds, and that's only one gap. Well, now there's 12 between first and second, but and the 5-second gap just dropped down to 4, so everything's starting to tighten up back behind the race for the leader anyway, second on back.
Looks like Pappy has now gotten away just a little bit from Rios, who's still riding well there in 3rd, while Jalek Swole tries to get away.
It's cool to see a girl out there, Shelby Benson. She's racing this with all the boys and everything, still going out there. She has her girls' class or women's class, but still goes out there and races with the boys. That's really cool to see.
Seems like that's becoming the thing to do. We saw Hannah Hodges can mix it up in there.
And Hannah Hodges goes and beats most of the boys.
Yeah. Jasmine Canfield mixes it up when she's against the boys as well. A lot of other riders are able to do that. That's a good experience for them. Is it the white flag? Is that what I'm seeing? I think it's the last lap.
Yeah, I think it is. They just wrapped up, or actually Swole just wrapped up his 6th lap.
Yes, white flag's out. Brock Pappy's coming over. He just got his 2nd lap, or white flag lap. Rios, and here's one of the battles that we were talking about. A lot of close racing going on, as you guys can see.
That one's opened up quite a bit, though, as compared to where it was. Pappy and Rio's now about 4 seconds apart. Another 3 seconds back to Grant. We're 2 seconds back to the number 5 rider, Tristan Lewis. And another second back to Jack Rogers. So those half second, 3/10 of a second, 4/10 of a second battles we saw have pretty much gone away now, and everyone's settled into pace, it looks like, through these last couple of laps.
We're watching this battle right here, but Jalen Swole is coming into the last turn to take the checker flag right now and come away with his the championship.
Swole's got this one, took the lead early and checked out from there. Trying to figure out, you got a couple riders working through some lap riders, and the other riders are on the lead lap battling. You got Mason Gonzalez in 7th on 37. Jack Rogers, Rodney, you've been talking about him, 351 in 6th. Tristan Lewis, 73. The checkered flag is out for Swole.
Rogers had a pretty strong start, though, in this one, didn't he? Something happened to him to drop him back.
Yeah, Rogers came away with the whole shot. And I'm not sure if he made a mistake or a bobble or something like that, but he still ends up getting a good ride or finish.
Rios will take 3rd. Grant Harlan was 11. Number 11 was 4th. You saw Tristan Lewis come over the finish line. He was in that battle. Finishes up in 5th. Then it was Mason Gonzalez right behind him on the 37. Rogers was also in that fight. You saw 3 or 4 riders fighting in the last lap. Rogers will end up 7th. Then it was Cullen Park. Gabe Gutierrez and Ty Masterpool rounding out the top 10. That was Mini Senior. And two-stroke 16 plus is next. It'll be followed by Vet BC and Women's Amateur. And 450Bs after that, you folks should be in staging.
Jen Canyon standing by with someone pretty special to this Racer TV broadcast.
That's right, Rodney. Someone pretty special to the mini senior 12 to 14 class. Jay Swole, congratulations on taking that main event win. Take us through your race.
Thank you. I got a pretty good jump off the gate. Kind of cut right a little bit and sweep the inside, and I had a good start, so I knew that I had to put some good solid laps in to get this win, so that's what I did, and I felt pretty good out here. The track was really rough, and I just liked it,
Yeah, definitely. It looks pretty fun. It looks really rough from out here. Obviously, we don't really know how rough it is as much as you do, but talk about how cool it is to be on a supercross track. You got a lot of those tight corners, and it's got to be more fun to battle closely with those guys out there.
It's a lot different than motocross. This is really like my first time actually riding with a whole group of fast kids on this, so it was a pretty fun experience, and just learning how to put clean passes in,
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'd say you did pretty well for it being your first real big experience on a supercross track. Who would you like to thank for getting you the win here today?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Zach Bell for packing the gates, Chuck Bell, Chase Bell, all of them, and Seven, Husqvarna, Pro Taper, FMF, Oakley, Garnet, everybody else who's helped me, thanks. Yeah.
And the list goes on. Well, congratulations, Jay. That was a good ride out there.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. As we pick the action back up now in our next class on the track, it's race 23, the two-stroke. These riders 16 years of age and older, and Josh Pryor has gotten off to the early lead in this one as he wrapped up the first lap in the number 1 spot aboard the number 345 machine. He had close company, though, on another fellow Yamaha rider. 0.3 of a second back was Tyler Kirshner, but at the end of lap number 2, Kirshner makes the pass, it looks like, and Pryor drops to the number 2 spot with Kevin Steele in 3rd. We're looking at Brandon Westbury, the number 4 spot. He's riding the 738. Chandler Garion is 5th. Mario Testa, the 927 in 6th. Jonathan Baker in 7th aboard the 47. Kyle Dawson, the 161, was 8th. 9th was Mike Hartensfeld. He's riding the number 913 and 10th spot, the 138. Brandon Davis to kick things off in his two-stroke 16-plus class. Ty Kirshner, I believe, is probably one of the riders expected to do well here, if I'm not mistaken. And
yes, no, he's a great rider. I'm pretty sure he had a good heat race going, and it's really cool to see him out there, out front right now. He's from Columbia, Maryland. He's good friends of mine. I know him with the Traders Racing Group and everything. So
exactly,
it's also good to see that he's on a 125 two-stroke, and some of the other riders, it's open where you can ride a 250. I don't even know if you can ride a 500 in here if that's legal.
But Kirshner actually finished second in qualifying coming into this one, and he is on a Traders Yamaha backed by RN Bracing as well as One Industry, Smith, and 661. Kirshner is putting down some pretty good lap times right now, 105 and a half, under some what I consider to be some rather intense conditions as the track continues to show more and more of a race face as the day wears on. We've got Kirshner, Pryor, Steele, Westbury, and Baker, your top 5 at the end of 3 now. And the gaps are starting to open up a little bit, but we are starting to see some things tighten up. Kevin Steele, I believe, is closing up a little now on Josh Pryor for the battle for the second-place position. So the 821 trying to mount a charge on the 345, a little less than a second as they checked in a moment ago. And I think this one's just starting to heat up, and we may get to see more out of this one.
Yes, they had a good battle going on right now. The third place rider got stuck behind a lapper, but he got around him. So now they're closing back up again, coming across the finish line. Yeah, I believe these guys both are on 252 strokes. So, that's they're really not.
Go ahead, Sean. I was going to say, you talking about 2 strokes and so forth and 4 strokes. Mm-hmm. And I know whenever years and years ago, or several years ago anyway, there 2 strokes was the machine. 4 strokes was something that didn't happen very often, or it wasn't real competitive until obviously the mid to late around 2000 or so, I guess probably. And anyway, since its invention and everything, a lot of the kids that you're seeing grow up are kind of accustomed to the fact that they know that they're striving to reach a 4-stroke and don't think a whole lot about a 2-stroke, where a lot of us old school guys just really like the idea of having 2 strokes out on the racetrack. What do you think it is? What is the appeal to this younger generation about the 2-stroke? Do you think it is where they're still making that transition into the bigger bikes?
It's making that transition, but I think they know in the latter part of their career when they're advancing, you have to be on the 4-stroke to really be competitive now. So it's good to see that they have the 2-stroke class, because I wish they had this when I was racing amateurs, because I wasn't a big fan of the 4-stroke, and I love 2-stroke still to this day.
And I guess it was something that would help out with the confidence, help keep your name out there if you could perform a little better, huh?
Yeah, just know that you can still do it. Just riding the 125, say in the 250B class, and you're only 125 in there, it would be tough to get a start. You can come through the pack and everything, but you can get overlooked from the guys getting the whole shot and, say, going from 1st to 4th when you go from 20th to 6th.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty impressive stuff. But this is a class, a good growing class, and a good class, like you say, I think a good opportunity for riders to stand out in the process of making that transition. Jen Kenyon standing by with old Paul from Amsoil, who Amsoil, believe it or not, First in Synthetics, is one of the great folks that helps RacerTV.com bring you all these great live programs. Jen?
That's right, Rodney. For those of you watching at home, I know you've seen the Amsoil logo plastered all over the place here, especially if you were watching us on GNCC Live over the weekend. Paul, you went to the GNCC. You're here at the Daytona Amateur Supercross. We've seen you everywhere. Talk about your stay here in sunny Florida.
Yeah, it's been really fun to be involved in the amateur program as well as GNCC and get to come to a lot of cool events and see a ton of good racing.
You guys come out of Minnesota, so I know you're just as happy as those of us inside that trailer to be here in the sunshine. Talk about the whole experience of being in the Daytona area. You got to see some off-road racing, ATV, and dirt bikes. Now you're here watching all these amateurs, and it's got to be pretty cool to be a part of history here on the Daytona Supercross track.
Yeah, it's really exciting for us to be a part of this. It's been a big change for the weather for me, obviously, but just to be a part of this event and part of the whole program of building these amateurs up to through all the levels and just being.
All righty, thanks a lot, Jen, and looks like Paul and the boys and all the folks from Amsoil. I had an opportunity to talk a lot with Paul yesterday and on Saturday at the GNCC, and man, I tell you, Sean, I don't know if you've ever got to experience a GNCC, or what it's about, man, but I mean, going from that to amateur motocross to or supercross, then to go into flat track, then to road racing, and all the different varieties of racing, alligator enduro today. I mean, there's so much that motorcycle enthusiasts can take in and soak in. I mean, if you want to participate, that's great, but if you just like to watch good racing, man, I mean, there's so much to choose from down here.
Right. For this, the events that they put on this week, there's no better place to bring it than for Bike Week. Just, everybody who loves motorcycles, whether it be just on the road or on dirt, you guys can come here, check out things. You or your parents can go ride the Harleys, go on test drives, and have fun. And also, you have the beach right down the road, so you really can't miss this event.
Man, can you imagine going out here and motoing like these guys, Ty Kirshner, who's out front after 7, by the way. Kirshner out front, and Josh Pryor back in second, going down and hitting the beach in a little bit. Kevin Steele back with the number 3 spot aboard the 821. Brandon Westbury is running 4th aboard the 738. Mario Testa, man. Testa's been bouncing around in that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place there quite a bit, like a pinball or ping pong ball or something back there, man.
Yeah.
And he solidified that 5th spot at the moment anyway. Kyle Dawson is 6th aboard the 161. Mike Hartensveld is 7th. Jonathan Baker in 8th. Chandler Gurian is 9th. And looks like Sam Rini is rounding out your top 10 there in the two-stroke division.
Congratulations to Tyler over there. You know, he just came away with the win in that, you know, making all the Maryland guys proud. How you guys doing over there, traders?
So you got Kirshner taking a win 6 seconds over Josh Pryor. Kevin Steele running back in the number 3 spot with Brandon Westbury in 4th. And Mario Testa holds on for that number 5 ride. Then it's Kyle Dawson, Mike Hartensveld, Jonathan Baker, looks like Chandler Gurian waiting on him. He should be checking at any moment now with Sam Narini right behind him. Up next, I believe we've got our women amateur. Looking at our roster here, we got Vet BC and women amateur that should be doing a stagger start, if I'm not mistaken. We go to 450B and 450A Pro Sport. As the gate is down on this one now, Sean, another Motorcycle Superstore.com Whole Shot Award, I believe, and that's our Vet BC 35 Plus off and rolling.
I'm not sure who got away with this whole shot. They were all pretty close going out there through the first turn as well into the second one, but I think the guy, whoever's in first right now, I'm pretty sure he squeaked away with the whole shot as well.
Well, Kevin Kolb, the number 11 from Leesport, Pennsylvania, on a Team Crystal Racing BPE back to KTM, was actually the one that took the win in qualifying action yesterday. And looks like things are starting off pretty strong there. I got 2 pages, I guess, there. The second place position went to Shane Clamp at the 291 out of Clyde, North Carolina. They go by Sean Hackley, and looks like Vet BC 35 Plus is racing pretty intently right now.
Yes, looks like number 202 in the KTM right now. He has the lead. He's looking strong and coming around here for the last turn before he comes around and gets this green flag for the first lap.
That's Daniel Zullo. We saw him doing well in some novice class racing earlier on a Cycle Sports Orlando back machine, backed by Scott USA, P3 Racing, AIM Asphalt Paving, and WPB. 45-year-old gentleman Daniel Zullo out of Loxahatchee, Florida, finished 13th in the qualifying race there yesterday, it looks like. Man, talk about having things turn around for you from what looks like a barely qualifying to becoming the man the next day. Zullo out front. We've got Chad Murphy, the number 54 from Thomaston, Georgia, running in the number 2 spot. Janio Rezendi is out of Pembroke Pines, Florida, on a Kawasaki, the 711. He is in the number 3 spot. We got a new leader, it looks like. The 54, Chad Murphy's gotten around. Now Zullo is in trouble. He's got Nagy, he's got Rezendi, he's got Kevin Kolb, I believe he was once again the qualifying race winner. And Kolb is back at the number 5 spot with Jeff Curran in 6th. William Moore in 7th. Chris Hutchison is 8th, 9th. Michael Patton, and rounding out your top 10, it's old Tom Sawyer, man. Better watch that guy. So Murphy taking over the lead there after 2 laps complete. He turns a 1:12.5. Steve Nagy actually turns a little bit faster lap time at 12.2, a second and a half behind him. He in the number 2 spot. Genio Rezendi is now 3rd. Daniel Zullo dropped to 4th with a 1:16 lap time, and he's got Kevin Kolb coming hard and strong, about 3 seconds faster on the lap than what Zullo was. Looks like Zullo really had some struggles on that lap after leading the first lap. He drops his lap time to a 1:16. Hey, we're joined here by another proud supporter of amateur motocross, and that's our good friends at Dunlop Race Tires. And that's, of course, none other than Rob Fox, who has become a huge part of the amateur program. I know we got acquainted at Loretta Lynn's back last August, and I think we also talked a little bit at the Winter Olympics this past winter as well. So glad to make your acquaintance again and see you again, Rob. How's things going, buddy?
Yeah, thanks. You know, having a good time here down in Florida. It's a nice change from being up in Ohio, and just checking out the races here, checking out the riders, and just having a good time.
That's great. Now, what part of Ohio you come out of?
I'm up in Akron, so I haven't seen the ground in a while because of the snow so much, but I was living down here in West Palm for probably 10 years or so it's nice to come back home and see everybody that I'm used to seeing at the races.
And I'm sure it's good to be back at the races also, man. It's been a long winter, it seems like, at least from the amateur motocross side of things anyway.
Yeah, I've been traveling around. I was down at Mill Creek at that race, and then from here I'm going straight to Texas for the other 2 races at Oak Hill and Freestone. So it's been fun on being on the road and seeing everybody and checking out the races.
Amazingly, Dunlop Motorsports and Dunlop Tires a huge supporter of amateur national motocross racing, man. It's good to see you guys out at all these events and full support like you are. I mean, and when I say full support, man, you guys come in with a semi and a half load of tires, I think, just to support these amateurs.
Yeah, we had some tires here, and we ended up selling all of them. So we ended up actually overselling what we thought, just because there's so many riders here. It's such a great event. So we ended up closing up shop because we had nothing else to sell. So we're gearing up and getting ready for the next few rounds. And we have our new tires coming out, which we're really excited about, our new MX32 and MX52 tires. So we'll have some of them available the next few amateur nationals. So we're really excited about that, and should be a good year for Dunlop.
So let me ask you guys got any key riders out there on Dunlop right now?
Yeah, for sure. We have a handful of our Dunlop amateur elite riders. And some of these guys out here dominating. We also have a slew of other sponsored riders, and all of which are sponsored through Hook It, our amateur support program. But we got a lot of our elite kids out here, and it's pretty cool to meet everybody who I haven't met already and having a good time.
That's great, man. And just since you mentioned it, Hook It, I assume that means that is an amateur, obviously an amateur support website that you can get a little bit of support and stuff through and get some hookups, I guess you could say. Is that something that anybody at home watching right now can go to hookit.com and pull up Dunlop and maybe get some support from them?
Yeah, we have it open year-round this year, which is new for us. So all you got to do is just go to teamdunlop.com and submit your resume and a little bit of bio, and then submit it. And then I hand select every single resume, go through everybody, and we have different discount programs. So it's definitely a great program to get hooked up, especially with our new tires coming out. It's going to be great discounts, and we definitely want to give back to all the racers that are going to all the races and doing well.
And we want to remind folks it's not just the national races, we're talking local races, regional races, whatever the case may be, because you guys want those Dunlop tires out everywhere you can get them, huh?
Yeah, no, we have them at all the big events, and it's pretty cool to have them here and have me go to all the races. So it's a new gig for me, and I'm really excited about it, and it's a dream job for me. So I'm just pumped to be able to go to the races and have a good time and meet everybody.
All righty, sounds good. Rob Fox, ladies and gentlemen, from Dunlop Tires, want to say thanks to you for coming on RacerTV.com and introducing yourself and letting the fine folks know a little bit more about Dunlop, man.
Cool, thanks very much.
All righty, that's, once again, Rob Fox, Dunlop, and what we've got on the racetrack right now is Steve Nagy, who worked his way up through the pack in this 35-plus class, the Vet BC. Nagy was, I think, fourth at last check that I had, and a man on a move, and he moved right into the number 1 spot aboard the number 40, Chad Murphy, holding in second, Janio Rossendi. Actually, I'm beginning to think that maybe Nagy got up there a little quicker than what I realized, but regardless, we just saw the change going on there as Murphy just went to the front of the pack once more. Nagy in second, Janio Rossendi in third, Jeff Curran is fourth, and James Kress was fifth after 5. We'll see if he holds on to it after this 6th lap. They're checking in now. Murphy, Nagy, Rossendi. Then as Kress moves up into that number 4 spot as he gets around Curran. Curran drops to the number 5 position now with 6 laps complete. Michael Patton in 6th. An 8-lap race right now. 7th place is Chris Hutchinson. 8th spot, Tom Sawyer. Read a book about that guy one time. William Moore, the 313. We saw him in 9th out of St. Petersburg, Florida, just a lap ago, and at the end of lap number 6, he was turning a 123.007 on lap 5, a 125.985. I think he might be staying pretty consistent with lap times there. Not losing too much. And Eric Fortin, congratulations, just got up into a top 10 heading into the final lap, so really going to have to be working pretty hard to hold on to that. Chad Murphy just checked in. He took a white flag, I believe. Nagy's in now. Wow. Murphy really slowed down quite a bit on that one. A 1:15.8. Nagy went a 1:12.832. I didn't see it because I was talking with Mr. Fox there, Rob Fox, but Nagy might have went down prior to that, so how Murphy may have gotten around and might explain a lot there. Janio Rezendi in third, James Kress fourth, Jeff Kern in fifth after 7. So we'll see the checker flag coming out here in just a second. Fast lap in this class, I believe, may have been turned by Nagy. I'm not sure if it was on lap 7. No, it was on lap 4. Actually, turned to 1:11.253 as the fastest lap, and a 1:12.832 on lap 7 as we motor our way around. Looks like checkers should be coming out here shortly. And has Murphy slowed his pace down enough for Nagy to be able to catch? I'm watching right now the number 40 looking for, and don't know that he is going to make it happen. There it goes. Murphy across the line. He took the checker. So did Nagy. Nagy took second. He turned to 1:11.099. I think that was the fastest lap right there. He pulled, within 1/10 of a second. Murphy dropped to a 1:16. I was wondering if Nagy might not be catching him. I looked away from the monitor and was trying to watch out on the screen here out from the window of the broadcast studio just a little bit. But kind of lost track of both the riders in the process, man, and I'm sorry I did because it looks like that was a real good one. A 1:11.099. That was the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, and he pulled to within just a 1/10 of a second, 0.117. Murphy was able to hang on to it for the win, according to live timing and scoring anyway. Janio Rezendi is in the number 3 spot. Then we got James Kress finishing 4th aboard the number 28. In 5th, the 56, Jeff Kern. 6th, Tom Sawyer. He's riding the number 73. Michael Patton, the 413 in 7th. 8th place, Chris Hutchinson. 9th spot will be William Moore if he makes the checkers. And it looks like Murphy lapped everyone up through 10th place. Chris Foss not checking in 10th place. That will be him. William Moore took 9th, by the way. All right, that was Vet BC 35-plus class. I think this should be our women amateur now. They said a stagger start, but they might have did separate starts. Looking at our race order right now, 450B followed by 458 Pro Sport, if I'm not mistaken. And then we'll see 65s, girls racing together, Vet BC, Super Mini, Vet A, 450Cs, and Schoolboy. And the event will be completed. And women amateur, 12-plus, looking for riders like the 8 of Shelby Benson, the 15, Lizzie Lance, 15/, Katrin Solly, Kylie Fosnot. She's riding the number 33. And I believe that 69, Jamie Ostadillo out of Quakertown, Pennsylvania, on the south of the border, MBR MCC back KTM. Just 13-year-old girl finished second in the qualifying races there yesterday, and looks like she's running another close second, or will be, from behind Hannah Hodges, the 172. Hodges, a MAV TV Lucas Oil Farron Racing Troy Lee Designs FMF backed rider, took the win yesterday in the qualifier, and she opens up out of DeLand again here today in the number 1 spot. And looking at that gap already amassed, 8 seconds on the first lap. 8 seconds on the first lap, 8.3 to be exact, over Jamie Ostadillo, the 69 in second. Alexandria Steinauer is running in third aboard the number 73. She's out of Jackson, Georgia. Mascot, Florida, home to Katrina, 15/ of Katrina Soley. Solly is running 4th. In 5th place, the number 8 is Shelby Benson out of Del Mar, Delaware. Megan Butcher, 918, runs 6th out of Fernandina Beach here in Florida. Then we got Carolyn Rizza, the number 68 in 7th out of Longwood, Florida. Bryson City, North Carolina, home to Summer Rae Height. And Pearson, Florida, is home to Lizzie Lance, the number 15. That's the 9 girls we've seen going by there in the women amateur class. Hodges back in for 2 laps now complete. She's running a 109.063, and that's pretty impressive considering that a lot of the other classes were struggling to make the 109 range and the bigger bikes.
Yeah, and that's great to see. Obviously, she's a girl, so that's really cool, and she's on an 80, and
Yeah.
she's still going that fast. So
Yeah, exactly.
Hannah Hodges is the real deal, and she's really fast.
Jamie Ostadillo still back in the number 2 spot out of Quakertown, Pennsylvania, the KTM rider. Hodges, we just heard and seen right in front of the RacerTV.com race day studios.
She has a great sounding bike, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. Sounds like that thing is firing hot.
Yeah, highly tuned machine.
Highly
she's
tuned,
on, so
very
that's good.
pitch perfect, so to speak. Could tune a guitar to that. 69, Ostadillo is checking by us now. Here's the difference in lap times. Hannah Hodges on that 80, a 109, now a 108.923. And look at some of this. We see some other big wheel 80s out there, but am I hearing some 4-stroke action out there?
Yes, some 250Fs as well. Our number 73 out there is on a 250F.
Wow. And that's your 3rd place ride, Alexandria Steinauer, and she's under all kinds of pressure right now from the 4th place rider, Katrina Solly, the Suzuki rider. They're running nearly identical lap times. They were 1.3 seconds apart a lap ago, but they were virtually nose to tail when they came by and now head by the finish line. So not so much nose to tail, but only a handful, a couple of bike lengths, maybe 3 at most, separate the two as they go down the backstretch. Shelby Benson still back in the number 5 spot. Megan Butcher, Caroline Rizza, Summer Rae Hike, Lizzie Lance. Coming up next is going to be a 450B class. That's going to be another one of those exciting ones. Another stacked class.
Yes. And then after that, we have the guys from earlier in the 250A Pro Sport.
Yeah. That's
see how they're doing, how they manage. It's the sun's coming down now. That might play a little part with it being in their eyes. It's still hot out, so that hasn't changed yet, and the track's rougher. I'm not sure if they can do another track maintenance before the pros go out. Hopefully not.
Yeah, I think they like it and want it rough like that. But, the 458 Pro Sport, coming up, and you are right. The track is a lot rougher. One thing that's going to be kind of deceiving, though, are some of the shadows that are starting to cast. I'm starting to look now, Sean, and I can see some of the bolt turns are casting shadows into some of the outsides of some of those turns out there, which is nothing detrimental by no stretch of the imagination. Right. But what it does, if nothing else, is it can play some mind games, because if you're not 100% sure or confident in what that line was like or is like, then it's kind of hard to stick that wheel in there and go at it full throttle with that little skepticism in there just because of a little shadow. But it's not so bad yet, and man, it's just great to be here and beautiful. I like seeing the sunshine. It can cast shadows all at once, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, I enjoy the snow too, but only when I'm inside, nice and warm by the fireplace and stuff like that. But if I'm riding my dirt bike, I would love to be out in the sun. Beautiful weather here out in Florida. The track's handling and staying in great shape, and we really have nothing to complain about here at this event.
You're absolutely right. I've looked for it, man. I have looked for it. But I can't find anything. No, I haven't. But I'm probably one of the most optimistic people you'll meet, Sean. But regardless, you couldn't find anything negative about this event. I don't think if you were looking for it. And Hodges, I know, can tell you right now from personal experience, this is one of the greatest places on earth to be right now.
Yes, I mean, if there's one thing to complain about here, I guess you can complain about the heat. My girlfriend's from Washington State, so this is really hot for her. She's not used to this. So.
It's actually
pretty. See, their summer's like about 65, 70 degrees, which is wintertime here in Florida.
Yeah, exactly.
I got a phrase for you. You said you're a very positive guy.
Right.
If they ask you if the glass is half full or half empty,
it's half full.
You just take out a bottle of water and fill it. That's what Rodney does. Let's bring Tim Cotter in here, man. How are things going?
Things are exceptionally well. What a great week we've had, or a great couple of days. Seems like a week long here, but it's been a lot of fun. Jason, you've been on the microphone since Friday.
Yeah, literally. It started at 1 o'clock Friday afternoon for press day, and they really haven't stopped.
Yeah. It's really good. I wanted to talk just a little bit about American motocross and the majors. This is the first stop of the 2014 newly formed American Motocross Championships. And it's a group of organizers that have come together. We meet several times a year, and we develop protocols along with the AMA, the American Motorcyclists Association. But we develop protocols and with commitments that if you attend one of these 6 majors, that you're going to get the same effort that this team gives you. For instance, Win Kern, the owner and promoter, organizer of the Winter Olympics up in Gainesville, Florida, is up in the tower, and he is the race director here today. He's the one saying that, when the equipment goes on, when the next class goes, he is nonstop, and we couldn't do it without Win Kern from the Mini Olympics. And here in a couple of weeks, when you go to Freestone, Texas, you're going to get the same commitment. When you go to Mammoth, you're going to get the same commitment, the same organization. Of course, at Loretta Lynn's, you'll get that, and then the Mini Olympics. So those are the majors, and we really appreciate Win Kern and all that he's done and his team up there. We couldn't do without Win.
That's for sure, and it's good to have Gator back and Win as a part of the majors and to wrap it up at the end of the year they do. It's such a great tradition down there the week of Thanksgiving.
Yep, it's been a while since I've been there, and I spent last Thanksgiving there and thoroughly enjoyed it. Had a great time. So hats off to Win and his team, and we look forward to our next stop, which is in Freestone, Texas, here in a couple of weeks.
All righty. Thanks a lot, Tim Cotter. As Hannah Hodges takes the win in the Women Amateur 12+, Jamie Ostadillo in second, and Katrina Sawley taking the number 3 spot. We set the stage once more. It looks like Sean Hackley and Jason Wygant as we got 450B action coming at us. And the big bikes, the big boys, the fast boys are right back at it.
It should be a bar burner. Glad to be back in here in the tower for 450B. Jake Grabinski, he has been airing this place out. Some real daredevil-style jumps. I saw him tripling out of one of these corners earlier. He was fast in his heat race. Yamaha rider backed by Monster Energy and Rock River Yamaha, not messing around, winning that heat. The other heat race winner was Jarsh Bartosh. Those two have squared off a couple times so far this weekend.
And that's Taylor Holt that we have in the lead right now, and that's Kawasaki number 31. Looks like Chase Bell just got inside of him, making quick work of him, trying to get to the front here in this race. And I believe Chase Bell is also in here in the 450B class. So that's really good to see. Oh,
yeah.
Makes a little mistake, but he's still out there. But he's a little underpowered, but it seems like he's making it happen.
Leaders down the backstretch past the finish line for the first time here in this 450B class. Chase Bell leading Jacob Grabinski. We got Taylor Holt in third. Eric Grondel is fourth. Josh Bartosh in the number 5 spot. Tanner McCullers is 6th. 7th. Taylor Barnett. 8th spot was James Milson. Grady Featherstone in 9th. And Blake Nyheiser in the number 10 spot. And looking down through the list there again, there's still a number of riders that are capable of running and finishing top 10 here. But as we get this one underway, this one will, I believe, see 8 laps, quite possibly.
I got it right here, 450B. You got it right, 8 laps. And then we'll follow with a 12-lapper for our pro class.
Maybe, hopefully not 19. Hopefully not 19.
Yeah, I know. We had 19 technically before. Good point. So Chase Bell, no matter what size bike it is, he knows how to make it rip. Leading the way right now in the 235. It is Kawasaki. Colors not as green as you might expect it to be with the white fender, but either way, it's fast. Let's see what Grabinski can do. I'm telling you what, this kid is really impressive with the creativity, the lines, the jumps. He's got Bell in his sights. Let's see if he can stay with him.
Chase Bell, the younger brother of Zach Bell, who was a phenomenal amateur rider in and of itself, man. This kid, I watched him and paid close attention to him. You know, I always kind of thought that he was getting overshadowed by his brother because he always just seemed to really show a lot of talent himself. And I think we're about ready to witness it here in the 2014 season of the majors. This only being the first of those races. Our first glimpse, Chase Bell, we're going to see more and more, and it's going to be, I think we're going to be more in awe by the time we reach the end of this season.
Definitely has talent. He had got a kind of a rough break. He was signed to one of those amateur to pro deals with the JDR KTM team, but then that team ran aground. They were a professional team up until last year, and they closed the doors, so he found himself on the outside looking in. So looks like he's put together his own program on a Kawasaki, and seems pretty comfortable on it.
The voice of reason right there. Miss Rita Coombs out here enjoying it.
She's not the voice of reason if she's letting him drive.
That's true. She must have bumped her head or something.
Caught her in control.
You know, that goes to show you how important this event is. Even Rita Coombs is here.
That's right. That's right. We even got Rita to come down, so you folks better behave yourselves.
The mama of American motocross, I guess you could call her.
You do not want to get called to the office now. Little battle brewing here. Josh Bartosh has been very fast all weekend long, trying to hang with the 447 at Grabinski. They've had some good battles, and I think we might have another one. This is going to be for second.
Wow, Bell turning a 101.477 on that last time around, and is actually almost the fastest lap. But this one, a 102.081 that time around for Chase Bell as he wraps up lap number 4. Grabinski still 3 seconds back, Jason. He turned to 102.149. They're pretty close in speed at this point. But Josh Bartosh, I think, maybe showing some more advancement out there. He's still back there in a third-place position and still about a second and a half off pace. But I think these next couple laps are going to be pretty critical in Bartosh's attack. There they go now. There's the 31 of Taylor Holt back in 4th. Eric Grondo, the 35 in 5th. Tanner McCullers in 6th. James Milson in 7th. Taylor Barnhart in 8th. We got Nicholas Gaspard is 9th. Mason Flatness rounds out your top 10, and we see that there's been a lot of changes since that first lap through that top 10, especially about 7 on back.
Yeah, track changes. The track's really rough right now, so expect a lot of these guys. The sun's coming down. It may be in their eyes. See a couple of these guys with their visor a little bit lower trying to help that out. So just a lot of things to put in when you have to race right now when the sun's coming down and the track's rough and rutted.
Wow. Grozabinski actually just turned about, it was only a 1/10 of a second faster than Bell. But again, these guys are lighting up this track at nearly identical lap times. Bell a 101.928, Grozabinski a 101.870. These guys seem to be shadowing each other pretty closely as far as abilities and speed right now, guys.
And it happened in heat races and other races and other classes, too. These two are just so darn evenly matched.
You got to wonder what does make the final difference when the checker comes out. I mean, what separates the two enough to declare one of them a winner?
Really just the least mistakes. You know, just executing what you need to be done, just not trying to, slide out or make bobbles or things like that. Just doing your job. And usually you come out with the winner as long as, preparation, everything else goes in with the weeks, months, years before that.
Yeah, and we did see that. Remember this? We talked about the side-by-side battles in the 50 class, 50 years of age, and the 50 class, 50cc of displacement. And we had maybe the two best battles of the day in those two classes, but one ended with a 50cc bike getting stuck in a rut.
Right.
And then also Earl May went down. I think it was 40-plus, actually, against Karsten. He went down. It was a mistake. Speed-wise, they were evenly matched.
Yeah, I agree. And again, least mistakes. So that does make a lot of sense. And Chase Bell right now making the least amount of mistakes. A 103.2 lap time. We're seeing Grozabinski to chip away at that lead, but it's only a 1/10 of a second at a time. So, I mean, basically one small stutter.
Chase Bell just went down, and now he's
that
in the
was
lead.
the stutter. That's exactly what
did we say?
What we were talking about, just right there, eliminated mistakes.
I see Bell back up here on that white Kawasaki.
He's in second now. He's still in second. He didn't get past. He only got passed by one. So that Bartosh is right behind him now as well.
So we got a three-rider fight.
Well, that was pretty quick big get-up because right there, Bartosh was only 3 seconds behind Grozabinski, so only about 5 seconds separated first to third. So that was a quick get back up and get on it.
Bartosh going for second now.
Yes, and this is the white flag lap.
Yeah. Look at Bartosh cutting from one side of the track to the other to try to find running room, and he's got it.
They must have been watching the 50 races because, that's what the 50 guys are doing.
It was
right
that
there.
block pass
Yeah.
turn. Bell's not done with it. Trying to come back on him.
It is last lap.
Yeah, these guys are going to let it all hang
the
out.
lead right now.
Looks like Grabinski has gotten away. Little bit of a gap. Second place on the Honda, the 43 of Bartosz. And Bell now back to third.
A good race nonetheless, man. I mean, watching how tightly knit those guys were on their lap times, only a second or so apart separating them. And unfortunately for Bell, who I believe, let's see if I don't think he's going to be able to make it happen. No, Bartosz holds on for the second place position there at the checkers. Chase Bell drops from first to third place and still turned a 106.307 after going down. I think that's somewhat impressive.
Yes.
Yeah. More than somewhat.
Tried making a little bit last-ditch effort during the big double, but he came up a little bit short. That way Bartosz was able to just to kind of check out and secure that second-place position.
Taylor Holt took fourth in that one, riding the number 31 machine. Fifth was the 35 of Eric Grondel. In sixth, 114, Tanner McCollar. Seventh, James Milson, the number 83. Taylor Barnett, the number 12, is eighth. Ninth, the number 10 of Nicholas Gesford. And rounding out the top 10, Keith Mulvaney. We see Grady Featherstone back in 11th. We see Mason Flatness. He finished up in 12th. Shane Cobb took a 13th. So, again, riders that we saw earlier today in top 10s, just outside the top 10 in this particular class. I think we're getting a good slice of the pie as far as the level of competition here at Daytona International Speedway as the gate drops now on the 458 class.
Well, it's the highest level of competition out here. They're bumping and banging in the first turn. Luckily, everybody able to survive that. Motorcycle Superstore money on the line.
That looks like Baker out there on the KTM. I see him there. I don't know if he just got...
Clean start, guys. Didn't see anybody go down off that one, I don't think.
Yeah, I think Plessinger might have tagged a hay bell, but he did not go down. So it is KTM out front. So that should be Baker.
Baker's in second, though. That's another KTM out there.
Yeah,
Number 381.
Baker's got the distinctive number style. He
That
taped
was
on
Donnie
numbers.
Brown with the early lead.
Now, I just talked to... I got some intel on Donnie Brown coming back from ACL surgery. First race back, hasn't been on the bike much, so he's just out there having fun, not expecting to be able to run his usual pace. Plessinger's following to the front, following a Baker to the front.
Well, I tell you, I'd hate to be the one in front right now because you know that with the level of confidence that the 57 Plessinger is riding with right now, he has one thing on mind, and that is getting through, around, or whatever it is by you to take over that number one spot.
Baker's no slouch, though. He's going to try to make it as difficult on him as possible. See some battling going on back there at third, fourth, and fifth. But it might just be a two-man fight for the lead at the moment.
Donnie Brown back in the number 3 spot with Marshall Welton in fourth aboard the 285. 641, there's Keith Tucker. He's in the number 5 spot, as we said, with Robert Kraft in 6th aboard the 398. Carlos Badaglia at the 7th. Franklin Norgase is 8th. Curran Thurman is 9th. And Isaac Teasdale in 10th. And wow, still very tightly knit as they went past the studio right here, Jason Wygant, going at it. Baker and Plessinger.
This is a great battle right here. Plessinger all the way on the right side. But Baker holding his own right now, Sean.
Yes, Baker's, being maybe a little bit too defensive right now and taking a little bit too far inside. Plessinger's close.
Looking over.
Yes, he's looking over. He needs to worry about what he needs to do. We talked about eliminating your mistakes, so you got to look forward to do that.
See if Plessinger stays to the inside on that mound, and he does. He's just going to shut him down from the outside.
He rode that just like he knew that's where he was supposed to be, and he was not going to let anybody deny him that position, man. Wow. And right now, Keith Tucker, we got another battle shaping up back there behind him. Donnie Brown in trouble, I think, from Keith Tucker. He's up from 5th now to 4th as we saw him really putting some pressure on Marshall Welton. Well, Welton and Brown only a half second, both of them only a half second combined behind Brown in that battle for 3rd whenever they went by the finish line. There they go. It looks like Tucker, the 641, are still ahead of Welton, and I believe that maybe Donnie Brown might have got a little bit of a break there somehow or another, so we'll see what happens as we get set to wrap up lap number 3. Lap times that last time around, Aaron Plessinger, the fastest lap at a 101.174 by Plessinger on lap number 2, and he just beat that again with a 1 minute .642 that time.
So that's crazy. This is probably the fastest lap of the day at the end of the day.
Actually, I think it might be the second. I think we were at 1 minute .3 if I'm not mistaken.
I know we had another 1 minute. Yes. I don't know what the tenths were.
It was right in the. It's very close. If it isn't the fastest, Sean Hackley. Good point. Good point.
They're doing that this late in the day with the shadows, the roughness, the ruts, and everything like that. These riders are riding really good today.
Most definitely. Plessinger, Daniel Baker now in second. Keith Tucker is up to third as he has gotten around Marshall Welton. Franklin Norgase is up to fifth. Norgase was actually eighth, I think, the last lap. Carlos Badali is sixth. Donnie Brown drops to seventh. Tyler West is eighth. Isaac Teasdale is ninth. And now Zachary Bishop Burnett breaks into the top 10 there aboard that number 47. We see Cody McCulloch back there. Cody Van Buskirk is back there. Also a couple of big names. There is Ostadillo way back there in 20th right now. So some of the key players or riders that you expect to see battling for top 10s are struggling through the teens right now.
Working their way across. We're watching a battle here. The 22 of Badali. Man, he's been in battles. Last couple of motos he's been in. They've been some knockdown, drag-out duels.
He was able to make the pass there to get up, move up a position.
That's Nogueras, I think, that he got 78. So that would be good enough for fifth. Marshall Welton still fourth. Tucker in third. Daniel Baker. Baker is cooking in second. Do I have that right?
He's baking.
Oh,
cooking.
Geez. I knew I was
still
off.
Cooking, so it's okay.
Hey, I knew I was off. I was like, something doesn't fit there.
We said you've been here all week, so
yeah,
you can mess up. It's all right.
And Tucker's got it tucked away in third.
Zachary Bishop.
It was all on purpose. Thank you, Jen. Thank you.
Zachary Bishop Burnett having his struggles. I thought we were going to see him working his way up to the top 10. He's actually dropped back to 17th now. Jason Ostadillo is up to 18th.
I saw Burnett actually have a problem with his bike. Some number plates were hanging off. I'm not sure he got to a crash or just some bolts came out.
Plessinger's lead is 3 seconds, so Daniel Baker's still trying to keep him honest back there on the 431. Again, we had Donnie Brown up front, but he's coming back from an injury. Running ninth right now.
Man, amazing how hard these guys work to get to where they're going. Daniel Baker, I mean, I'm not talking just physically, fitness-wise. The things they got to do just to make it to some of these races sometimes.
Yep. That's 641 Keith Tucker that you're looking at out of North Carolina, backed by Yamaha Triangle Cycles, GYTR FMF. It's pretty cool. Yamaha's brought their big support rig down here. The Triangle Cycles folks are set up. We saw Donnie Luce, who runs the Blue Crew, which is Yamaha's new amateur program. Donnie's been at Yamaha for a long, long time, but the Blue Crew is something new the brand has brought out this year, and they have the Triangle Cycle folks here. They got Yamaha bikes on display. They can give you some service and tech tips and setup advice, and bringing out also some of their star riders as well, like Tucker and Plessinger, and here they are running first and third. Yep. There is Tucker right there on your screen, 641 in the number 3 spot. There is your leader, Plessinger.
And he's just been riding great all day. It seems right now he's just really calculating what he's doing, taking his time, not being rushed or anything like that, just dissecting the track, eliminating his mistakes, and that's why he's out front right now with a nice lead.
Plessinger, looking at the gap right now, it's only a 3-second gap. He slowed down to a 1:03 lap time this time. Don't seem to be riding with as much of a sense of urgency as we saw him riding in that 258 Pro Sport class earlier. Maybe it's because he doesn't have to. I don't know what the reasoning would be, but for whatever reason, Plessinger looks comfortable, and I imagine is feeling very comfortable right now.
Yes, his main focus is just securing this another title. So, however he needs to ride right now needs to be done. Be smart about it and get ready for Freestone, the next upcoming major.
I think it's the darn track, too, man. Like, this thing just looks so square-edged and kickers and choppy. It looks gnarly.
Yeah, they were going as fast, but they may not be able to hold that pace the entire moto as they were earlier. We saw Plessinger was very consistent with his lap times, but track being this rough, ruts, lappers, as well as the sun, just a lot of elements you got to face right now.
I think Tucker is trying to make a run at Baker. Baker's on 431. You see him there. There's a lap rider between them. There's 431 KTM, second place. There's a lap rider, and then there it is. He's gotten around that lap rider. So third place Tucker is closing on Baker, second and third.
I'll try to be like you. He's tucking into Baker's draft right now.
Yeah, I like it.
I was trying to find something there.
I hadn't come up with that, and they're on the darn front stretch. Perfect.
There you go. Yes.
He's good, man.
I tried.
Yeah. Here we go. It's close. It's closing in now. He might have the opportunity to make a pass. A lot of laps left because we're doing the 12 laps in the pro class.
Yeah, we just finished 5. We're working on 6 right now, and that means that we're basically at the halfway point of this one.
Whoa.
Good save.
Feet off the pegs. Man, he could have hurt himself bad. That was Tucker. Got a leg caught, came off, went off the track. It looks like he's recovered.
It's a good thing he has 6 more laps to try to still make this pass, so he has plenty of time to try to let his endurance.
Well, you know, honestly, that might be what Tucker was needing to make the pass. Something to get that adrenaline flowing, man. He needs something to bring him from behind the 8 ball a little bit, I think.
Maybe he'll try to catch Plessinger.
That's what I wouldn't put it past him.
You're right, Rodney. Look, he takes over second place.
It's those little things, man, that does it. It pulls triggers for him. It pushes buttons that fires the nitrous or something like that. I don't know what it is.
Have to get like an airsoft gun or a paintball gun and just start shooting while he's running around. Just find out whatever that is that makes him tick.
Insult. Put an insult on his pit board. Get him mad. You're going slow. What? Show you how fast I can go. So he's up to second. We'll try to track the progress now. Lap time wise, he is going faster than Plessinger right now. He is.
Yeah, and he has been, I think, the last couple of laps. We'll look a little closer at this now. We are still looking at, I have only 5 laps in. I think maybe my scoring might have slowed down just a little bit, but I think we've got to have at least 6 or so in now. Maybe a couple more.
Baker's still fighting there real strong with Tucker, though, not letting him slide.
Same section where Tucker made the pass 1 lap ago. Baker's trying to get him this time.
Have they been watching the 50 guys? Yep.
Whoa!
Look, they've been watching the 50 guys as well. Made a couple passes there.
You want to learn how to
lap?
Whoa! Okay, Rodney.
Was that on purpose?
Exactly. He's had to fire himself up. Tucker got all sorts of sideways. And then responds by wicking it up again.
Yes. He's going after Plessinger. He had to make a mistake to get after Plessinger.
Oh, okay. This is a great battle right here for this number 2 position. Welton is still 4th. Badali's 5th.
Plessinger is riding a great race, though. You know, he's really comfortable out front, riding great, strong. We saw that in the 250. Well, both of the 250 motos that we got to watch earlier, and you know, he has been the strongest one here this weekend.
Now, 10 laps complete, guys. Plessinger, Tucker, Baker, Carlos Badalis, and Marshall Welton in 5th. Kyler West is 6th. Franklin Norgay 7th. Cody Van Buskirk is up to 8th now aboard the 722. Cody McCulloch, the 67, is 9th. And Isaac Teasdale rounds out your top 10.
And the white flag is out for Aaron Plessinger and the rest of the field.
All right, that's more like it. We thought we were on lap 5. We actually had missed a couple laps there on our the screen we have. Now we're good to go. And so is Aaron Plessinger. He's just got to control it right to the end. And you come out here and you win the main event of both pro classes. 250 and 450 doesn't really get much better than that. And it looks like Tucker has pulled away now a bit from Baker. Go ahead, Rodney.
13.8 seconds is what Plessinger has a lead over the rest of the field, man. And it looked like he was just out there dogging it that time. I mean, didn't even look like he was pushing it.
Yeah, he's working with Matt Walker. That guy's an animal. So, you know, it shows that it's showing in Aaron Plessinger. He's riding great all weekend, and he's here in the final turn getting ready to take his 2nd title of the weekend.
And it's over. 450 Pro Sport. Yeah, a little heel clicker from Aaron Plessinger, who's got himself, like Sean said, 2nd championship of the day.
Oh, drag it back finish. Do it. Come on.
Look at that. Kid's on top of the world right now, you know.
He might just be the hottest property of all in the amateur ranks at the moment.
I think so. That's what I've been trying to. I've been honestly. I mean, not taking anything away from anybody else, but I've been trying to think who's got what the full package that Aaron Plessinger has got right now. Now, Nick Gaines, I know he's a tough one. He can be up
right.
there.
There's a couple injuries. It would have been good to see R.J. Hampshire out here. I believe he hurt his wrist, I think, and so R.J. is a Florida native. He was absolutely flying here last year. That would have been interesting.
Maybe
And
Hannah
Jordan
Hodges?
Smith, Hannah Hodges might
Hannah
be the
Hodges.
hottest property.
Fast,
I like that. She might be the fastest of all. Also, Jordan Smith, the Geico Honda program, but he is out with a broken femur and a knee injury. So it's hard to judge because a lot of these guys haven't been able to race each other lately due to injuries. But as far as the guys who are on the track right now, Plessinger is making a really good case for himself.
That's right. And Jen Kenyon standing by with him right now.
That's right, Aaron Plessinger, congratulations on your second main event win here. Tell us about your race. We saw you do a heel clicker over the finish line, and then you did a wheelie down there. You've got to be pretty pumped.
Oh, yeah, I got off to a pretty good start, and I think I was behind a few people. I don't really remember. And I kind of just pushed and passed, and when I got out front, I rode my own race and ended up here.
You know, you were making it look effortless out there, especially at the end. It looks like maybe you just calmed down a little bit and rode your own race, but you still put about 15 seconds on the second-place finisher. So, you know, what were you thinking out there towards the end?
Oh, yeah, towards the beginning, I kind of sprinted a little bit, and I wanted to get away from those guys so they didn't have a chance to catch me. And, at the end of the race, I just kind of backed it down a little bit, rode smart, and rode my own race.
Yeah, for sure. You got some tough competitors out there, but you got the win here today. Tell us who you'd like to thank.
Wait, I didn't hear you. What was that?
Tell us who you'd like to thank. I know it's pretty loud over here trackside.
All right, I'd like to thank my whole family first. Without them, I wouldn't be here. My Mechanic West, FMF, Star Racing, Yamalube, GYTR, Pro Taper, Rockstar, MSR, Garnet, Smith Optics, Dunlop Tires, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, 2 for 2, Aaron Plessinger.
Thank you, Jen. We have a double gated class here. Girls 9 to 13 take off first, and then it's a 65, 10 to 11.
Jordan Jarvis leading the girls right now in that 9 to 13-year-old division as Jamie Ostadillo, the 469, runs in the number 2 spot. And then we got Katie Benson in third and Jasmine Canfield in fourth. I swear we have a Jamie Ostadillo riding in the C class too, don't we? Or one of the, maybe a brother or something. Okay. Maybe no relation whatsoever, but regardless, we got Taylor Snow in fifth in that girls 9 to 13-year-old class. So it's Jarvis, Ostadillo, Benson, Canfield, Snow, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the girls 9 to 13. The 65, 10, and 11 sees Nathaniel Thrasher out front aboard the number 428 machine out of Livingston, Tennessee. The 411 of Crockett Myers out of Shiloh, Georgia, running in second. Third spot, the 256 of Magnus Smith, all the way from Denmark. Magnus only 1.9 seconds out of second right now. Chase Prince, the 37, rounds out fourth place. We got Chase behind Chase Prince. Cole Harkins, the number 220 in fifth. Jeremy McKee is sixth. Colby Gatlin in seventh aboard the 188. Chase Yenser in eighth. Connor Clemenhagen is running ninth, and Zachary Poore rounds out your top 10. 2 laps down now for Jarvis, Ostadillo, and Canfield. 1, 2, 3. Also Katie Benson in fourth, and Taylor Snow checking in a moment in the number 5 spot. Nathaniel Thrasher still leading Crockett Myers. Magnus Smith in third. Cole Harkins in fourth, and now it looks like Chase Prince has moved into a number 5 ride as Colby Gatlin 6th, Chase Schenzer 7th, Jeremy McKee is 8th, Zachary Poore in 9th, he's riding at 14, and Clemenhagen is still rounding out your top 10 there in that 65, 10, and 11-year-old class. Coming up next, Vet BC 30-plus class, Super Mini 12 to 16, Vet A 35-plus. We've also got 450C 14 to 20, and Schoolboy 1 12 to 16 to wrap up our race day. So we're getting pretty close to the end of things here today. And Jason, honestly, man, I came in here this morning just at the tail end of the LCQs, and we didn't miss a whole lot as far as Racer TV live coverage is concerned, as far as the racing goes today.
Long days here, long days logging it on the internet. That means that you folks at home are not getting much work done.
Probably
Don't
not.
kid yourself. And it's a weekday, too. It's a weekday, so you're not getting much work done on a Monday. We want to welcome another special guest, Mr. Pat Alexander from American Suzuki here. Did I see you here last year, I think, too? Checking things out? Yeah, absolutely. So you're a big fan of this deal. Yeah, that's right.
have a great time every day you're here.
There really is nothing quite like Daytona, Pat.
No, it's a wonderful place. We've had some great weather here. I remember when it was raining on us a while back.
Yes.
It's been absolutely beautiful. Beautiful, good.
Give us a little temperature report for Suzuki. Going back like 10 years ago, they might have had the biggest amateur team of all. I know you're looking at reinvesting, get back into it. What are you guys looking at right now? You've got your eyes on some people?
Right now we've started out with contingency.
Yep.
We're offering contingency for this race from Suzuki Motor America. Actually, for this particular event, it's Ricky Carmichael Supercross. So Suzuki's, we work a lot with Ricky.
Yeah.
So we've doubled our contingency for this. The winner riding a Suzuki gets $1,200 for the pro class.
Wow.
So yeah, and it goes down to 5th place from there on. So I think this is just a start for us. We're planning on some big things going on for the amateur program in the next year, and so
great.
This is just a start.
But you got to, the hard thing to remember about Ricky is 2007 was his last year racing, and you guys are like still just as close and tight. He's not even technically a racer anymore, but in some ways he's probably even more involved with Suzuki than he even was then.
I work more with Ricky than I ever have, and I've known him for 20-something odd years.
Wow.
He's really involved with the pro team, which I'm doing a lot of that now.
Yep.
More so than I have in the past, working with the amateurs. So you and I working with the amateurs for so many years. I've kind of moved up a little bit more. I'm working more with the pros in motocross and supercross, and then also with the road racing. So they're keeping
your plate's
me busy.
pretty full.
Yeah, they're keeping me pretty busy. But yeah, going on with Ricky, he's got the RCH program.
Yep.
He and Kerry Hart, and then Suzuki works really closely with them.
And you even, I think west of Pike, we all talked about him being a privateer, making the bike look really good, but I know you guys do try to help him out a little bit here and there, too.
Yeah, the Yoshimura guys are working side by side with Weston.
Yep.
We need a good test rider. He seems to be working out really well for us. He's had a little bit of bad luck recently, but he's had some really good results.
Right, yeah, he's taken a couple of hits, but he's fast when he's on.
Yeah.
So we're seeing it come together. Obviously, James Stewart, we know what he's capable of doing, winning a couple of races this year. So I guess for you, how do you even keep track of it all? You got to stick around also all the way through the road racing and everything now?
I'm here all week.
Oh, man.
I seen you out yesterday, I think, playing in the mud over to Mudbucker GNCC, didn't I?
Yeah, that's right. Again, when I come to Daytona,
got to take it all in.
It's an all-week thing for me.
Yep.
Back when I was running the amateur program, we were here over a week and a half. We were doing drag racing, we were doing ATVs, dirt track. I went to nearly every event.
Talking to Pat Alexander of American Suzuki. Yeah, so I feel like Ricky has kind of almost rewritten the rules on what you can do post-racing, keeping the relationship alive, and probably something that a lot of people are going to follow. I mean, I know he even does still testing with the bikes and everything like that, too.
Oh, yeah. Ricky works close with even our Japanese engineers were over here for a few weeks this year, and Ricky was out there helping with the setup.
So if there's amateur riders here who are doing really well, should they be like jumping up and down and trying to get their name out in front of you? Are you looking for some guys somewhere down the road might be getting some support?
Yeah. I mean, you know me. I'm always around,
yes.
And we've had some great riders, and we're hoping to grab some of those guys back.
Yeah. Yeah, and the amateur history of Suzuki is really right up there with any brand. I mean, you can even look at the pro ranks now, and you can trace so many of them back to, Suzuki RM85s, 125s, 250Fs, and whatnot. It goes way back.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can only say yes to that because we've had a good crew of riders.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of like a who's who. So it's always good to see, but most importantly, are you having fun hanging out at Daytona? That's the most important part.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what counts. Well, Pat, thanks for coming on board, especially with the contingency. That's a really big thing, and having big trucks here or having more riders and everything like that, that's one thing, but we really know what drives a lot of these people where they need to go, and that is getting that contingency and getting that support. Without it, no event's really going to survive, so a big thanks for that.
Well, I hope everybody understands that Suzuki's still here to support the riders, and we're still around. So
and it's going to get bigger and better.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, good to see you as always, my
Thank
friend.
you very much.
I would say stay busy, but you don't need me to tell you that. He's going to handle that part. That's Pat Alexander of American Suzuki. Of course, where Ricky Carmichael goes, they go. And they got a great relationship. And obviously building great things today and building great things for the future. That contingency program alone, doubling it up here in certain classes is a really cool situation.
Well, the girls 9-13, Jason, we were watching while we were speaking with Pat Alexander there. Yamaha rider Jordan Jarvis out of Clayton, North Carolina, took a convincing win, 8.6 seconds over Jamie Ostadillo there, the 469 in second. Jasmine Canfield ended up third when that one was all said and done. Looks like Katie Benson and Taylor Snow going fourth and fifth. In the 65, 10, and 11-year-old class, Nathaniel Thrasher ends up taking the win in that one. Crockett Myers takes second aboard the 411. Magnus Smith in third. Fourth place is Colby Gatlin, the 188. Carter Bees, the 43, in fifth. Cole Harkins in sixth. Seventh, Chase Yenser. He's riding the 316. Eighth was Jeremy McKee, the number 20. Zachary Poor in ninth. And 10th, Jackson Kenny. And I believe that we got Jen Kenyon standing by in our winner's circle with one of our winners.
That's right, Rodney. We've got Jordan Jarvis here, our girls champion for the day. Jordan, I know you got a lot of things going on. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Tell us about your race out there. I think the track's probably pretty rough out.
Yeah, it's really rough. You got to pick some smart lines, and you just got to stay up.
So what's picking smart lines, obviously that's the key to winning a lot of races, but is there anything else out there that you're like, all right, if I do this, I know I'm going to get the win out there?
I just needed to get the whole shot and just be smart.
That's pretty important too on a supercross style track. I'm sorry, she can't hear me very well. We're here trackside, guys. It's super loud, but Jordan, talk about how cool it is to be on a supercross track. There's probably a lot more technique that goes into it than you have when you race motocross.
Yeah, it's a lot more technique, but overall you work the same way, and you just got to be smart.
All right, tell us who you'd like to thank for getting you this win today.
I'd like to thank Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, Fox, FMF, EVO, Impulse MX, Too Fast MX, GYTR, Hog Heaven MX, AGT Motorsports, Bottle Run Extreme, Performance MX with Banks 169, Liquid Performance, Scott, Dirt Industries, Asterix, Margie and Wade, Mom and Dad. Thank you, guys.
All right, well, congratulations again. Good ride out there.
Thank you.
That's really cool to see right there. She had a list of all her sponsors already ready, so she was prepared to win, and she did. So that was really cool that she got everybody that she knew that helped her get here and was able to thank them.
You know, it's people like that it makes sponsors feel good that they pick the right person to sponsor. Not only do they go out and showcase their products well, but they also are appreciative of what they've got.
That's the Racer TV era. You guys got to be ready now to be interviewed.
Yeah, see, I cheat. I look at my bike and look at all my stickers, and I start going in the list. I do like the body check. I'm like, all right, helmet, gear, boots, goggles. I try to get everybody as much as I can.
Sometimes at Loretta's they have to take the bike off the stage, and then the guys are like,
oh, they're lost.
They're powerless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need a pit board with like a big list or something like that going up in front of me.
Troy Travis leading this one, my friends, the Vet BC 30-plus class. It's Steve Nagy running second. We just saw him out there. He actually just moved to the front. Troy Travis is now second. Darrell Lind is third. We're looking for Mike Gungle. Yeah, that's good. He just dropped out of that position. So we got Brian Johnson in fourth. And then Mike's back in the number 5 spot. William Grove is sixth. Andrew Picuto is in 7th. Michael Patton in 8th. Tom Farringer is 9th. And Dave Austin rounds out your top 10. You want to take a shot at that one? Not that one. How you say that? Gong?
I'm going to guess that one because it's actually a rider.
Gong Calves.
I believe it's there's a rider that races in Europe with the same last name. I doubt they're related. It's Gonsalves, I believe is how they say it. So I'm going to go with that.
Gonsalves?
That sounds good.
That does sound cool.
That sounds good.
I think it's from Portugal, the guy that in Europe. This is Mike Gonsalves from Florida. I don't think they're related, but I'll use the pronunciation I already knew.
Well, there you go.
I could be wrong.
Hey, I like it. It's better than what I was trying to come up with. Going Calves or something like that.
This is Steve Nagy. I think we got that one down up front. And plus me, Gonsalves, I got it wrong a ton. I had to get corrected. That's how I found out. So
what is it?
Gonsalves.
Gonsalves.
I had to get it wrong before I could get it right. So
that's
don't
true.
feel bad.
People they don't understand. They just don't understand. We do that stuff on purpose so we know what's right.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
For some company.
Troy Travis second, yeah, and Daryl Lind is third.
Wow, Farringer's still holding tight back there. Billy Long moving up into the 10th place position now, was riding just outside of it out of Mobile, Alabama on his Kawasaki after 3 laps now. Nagy, Travis, Lind, Grove, and Johnson, your top 5 still. 1:11.289, the fastest lap we saw last time around by Steve Nagy, and that is the, 1:11.116 is the fastest lap we've seen so far. He did that on lap 2 the lap before.
Watching Daryl Lind here, the number 20, trying to hang on to a podium spot. Lind out of Fort Pierce, Florida, backed by WMR KTM. That's a Florida-based group. Help out a lot of the amateurs, some off-road riders as well.
What about Lind here? Are you keeping an eye on this? The number 20 machine from out of Fort Pierce here in the great state of Florida, 1:12.554. The gap now 3 seconds between he and the number 40 of Nagy, but Lind actually getting around Travis there, and looks like he's getting a little bit of a fire lit under his tail, man. He may be going for the number 40 at this point.
Well, we have a battle going on right now in front of us.
Travis coming right back after him, and maybe these two are going to hook it up.
Rider down. We don't. Aaron it out as well.
That's Nagy that's just
that was Nagy that was down.
No, Nagy I think just came across in front of us.
Yep, that was Suzuki that was down.
Wow.
And that's 20 into 115.
There's Nagy. He's still going.
Yeah, so
that's a different Suzuki. But I wonder if Travis and Lind aren't going to push each other in this battle to try to close the gap on Nagy, who's your leader.
Nagy looked like he'd actually just kind of relaxed. Remember, he was running the 1:11 lap times. 1:11.118 was his fastest, and then he dropped to a 1:13. I don't think that he can afford to relax too much, to be honest with you. I think he'll probably realize that, and that might be why we're seeing him start to pick it back up. But that battle, I think, that really is going to stay pretty solid for the next couple of laps anyway between Lind and Travis for the number 2 spot.
Well, they are in the Vet BC 30-plus class, so maybe they've been watching the Senior 40.
Yeah.
Barry Carson and Earl May. They're like, you know what, maybe this is what we need to do to try to progress when we go up to plus 40 class so we can make it a 4-way battle this next time.
4 wide.
Yes. We haven't seen any of those today. We've seen 3 wide,
3 wide,
4 wide. Well, I guess the start.
Oh, it's impossible. You can't
big.
see a 4-wide battle, dude. It's impossible.
Don't count.
Hey, there's still some races left on the schedule.
Yeah, look out. Still watching the number 20 of Lind in second to see if he can close the gap on the leader, Nagy, on the 20. Look at the work he has to do to get...
Trying to find some smooth lines out there.
Smoother.
Yeah, smoother. You're right.
Yeah.
I guess there is probably no smooth lines on the track anymore.
Sean, tell us about the shadows, man. It looked really bad on that shot, what they have to deal with at this point.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of shadows. My eyes take a second to transition, so that's where you have to just worry about your people are selective about their goggle brand. I wear X-brand goggles, and they have some great light sensitivity lenses, so that helps me out, as well as moving your visor down. Some people don't like how it looks, but I think we're really worried about more, can we see where we're going?
Not seeing where you're going looks bad.
Yes, that's, well, yeah.
That's still Nagy, or it's still Nagy out front. That's Lind that we're still seeing on the screen there on the 20.
Yeah.
And now you can see the gap. Now you see Nagy coming back at you. He's on the yellow number 40. Still a big enough gap where they are not together in the same screen.
Wow, Brian Johnson is a rider on the move right now. He's gotten around Gonsalves there. Mike Gonsalves by, looks like a couple of seconds, and now taking over the number 4 spot aboard the number 350 machine. Lap time that time, not necessarily setting the world on fire, 1:17 lap time, but nonetheless, he gained a spot. Rest of the field looking like this. Again, we're 6 laps deep. Nagy, Lind, Travis, 1, 2, and 3. Brian Johnson in 4th. Gonsalves in 5th. Andrew Picciuto in the number 6 spot. We got William Grove in the number 7 spot. Michael Patton is 8th. Billy Long in 9th. He moves up another spot. And Tom Farringer still holding on to a top 10 after 6 laps. Now 7 laps down. Nagy and Lind checking in.
Yes, white flags out for Steve Nagy, your race leader on the number 40 Suzuki. So he just needs to ride smart, make sure he sees his lines, and come in and just take the victory.
We're going to take this one all the way home, I think, as far as the race order is concerned, right down to the very end. Jason Wygant and Sean
There's 4
Hagler.
races left. Yeah, Super Mini.
Might as well.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point.
Yeah, because some people might be at home right now like, all right, we're waiting for the Super Mini or the schoolboy class. This
Well,
whole
we'll
time,
see
and they're
you
like, oh,
tomorrow.
yeah, see you guys. Until next time.
Until next year.
Yeah. Super Mini will be next, followed by Vet A 35 Plus, 450C, and Schoolboy 1. And that's the end. 4 races to go.
Checker flag's coming out right now for Steve Nagy as he rolls around the last turn.
So big congrats out to Steve Nagy taking the victory.
Was that leg swag?
Is it on purpose? Or are they just tired at this point?
Cramp.
Yeah, I get the cramp out. Hey, he's backed by O'Neill, Pro Circuit at Cherubies, Vortex Ride Engineering, Torque One Racing, and Factor. Good job, Steve Nagy. He was strong the whole time. That included the heat race win yesterday, and then excelling in the main event format. Lind and Travis had a good battle throughout, but they end up second and third. The order did not change, and Mike Gonsalves able to work his way up to fourth. Super Mini, this might be, when we're talking about all the bigger amateur names starting to work their way to this event, this is one of the best ones. Monster Energy Kawasaki Team Green has 3 well-known national Super Mini competitors that are racing in this Super Mini division. And Super Mini, one of the generally one of the deepest classes of all. So when they take 3 of the fast Super Mini riders, put them together, it should be good.
Yes, this class is stacked. And the funny thing is about it, Tanner Stack came out here with a moto win. I'm trying right now.
I like this. I don't even need to be here.
Yeah.
You got me figured out. Austin Faulkner, that's another one of the Kawasaki riders, dominating at the Monster Energy Cup Super Mini race the last 2 years, a Supercross type event as well, so he's obviously good in this terrain as well.
That's right, Jason. We got more racing coming up as we talked about. We are live at Daytona International Speedway here on RacerTV.com, and more of the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross continues after this.
Twins have notoriously been very hard on crankshafts because that big long stroke of those 2 cylinders just flexes the crankshaft around. So we were seeing bearing issues. Research development people at AMSOIL could show us that it was likely an oil problem. And they were correct. That was the issue. Instead of having to redesign the engine, I just had to do a better quality oil.
Sometimes you come across something so different, you just have to stop and check it out. The Rocky Mountain ATV MC website has everything you need, from our huge selection of apparel and gear to dirt bike accessories and OEM parts. Our extensive inventory means most orders arrive in 3 days or less. Get low prices, quick shipping, and incredible customer service. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Find your flow with Maxxis Tires.
You've got to see this place to believe it. March 7th through the 16th, it's the Florida RV Open House at Lazy Days, the RV Authority. Shop the world's largest RV dealership. Over 1,000 motorhomes, travel trailers, and fifth wheels. Take advantage of our incredible buying power. Travel trailers from just $119 per month. Class C motorhomes from only $449 per month. And Class A motorhomes as low as $469 per month. Don't miss the Florida RV Open House, March 7th through the 16th at Lazy Days, the RV Authority. Details online at lazydays.com.
The top racers choose the Sunstar Work Z stainless steel rear sprocket. Featuring an offset tooth designed for self-cleaning, it's up to 40% lighter and 3 times more durable than standard steel. Teamed with the Power Drive powder shaft sprocket and Works triple guard sealed ring chain, you've got unbeatable performance and durability. Sunstar drives Ryan Seitz, Thad Duvall, Adam McGill, Jared McClure, and many others. Watch for them on the podium all year long.
And welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. Beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida, as we continue here with the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross, the Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross, the 5th annual, and, of course, another day of historical proportions as right now out on the racetrack. We've been watching a great race with Austin Forkner, Cam Cannon, Max Markoff, Jordan Bailey, and Enzo Lopes. And we actually had some great riding going on by Hannah Hodges, who's now back at 10th, but she was up to 4th there for just a moment, guys.
Yeah, that's a girl racing amongst the boys and was making a bid for a top 3, but she went down. I think she's about 10th at the moment. Meanwhile, you're watching Austin Forkner, Kawasaki Team Green kid, cleaning up right now. He got the Super Store whole shot, $100 tucked away in his pocket. I don't know if the riding pants actually have one. But either way, he's got the lead, trying to pull away from Cameron Cannon.
I think whenever they make that pocket on the back of the riding pants, it don't have a W sticking out of it, so it's like he's got the W in his pocket.
There you go.
Got it tucked away?
Yeah, got the W tucked away in his pocket.
Or you just mean like that little pattern they put in the back of the jeans pocket for no reason?
No.
That's Wrangler. That's Wranglers, though.
Oh, is that
Wrangler
specifically why?
I'm pretty sure that's Wranglers. Always has a W.
Are identifying the brand?
Yes.
I never realized that. I thought it was like McDonald's Golden Arches upside down. I didn't like stand and do a handstand.
Not that I wear Wranglers or anything, but I mean, I would wear their boot cut. I'm from Texas. I wear cowboy boots, so it's okay.
Do you really run them?
Of course I do.
Do you have a cowboy hat?
I do.
Do you really?
I have about 4 pair of boots and 1 cowboy hat, and I was completely against it until I tried someone's on one day, and it's like wearing a glove or a slipper, or I also like Crocs too, so you can't really take too much from me.
Wow.
Yeah.
All ends of the scale.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Cameron Cannon trying to run down Forkner here. You see the Kawasaki, the green machine, leading them into this tight corner, and then there's a lap rider, and I believe that's Cannon trying to come through next, and then don't forget Joey Crown in 3rd. They want to make a race of it. Not going to be easy, though. Forkner's just so good on this type of terrain, especially with the technical supercross stuff, what he did out in Las Vegas the last 2 years and what he's doing right now. Let's go a little further back. We're watching the 827. That's Markoff. He's in 4th. And then Crown right in front of him.
Wow. And Jordan Bailey's right behind them as well as Tanner Stack. So
looks like
they still have a good battle going on.
Yeah, it looks like Lopes might have experienced some problems too, guys. He's back to 6th now. I thought he was actually he's back to 7th. I thought he was up a position or 2. And Hodges is now in 8th as she moves back up from 10th after running so strong in 4th there in the early part of the moto.
Great race here between these two KTM riders. They're going to streak across the finish line together. Markoff on the 827. And you called it, Sean. Jordan Bailey wants more.
Yes, if these guys slow themselves up battling some, Hannah Hodges might catch back up, though.
True. And then Tanner Stack, who we were talking about earlier,
Yes.
I think is right behind them on the Kawasaki. So the 2 KTMs on the Kawasaki, Markoff, Bailey, and Stack.
Max Markoff and Jordan Bailey checked in at .167 difference. Like a little more than a 1/10 of a second difference in gap that time. That was pretty intense. So I can imagine that it's only gotten crazier here as we roll through lap number 6 now.
This is an unbelievable battle. They're all in the same piece of real estate at the same time.
Wow.
We just need one more so we can get a 4 wide.
It's on the verge, isn't it?
It's close, yeah. Well, there's 2. Oh.
I think, again, Markoff and the 133 of Bailey. Look at Stack right behind them. Who wants to get in on this and make it a 4-rider party?
You should go grab an 80 and get out there with him.
Yeah, just run down a straightaway at least.
Yeah.
And make it 4 wide. Bailey's still going to try to make this work.
Oh,
man. That was close.
I would like to see a GoPro shot from that right there. They were really close.
I don't even know how he fit. It looked like for sure they were going to touch it. I don't know if they did it now. Look at Stack taking advantage. Got to the inside. Nope. That rut hung him up, and Bailey's able to hold him off. This is your race for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Joey Crown is up front in 3rd. 2nd is
There's
Cannon.
4 now. Joey Crown went down.
Uh-oh. Crown went down to the back. So the 827 of Markov coming through.
They have to be listening to us then, guys.
They're helping us out.
Yeah, they're helping us out. We want to get this 4-wide shot.
Crown, did Crown make the move on Bailey? Looks like he has.
Yes. And
Oh!
now he
Makes the move on Markov.
That was a really good pass. It wasn't aggressive. He just went in there and took the line away from the big double.
Just took him about a lap or two to set it all up, and now he's got it figured out. So, Crown.
Jordan Bailey hits neutral. He got passed by Tanner Stack, so he moved back to him, and that's the finish line.
That was, I saw the white flag there the previous, I wasn't sure if that had been waved or was just being pulled out for the next time around. It was the final lap, and that is it. Crown, good job salvaging that podium. He was there. He had heat. He had to make some passes to get back in it, and he does. Finishes up third.
Austin Fortner takes the win. Cam Cannon in second. Joey Crown in third. Then we've got Max Markov taking fourth. Tanner Stack in fifth. Jordan Bailey holds on for sixth. Enzo Lopes in seventh. Hannah Hodges is eighth. Ninth spot, Justin Rodbell and Cameron Mitchell rounds out your top 10 there. Coming up next is the Bet A 35 Plus.
And I'm happy about it because we're going to get one more for the road. Barry Karsten, Earl May, both on the gate here.
For sure. Nice. So hopefully we'll get to see that kind of battling. Now, this one, though, do you think, with it being the 35 Plus A and some of those younger guys, you think there's going to be a little more competition in there this time around, Jason?
A couple other riders are in this. I think Jimmy Pavoni as well. Yeah, obviously he can run the pace, former pro. Galen Dixon, who's in some of the other age groups with him, he's definitely fast. Let's see how it turns out here in the 35A.
Jen Kenyon standing by.
That's right, Rodney. We're down here with Super Mini 12 to 16 class champion here today, Austin Forkner. Austin, all I can say is, wow, you were flying out there. Tell us about your race.
Oh, it was good. I got off to a really good start. All the ruts coming out of the gate are really gnarly, but I just tried to pick the straightest one and got off to a really good start. Got the whole shot and just tried to sprint the first few laps. It's I think we did like 7 laps, but 7 laps on this track is pretty gnarly because how rough it is and just rutted and everything. But I just tried to sprint and break away the first 3 laps, and I got kind of a decent-sized lead and kind of backed it down there towards the end. But it was good. I had a lot of fun, and hope to be back next year.
All right, tell us who you'd like to thank for getting you this win here.
I got to thank God for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, my whole family. Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki, Fox, PR2 Dunlop, Asterisk, Alpine Star, Pro Circuit. Oh, man, just Renthal, Maxima, Traxxas, Specialized, Rockwell Training Facility. Just everybody, thanks.
All right, Austin, it's always good talking to you, and good job out there.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon, as we continue to roll here with the Bet A 35 Plus. And Jason White, again, as you said, man, the stage could be set for another great, exciting side-by-side battle with the likes of Karsten and, of course, May. We kick this Bet A 35 Plus class off. Pavoni gets the early lead. Karsten in second. Alan Alford is running back on the number 3 spot. We've got Kevin Kozad from MXers for Jesus running in fourth, and the Pearl is running back in the number 5.
Yeah, Earl here, you're seeing him on the screen, the number 82 Kawasaki, going to have to make some moves if he wants to get into another battle with Karsten on the 31. And Karsten's going to have to make some moves if he wants to catch Pavoni, who is leading it right now. There's May trying to get up into that number 3 spot, and then you see the leaders, Karsten and Pavoni.
It's funny to see because that straightaway going down at that turn right there was smooth this morning. Now it's almost another whoop section.
It's Alan Alford. He is the third-place rider that's battling with the 82 of May. They're deep into the shadows on this section of the super speedway now.
Well, you know, one thing I'm starting to take notice of, the sun kind of going down over behind the speedway bleacher stand is actually keeping it's giving a more consistent light pattern over the rest of the track, so you don't have to worry about going from light to dark now
right,
so
yeah,
much.
It takes away the glare, so that's a good thing, too. Dirt's a little bit darker. The dirt's already dark here, but it's still going to be better to be able to see darker dirt than not be able to see because of the light.
Like you were talking about the transition, your eyes transitioning that quickly is a little tough sometimes. So this, I think we're in a little better situation for these guys.
Good battling here, the 48 of Kozad and Alford on the 21.
As well as Pedro Gonzalez right behind them.
He's trying to tuck down on the inside. He's being real quiet about it. That puppy didn't even know he was there. 3 wide out of this corner, what we were hoping for. Let's get another one in there. Alfred getting dropped back a little bit. Kozad on the 48 now has to hold off. How about Gonzalez? 2 times he's tucked into the inside. He's made 2 passes. Kozad's going to fight back on the 48. Gonzalez and Kozad, here they go.
Side by side. Oh, Gonzalez gets it, takes over. It's at third spot now?
Moving on up, absolutely. And Earl May not able to put the charge on that we were thinking, not able to catch the lead group. So that's Gonzalez. He has cleared that battle with Kozad. See Pavoni still up front, Karsten behind him. Oh, it is actually May in third. Just strung out a little bit.
Okay.
I don't like to do this, but I'm going to have to hope for a mistake from Karsten just so we can see one more classic side-by-side May and Karsten battle.
Jimmy Pavoni out here riding a really strong race. Got a great start. I'm pretty sure he got the whole shot. And he's just been checking out. You know, Barry Carson's trying to hang tough.
Hey, let's bring Kip Bigelow of the AMA on in here. This is cool. We're talking about the majors and the AMA's involvement with this event and some of the other big ones. Got to be proud how things are growing here, Kip.
I am really proud, Jason. Thanks for that. Yeah, the racing's been really good the last couple of days. Everybody's really seemed to enjoy the racetrack, and I'm really glad to be here and enjoying my time.
I know you're having fun. I know you're enjoying your time. You're doing a great job helping organize the event, but you get to get out here and spin some laps one of these years? Can we get you out here and ride?
You know, that's funny you say that. I'd love to come out here and ride this track and have some fun and race with my friends that are out there as well. But you know what? It's just all hard work and not much play anymore for me. And you know what? It's okay. I really enjoy what I'm doing.
Did you ever have a chance to race it through your years? Have you raced at Daytona before?
I have not. Well, I shouldn't say that, Jason. Yes, I have.
Okay.
You had to spark my memory there. Yeah.
All right.
Back in 1980, actually,
all right.
I was out on the racetrack in the pro ranks back when they used to go across this road here out in the back and then come back across the road back out into the stadium, and it was a lot of fun.
I'm going to give you credit. You look pretty good for a guy that raced pro in 1980.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that too. Yeah, I held the national number in 1980, national number 94 actually.
All right.
Yeah,
94 is a pretty strong number nowadays.
Well, you know, Ken Roxon runs 94. I think he's running in my honor actually. So
keeping you proud. I'll just give you an update real quick. It's still Pavoni, Karsten. There's Pavoni, Karsten, and May is third. Talk about the majors and kind of reorganizing some of these events. It's a real good roadmap now. If the amateurs want to know where to go, where to find the competition, it's all laid out for them.
Well, yeah, it is. You know, I mean, really, we sat down and talked to the manufacturers and really, you know, got their input, and that's really where that all came from. You know, they gave us where they thought they would like to come and where they can afford to come. I mean, with today's economy, it's important to follow their lead, I guess, if you will. You know, we're the AMA and we're the sanctioning body, and we're really proud to be part of every one of those majors, and including the national championship, the Amateur National Motocross Championships at Loretta Lynn's.
And what do you think of this one here? I mean, we've tripled the rider count in the 5 years we've had it. It's really come a long way, maybe even in a shorter time than expected. I think we all knew it would grow and the concept was going to work, but it seems like it really is overnight that we've had this kind of turnaround.
Yeah, it really has. I think that's true, Jason. I think it's been overnight that we've seen this kind of expansion happen like this. It's been a long time since we've seen it. I'm really hoping this rolls on throughout the year, not only at this event, but all the amateur events as well. I'm really feeling good about the way things are, and I'm glad to see that the riders are coming back. I mean, we went through some hard times there, and I'm hoping that we're over it.
Yeah, I think we all are. It's really the grassroots of the sport. Because I think what's happened now is you can go to a Supercross on the pro side, and it looks like everything's just where it was because teams are still big. There's obviously money and sponsorship and great television and a lot of fans in the stands. The grassroots of the sport maybe took a little bit bigger hit and maybe taking a little longer to come back around, but you think you're seeing some light here at the end of the tunnel? Seems that way?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I want to be optimistic.
Yep.
I don't want to be too optimistic. You know, I think I have seen the light at the end of the tunnel. You think you're right.
Cool. And one other thing, some of the cool classes out here, we had an all-star class I know that's something that some people are floating around, the idea, they have it at the Monster Energy Cup, maybe getting some of the top riders together. That could be a real fun thing. It was definitely fun to watch this weekend. That was cool.
Yeah, I think it was cool. I think it's kind of a test for us as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we weren't really sure how it was going to work. It works very, very well at the Monster Energy Cup.
Yep.
We know that. It's an invite-only class. I think that has a lot to do with why it works so well. So, again, we're going to test this. And, it was great to watch it today. But we'll see how it goes.
Cool. Well, Kip, obviously, this wouldn't be possible without the AMA as the sanctioning a body of this race and a lot of those other big amateur events. Like I said, now putting the roadmap together. So thanks for helping organize that. I think there were a lot of people that are pointing all different directions. Where do we go? Where do we go? It's pretty set now, and that's, if you're on the inside of it, you know that was huge. So well done taking care of business like that, man.
Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Cool. That's Kip, and we'll see you out here racing next year.
Okay. I'll do my best to get here, Jason, for sure.
The Bigelows go way back, not just behind the desk, but behind the handlebars as well. Probably about as far back as these guys. Barry Karsten still trying to make it happen out here. I think we just got some relief from the sun.
Yes, it cooled off quite a bit just now.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Last few laps of this plus 35 class, so they had made some requests while they were out there. Hey, man, it's hot out
We're
here.
older.
Yeah, we're older. Give us a break. Give us a break. Closing portions of the event, let alone the day. So finally getting a little break in weather.
Speaking of closing, do not completely count Karsten out of this. You're going to see in some of these shots, there's Pavoni, there's Karsten entering the corner. One mistake.
Oh.
We almost have one there. Karsten's in the shot at least.
Yes. But as the white flag's out and Pavoni's coming up for the checkered right now.
That one mistake for Pavoni, he was able to manage it, and that's probably going to do it. That's it. James Pavoni.
He didn't even see the checkered flag. He's ready to keep going.
Wow.
Iron Man.
Wants more time on this track.
I love this place, man.
Yeah. Well done for Pavoni, backed by Fly Racing and WPS. He actually does a lot of work for the company now. He's an industry guy, but he still does a lot of racing, so good job. He's also backed by Tom Zont Racing, Lucas Oil, Dragon, Pirelli, and Throttle Jockey. We didn't get the Earl May Barry Karsten battle we were hoping, but I guarantee you they'll be right back here at the exact same speed next year. No matter what happens in the next 51 weeks, they'll be exactly the same speed next year.
I agree with you, and it'll be interesting to watch for sure. And, unfortunately, we're talking about coming to the end of the day. We only got 2 more classes to watch here,
Can't
guys.
believe that.
450C coming up next. That's the 14 to 20-year-old bracket that we were wondering and talking a little bit about.
They started dividing that up now, which is really cool to see.
And then Schoolboy 1, 12 to 15, which should be an absolute barn burner to close this one out with, I think.
That'll be a rough track for those guys.
Wow, look at that shot right there. Nice shot of the starting line. Good start, good clean start. Let's see if we can keep it clean all the way through the first couple of turns.
Looks like we made it.
And the 450C riders are on the track. Was that 18 or 10 or something like that?
I'll have the word there in just a second. Got the folks from the motorcyclesuperstore.com sending us the information on who's grabbing the hole shots and the $100. I'll tell you who we're looking for from the heat races. Mick Thomas got the heat race win earlier, and the other one was Brian Guerrero, who you remember from the race earlier today with a strong come-from-behind effort to steal the win on the last lap. We didn't even see it coming. So we'll see another showdown here in this 450C.
Well, that's 16. That was 16. 16 that we saw out there early, guys. That was Ty Keston out of Pittsburgh. He got second in his qualifying race in this 450C 14 to 20-year-old class.
Have a couple riders going down right now in the middle section right now, so yellow flags are out.
Got to remember, again, a novice class, so might see a little more of that in this class. And, amazingly, I don't think you really see any more in the novice class than you do any of the other classes. A lot of it's just chance and circumstance, I think, as much as anything at this level. Casting out front of Christian Quintantella. We got Cooper Nelson in the number 2 spot, Brian Guerrero in the number 3 or 4 spot. That's Austin Benner, I believe, would be 5th. Then 6th, Tyler Glazer. Leo DeMaestri now in the number 7 spot aboard the 609. It is the 524 Nick Thomas in 8th. Gavin Fedora in the 917 and 9th. And Jordan Godwin, the 18, rounds out 10th spot.
battle going on for the lead right now, Rodney.
Yeah, and I think this these front.
Oh.
That was your leader there, Ty Kasten, coming up.
Man. Now we got a battle right up front. 71 was trying to hold it. I think it's 71, Quintanilla, but he's got company.
I think that's
we saw it before.
Austin Benner, maybe?
I think that says number 65 on
No,
the back
that's
of his
Brian
jersey.
Guerrero. That's Guerrero in
Come from behind effort from the
Yeah.
previous one. A little further to the front this time. Back of the jersey says 65. Bike says 165. And we know Guerrero can go, obviously, with the speed he had a couple of motos ago.
He just wants to make that last lap or that winning pass a little bit earlier this moto.
Yeah, probably a little less drama. Here we go. Across the start stretch. Battle for the lead. Guerrero on the Honda, 71. Whoa, look at that head shake. Gnarly.
Yeah, track's rough, as you guys can see.
Wow, it is. Quinton Tantella is holding steadily right now.
Woo, Guerrero going to dive in.
Here it is. On the outside.
Threaded the needle. Side by side we go. Giving Quintanilla credit here. He is not afraid to hang it out. He wants to hold on to that lead. He's on the outside. Let's see what happens. He's giving it a run. For the moment, Guerrero controls it. Guerrero.
Wow. Woo. Side by side, that track is choppy, man. To see these novice class riders riding at this level right now in this kind of conditions, and really gives me a lot of confidence.
Yep, he fell over right there. They got together.
Oh, Quintanilla was really hanging it out. Wanted that lead, 17-year-old out of Weston, Florida. Now he goes down, so that's going to hand it over to Guerrero. Hey, they're both from Weston, Florida.
There you go.
Wonder if these guys have banged bars before.
Oh yeah, we're used to this. Let's bang. Let's bar bang.
And that might be why they can ride so well together and push at that intensity right here.
Because they were pretty close, and I don't trust too many people to ride their dirt bike next to me like that.
Right. Ooh, what's this challenge coming from? Is that Glazer there, Tyler Glazer, on the number 823 challenging now for the number 2 spot? I believe it is.
Georgia native on the Kawasaki. So here we go. Glazer and Quintanilla. This would be for second with Guerrero getting away. I'll tell you what, Quintanilla is not afraid to fight.
No,
you
he's
come up
not.
on him, he's going to make it difficult on you. Whoa!
He hit that kicker last lap. That exact same one.
And this was even worse, I think.
Yeah, that one was worse that time.
But he wants to get to that inside. You can see why. This time he doesn't go down on the left-hander, and he controls it still.
Man, look at those bikes work out there. The acceleration and braking bumps are just amazing out there at this level. This almost looks like Loretta Lynn's track whenever we get done at it at the end of the day. Not quite, but it's still pretty deep right now. Leader side by side, or excuse me, second place battle side by side going in front of the race day studio right now. Now working its way toward the finish line. Guerrero by himself up front on the 165. It's Glazer and Quintala battling for the number 2 spot. Back in third, Gavin Todora. Fifth is Mick Thomas. 6th spot, Wade Milligan. Leo DeMaestri drops back from 7th. He moved up to 4th for a while. Nicholas Jenkins in 8th. Mason Middlebrook is 9th. And Jordan Goodwin rounds out your top 10. Lap traffic, one right lap rider anyway, not playing any bit of a role in this battle. As I believe the 71 machine seems to be a little more solidified this time around, Jason.
Relatively so, yes, compared to where it was a lap ago, but they're still only about 5 bike lengths apart, and now side by side again. Glazer just going to go the high line. And Quintanilla, what a fighter. Whoa! Into the hay bales and down goes Glazer.
Man,
not Frazier, Glazer.
Riding the edge right there, man, literally of this rough and rugged racetrack out there. And the 71 of Quintanilla is going to look like hold on to second, at least for the most part. We're 5 laps down in this one, working on lap number 6.
And down goes Glazer.
So
There's Guerrero. He is checked out. That
Yes,
guy's
taking
got
the white
some
flag.
speed. Yeah, it's almost over here. We'll have one race left. Schoolboy 1. That's 125, 2 strokes. And that'll be it for the year here at Daytona.
Amazing day of racing. And, still we're early in bike week right now, so a lot of great things going on here this week. Talking about if you want to come back or if you're in the Daytona area and want to check out a few things, AMA Pro Flat Track Grand National Championship launches its 2014 season at the Daytona Flat Track on the 13th and 14th. Also on the 14th through the 15th. It'll all culminate in AMA Pro Racing road racing events right here at Daytona International Speedway, featuring action in the AMA Pro Vance and Hines Harley-Davidson Series, AMA Pro Super Sport, and also AMA Pro Superbike. And, of course, they'll have the 74th running of the Daytona 200 featuring the AMA GoPro Daytona Sport Bike class on March 15th.
Lots coming up here in Daytona. Lots coming up on Racer TV, including this checkered flag. Quite the weekend for Brian Guerrero. Got himself 2 victories today in the C classes. So he had speed to burn there. Quintanilla, well done. He fought for it. He earned it. Ended up second.
Tadora Gavin also rode a good consistent race, and it brought him up to at one point for third. Let's see if he's able to hang on to it there at the checkers. Yep, he does. About 18 seconds behind second spot, and that should open the way for Wade Milligan taking fourth. And I think we might have seen a change right there. Nicholas Jenkins moving up and getting around Mick Thomas there. So Jenkins in fifth, and Thomas will finish up in sixth with Leo DeMaestri holding steadily there at the number 7 spot.
I think we've been wanting the 4 wide, but right here I think we have about 27 guys. We beat NASCAR in that form.
27 wide.
Side by side. And we're still going into one turn.
Still going into one turn. This is going to be, like I said, man, this could be like saving some of the best for last. This may not be a pro sport class, but the intensity that these riders ride at and the level that they ride at sometimes sure seems like it.
KTM rider Michael Moseman won heat race number 1. Lorenzo Locurcio on a Yamaha won the other one. And the rest of the field will join them for our main event and our final race of the week.
Everybody stayed up.
That's good, man. We've seen a lot of that.
On a good note, that's awesome.
Yep.
Had a couple guys running off the track there, and I think one guy actually got stuck in the gate, but past that, a very good and clean start. We got the, the 70 out front? Nope. Yep, 79 maybe?
Timmy Crosby?
That's it.
And so a KTM rider out of Confluence, Pennsylvania.
That's a good flip of his first qualifier that he had, finishing 13th, just barely making the qualifier.
Yeah. Lorenzo Locurcio right behind him actually won the qualifier.
And I don't know where he went. He really just disappeared, guys.
We have a sinkhole at the Corvette Museum here in Daytona. Well, that's going to change it all up. That would put Locurcio, I think, in the lead. And then also watch out for the 71 of Challen Tennant trying to make moves.
And that's Masterpool right there. Okay, on the 946 of the Yamaha.
So these are 3 riders who can definitely go. We're looking for Moseman on the 342 who won the other heat race to maybe join them. But right now it's Lorenzo Locurcio on the 81 in the lead. Challen Tennant, 71, is in second. That is flat nasty through that section there.
Look at the ruts on the face of that jump. I mean, you could tell these riders have been really putting the power to the ground out there, man.
Yeah, the track's getting tough. That's what it was like yesterday at the Supercross.
Tennant, man, trying to dig deep there on Locurcio, nearly jumping up side by side him there, coming across that start stretch. Watch Tennant use the outside, trying to use that momentum to his advantage. We'll see if it pays dividends for him, though, I think, here in the next 2 turns.
I think it will, and it also save a little bit of energy instead of hitting all those braking bumps inside, making sure you hug that line. You can ride some outside, and keep the momentum up, and hopefully miss some braking bumps too, or hit the smaller ones.
All right, here it comes. I expect to see Tennant actually launch one off through here somewhere and try to jump into a spot. Here he goes to the inside. He's getting closer and closer with every turn of the wheel here, guys.
So far, Locurcio still able to hold on. It's 83 and 71. Challen Tennant in second. They put a little bit of distance on Masterpool right now in third.
Scott Neshy running back in the number 4 spot. TJ Albright, number 116, rounds out your top 5. Tyler Pantley, 443 is 6. Jake Pijankos, the 101 and 7. Tommy Maxey in 8th. Tom Flintrop at the 74 in 9th. And Timmy Crosby has dropped to 10th place. So there's Timmy. What happened to him, I'm not sure, but he had that early lead, that's for sure.
Talon just aired out that single to the wall again and landed right in the breaker bump and got some pretty bad head shake. So he might not do that this next lap. We'll have to see coming around.
These bikes are so good nowadays, you don't see head shake like you used to. You know the track is nasty. When you're seeing it, the track must be real bad.
Yeah, this track's definitely challenging. The dirt's great here, but the moisture in it just made it break down really easily.
A real test for these riders, and that's what everybody's looking for at this level. They can really see who's got the skills. Hey, is that Masterpool trying to creep back into this thing?
I believe that it is.
Third place rider, don't count him out yet.
He actually turned a little faster lap time than the front 2 leaders that time, so he could be a player in this one in the next lap or so.
Woo! A big air again from Tennant in second.
I guess that didn't scare him at all.
No.
Now, he actually makes up too much time right there, Sean, to not give it a try each and every time. He hasn't had a close enough call, I don't think, to scare him away from it. He's getting some good air and making up some distance there.
A little smoke coming out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if this is 2-stroke, so, the bikes can be smoky, but look, I don't know if it's a little rich or he has something else going on.
Definitely ringing the thing out. There's no doubt about that. It's not loading up.
No.
Now a little mistake from Lecurcio. Tennant's got a shot at it.
That's what Tennant's been waiting on.
Out then.
Yep, look at that. Whoa. Oh, man, Lecurcio did a great job of sealing that line off. We have 4 laps complete, working on 5. I believe this is going to be a 7-lap race. So we're down to a little less than 3 laps. Lecurcio, Tennant, Masterpool is now 2.4 seconds back. You got Scott Meshy in 4th, Tyler Pantley running out the top 5.
That was the biggest leap
yet.
That
was big.
That was like
it was actually smoother. He landed over all of those bumps.
Now watch this next section. He'll also out jump, I think, here. Not that time.
Yeah,
I seen him
last
triple.
lap he tripled it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Lecurcio, though, putting on a clinic of how to deal with pressure, just shrugging it off, just riding his own race.
Tennant's bike is smoking, though.
Yeah. Even more than a 2-stroke should.
Yes.
Yeah. And Masterpool still circulating in 3rd. If there's a mistake by either one, he'll take advantage.
Wow. It says 2.5 seconds back, but I got to think by visually looking at this, it's a little closer. 2.5 now as they check in with 5 laps complete. Lap time 104.7 for Lecurcio, 105.3 for Tennant, 104.3 for Masterpool.
Coming back our way. Let's check out the big single jump. Let's see if Tennant on the 71 does it again. Grave digger on notches. Gets right side by side with him now.
I feel as though if they're this close this next lap, that might be where he makes the pass. If it doesn't happen before then.
Those guys, it seems like...
Here we go. If he triples in, I think he's got it. Yes, he has.
Whoa!
Maybe he didn't want to show his line that last time.
Lecurcio comes back and takes him down.
With authority even. Masterpool to get the gimme on second now, and Tennant is very fired up about this. He's not going to be able to make up that time. He's got, this white flag coming out right now, so that's 6 laps down for your leader, Lecurcio and Tennant. And we got to wait for, Masterpool, Tennant. We got to wait for Tennant to make his way around for another lap complete, and that should, he should still be in that number 3 spot unless Scott Meshy did get around there. I didn't see if he did. Yeah, it looks like Tennant was able to hang on to 3rd. Meshy did gain on him, though, and there's only about 1.7 seconds separating the two. So Tennant's got to keep his head about this one to hang on to at least 3rd here.
Yeah, it looked like Crucio set that pass up, and I thought he was going to shut them both down for the double so he didn't pull out, but that was aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, it's racing by all means, but...
I wouldn't say aggressive. Let's call it authoritative.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it wasn't dirty by any means.
No,
he just squared him up and then took the line away.
Right. It was very authoritative.
I think that's a perfect thing to end the day with. That's the Supercross style racing
that
this is setting these dudes up for. And for guys who haven't done it much, he knew exactly how to make it happen.
And he made it happen, and that gave him the victory. So he did what he needed to do.
Little fist pump, and there it is, your final winner of the 2014 Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona is the 83 of Lorenzo Lacurcio at Cairo, Georgia, backed by One Industries Pro Circuit Factory Connection Smith Garnet PR2. And Challenge Lieutenant left to think about what might have been. He did everything he could to get the lead, but once he got it, unfortunately, it was short-lived.
Wow, an amazing day of racing here at Daytona International Speedway. We've got, obviously, a full week of events and activities going on here as a part of the historical Bike Week celebrations. I know Racer TV and myself are heading north to Georgia, Washington, Georgia, Aonia Pass for this coming weekend's broadcast of the second round of the AMSOIL Grand National Cross Country Championship Series presented by Maxxis, an AMA National Championship there. And I tell you, only a week apart. We raced Saturday and Sunday yesterday and the day before here in Florida. We're going to Georgia next weekend with GNCC, and it'll all be right here on Racer TV. So to me, that's going to wrap up my Bike Week. I know a lot of folks down here are going to be wrapping it up with road racing and things like that. But, man, what a great way to kick off Bike Week. We had GNCC, we had the Alligator Enduro stuff going on. We have, obviously, this Amateur Supercross. I think it's definitely in full swing now.
Yeah, this is how Bike Week kicks off now. I used to reverse. Sometimes it was the GNCC at the end, sometimes at the beginning. But they're just getting started here for you folks at Daytona. We'll have a flat track and road racing into the next weekend. For the Racer TV crew, we'll be headed to Georgia. I got to go to Detroit, do one of those other Supercross races. But most importantly, it was awesome. There's really nothing quite like this. Good to work with you for the first time, Sean. That was fun.
Yes, it's been a pleasure. You know, just obviously growing up in an amateur, always hearing you announce and stuff like that. So it was fun.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure it won't be the last time. We hope that this Racer TV thing really just getting started.
Exactly. I know I myself am having a lot of fun. Jason, good to have you along on the broadcast today, and good again to work with Sean. I had the opportunity to work with him there at the Winter Olympics back in this past November. So hopefully we'll get a chance to do that again next November, man, as a Thanksgiving tradition for us. But, man, again, Racer TV live this weekend, Saturday and Sunday with GNCC. We've had all the great racing on today. So I don't know what else to say, but wow, what a way to kick it all off.
Yeah, it's come a long way over triple the entries that we had rider-wise of just 5 years ago. A lot of big names, and you know it's just going to keep getting better and better. You want to sign us out of here, Rodney?
I sure will, guys. Just want to say thanks to everybody. Of course, all the great sponsors of Racer TV and those that came together for this Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael amateur supercross racing event. You know, it takes all those great people bringing it all together. It takes a great crew like what we've got over there in the other trailer working all the technical aspects of it, the camera crew and everybody. Want to say thanks to all those guys, the flaggers and everyone, the track crew, Win Kern up in the tower watching it, also Tim Cotter and the folks that have helped organize and run this event this weekend. Just a great way to do it. And for Jason Wygant, Sean Hackley, Jen Kenyon, I'm Rodney Tomlin. Have a great day, everybody.